The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Does nothing to tackle the number one job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a three-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself and the men in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back in your 40s, son.
Play the radio, make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion, $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much.
You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts. Let him go. Let him go. Look, the reason I'm running is because I've been around a long time and I know more than most people know. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do. Damn liar, man. That's not true.
I think I probably have a much higher IQ than you do, I suspect, and I'd be delighted to sit down and compare my IQ to yours if you'd like, Frank.
And by the way, it's cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years.
Ever run for political office again?
No. I know I'm called middle class Joe. It's not meant as a compliment, means I'm not sophisticated. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over fact.
Senator Biden, words have in the past gotten you in trouble. Words that were borrowed and words that some found hateful. An editorial in the Los Angeles Times said, in addition to his uncontrolled verbosity, Biden is a gaffe machine. Can you reassure your voters in this country that you would have the discipline you would need on the world stage, Senator?
Yes. My name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in going his spreading of racism, the way he deals with color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We've had racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
Have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept money from them aren't bad people. But it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
This video is sponsored.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you.
Election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America.
That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
I love kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we in fact have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talked about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son.
Eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion out of $1.4 billion, excuse me, $1.4 trillion. It's hard to even say it so much.
There we go. I couldn't find the tab where it was playing. Hello everyone. We're back. How are you all doing?
I am gay!
Violet, thank you. I was gonna stream earlier, but I was out doing errands. Second favorite streamer after Julian Field. Thank you. I'm glad I default number one streamer. Yeah, that was a post. My girlfriend texted me, babe, my second favorite streamer went live when I went live because she has a parasocial relationship with Feinberg. I think she can hear me right now. It's like the Minecraft speedrunner. She's like, yeah, when I talk, he's like, he recognizes me. And I was like, is this what it's like on the other side? Is this what it looks like? It's fascinating. It's fascinating. Second favorite stream. Yeah, and I'm streaming on YouTube now as well. Cause why not? I think I have it. Where's the tab? Did I close it? Oh, it's right here. It's got 24 viewers. Is it working? Let me see. Or is it delayed? It is. Oh, it's delayed though. Okay. Cause I might as well, cause I'm legally allowed to. I still want an editor. Channel link, it's I think if you just search Livegar, you get it. But here's obviously I'm only gonna really interact with.
Is that
Mikachu, thank you. Only really gonna interact with Twitch. Cause it's a better I guess most people are on Twitch. But it's good discovery, and I might as well. I think people probably are annoyed with Twitch. The YouTube views. I mean, they can see
okay.
you.
I'm
Bachelorette,
transgender.
thank you.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
I love that. Sometimes I forget about because it's been so long. It's legal to stream. They cannot stop me from streaming. Fuck, Molan Labe. Come and take my stream key. Yeah. It is legal to stream. What was I gonna say? Oop. Does it play? Um, what was I gonna say? I can't remember. There's a cool thing I saw. Matt is getting better. Yeah, that's really nice. He published a book recently, right? How do you subscribe at a high tier? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I've never done it before. Can someone? I think you can upgrade it, which would be nice.
Is that a brown
All
bear?
right, Max. Thank you for the 36 months. It's the book on the Spanish Civil War. Cool. Yeah. Wait, is my thing delayed? No, it's not. This is delayed. Oh, that's weird. Okay. There's a hype train if you want to contribute. I want to get to 70/30 on the thingy. So it would be nice. So if you want to support me, because if I get like, it's like 300 concurrent subs. Is it 300? Something like that. Of like the tier 1, 2s, and 3s. Then the split gets better, and that would be cool. What has been going on today? I guess yesterday was the anniversary of October 7th. You're just telling me now for the first time.
Okay. I'm transgender.
Ralph, thank you for the
I
10
had
gift subs.
no
Thank
idea.
you.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you so much. We love to see it. Kamala went on 60 Minutes. She also went on Call Her Daddy, didn't she? And was that where she was like, there was no difference between me and Biden? Actually, sorry, 1 second. That's not true. The only difference between me and Biden is that I will have a Republican in my... I just don't understand. I mean, maybe that's the strategy. I wonder what their internals look like in terms of getting elected. Like, even from a practical perspective, like... No, that's not true, though. Like, the data does suggest that, like, people don't like Biden. They don't like when Kamala associates with Biden. When she, you know, markets herself as unrelated to Biden or split, then people like her more. Iran is the biggest enemy of America. What did she say? Iran has American blood on its hands? What is that in specific reference to? Like, am I silly here? Like, was there a war that I didn't know about? Save the stream is for if someone ends the stream. You can save it. So if someone spends a bunch of their channel points, they can end the stream. Iran sending Iraqi insurgent stuff? Was it Iran supporting Iraq during the invasion? 79? Is this like American nationals were killed in the Iranian Revolution? Is that what I'm thinking of? Or is 79 Iran Iraq? No, Iran 79 is the Islamic Revolution, yeah. Iranian Revolution. It's in reference to the Iran-Iraq War though? Is it the hostage? Oh, it's is it seriously the hostage crisis? Iraq started in 80, that's what I thought. It's like, because it's like, I mean, I'm sure at some point, yeah, the Iranians have killed Americans in the Middle East. America's pretty involved in the region, but I don't remember any direct wars between the countries. I can't recall when that happened. Does she know what she means? You know what I mean? Also, does it change? Is it different if I demand it? Because I'm not good at being assertive. Like, you give me money, chat. Do it. Does that work? Instead of asking nicely? Because I was a very demanding. Give me money, chat. You should, or else. Well, you don't even want to know what else. So, Liv Agar's final warning. Toast Berry, thank you. See, it worked. It worked. Arcane, thank you. Wow, it worked. Makes you think. No, it's not. It's just not. I'm not built for it, unfortunately. Or maybe, I mean, I don't know. I'm just a very passive person. I'm not angry at all, which is nice. The only time I ever remember being angry, I remember before I transitioned, I used to be a gym bro, and I remember like going to the gym and imagining getting in fights with people and being like, yeah, I would fucking beat him up. That's the peak that's ever been, and it's not a fun state to be in. It's like not even just a theoretical, like a guy was being, imagine if a guy was angry at me and I was in the right. Nope. It fell off. Beelzebub, thank you. Where's that weirdo Julian? Who knows? Who knows what Julian's up to? Joey Staten?
A brown bear?
Is that supposed to? Thank you. I've never gotten in a fight before. Like a prop, like, you know, like, what did you say, bro? That's never happened to me. I'm very conflict averse. Which is nice. I like it. It's great. It's great to not have any pride in relation to that. Like, just purely practical. Like if someone is just rude to me, it's far, like, generally the calculus is like, do I gain something objectively responding to this, or if I just walk away, am I obviously better off? Living a pacifist run, and the answer overwhelmingly is like, yeah, if you walk away, your life is probably gonna be better. I would recommend it. It's weird because now, like, I'm less aggressive because of the gym. Like, it's the only place that it's the place I get out any of my, like, anger on. Being the better person. I mean, I guess it is the we go, when they go low, we go high. It's not even a moral thing, I feel like. Proletariat, thank you for the 57 months. That's a lot of months. That's a lot of... think of all the things that have changed in this 57 months. You're now a transgender lesbian. It makes you think. Thank you. Thank you. Follow Proletariat. Streamer. How far I've fallen. It is funny. That's like, you're just doing it begrudgingly. Like, I know this is cringe, but it's just what's has to happen. It happens. It happens sometimes. You gotta, you know, it's for the clout. I understand. It worked for me as well. Wink. For 4 years. What happened? Like, if you wanna, I'm curious. What was the moment? What was the, like? All right, fine. You don't. That's a very personal question, obviously. You don't have to. Someone sent her E. That's crazy. And you were like, "Fuck it." It's like someone like Envy Darcy. Thank you for the Prime. It's like someone like giving like drugs to like alcohol to an alcoholic. And they're like, I've been clean for 4 years. They're just like staring at the bottle. It's a very not problematic analogy for me to make. Are there any... what are the terms of service on YouTube? Oh, 40 people watching on YouTube. That makes you think. Is my chat? My chat is like not working. Is it? No, it's fine. No, makes you think. But what happened with you got interrogated by the police? Are you allowed to speak in the Austrian police? Because that's no good. Being inter. Someone might have sent you ecstasy. Oh, I guess that is how I was looking at a YouTube video on this. Because ecstasy is big in Europe, right? Didn't arrive, nor did they intercept it. That's hilarious. So you didn't even get it? That's bullshit. Like the ecstasy capital of Europe is like the Netherlands, isn't it? Those tall blonde bastards. And they just ship it to places like that's. Oh, I mean, I guess in the EU it would be pretty easy to transfer, but to get to Britain, they like just try to hide it in packages and stuff. It's a very funny idea. It is so interesting. I was watching, like, the title of the video is like ecstasy, the killer drug or whatever. And then you look at it, it's like, how did everyone die? It's like they died from thinking they were taking ecstasy and then taking something else, which is like not really, like, that's not really ecstasy's fault, I don't think. I think that's not, it's the fault is that it isn't ecstasy. That's most drug tests. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess broadly that is most is although sometimes I guess it's just I guess so, yeah. Um it's cuz obviously it's not legalized. So people put just any shit in it and a lot of people are either too desperate or, you know, I guess like they don't care enough to test the shit they're taking. And that's the message is you have to get the pure. That's the live car message of the day. You make sure you got the pure stuff. It can kill you by itself. Absolutely, it can, but it's pretty rare, especially in a controlled environment, because you can overheat, especially if you take like way too much of it. You can overheat and stuff. I think a couple other things, but if you're like, yeah, and I guess that is the problem with most illegal drugs. Vancouver's been good for a while, or relatively speaking, in terms of decriminalization, in terms of allowing like the public usage of drugs, but like there's been a reactionary response to that where it's like they're shooting up near children or whatever. Because people just the general attitude about like the opioid epidemic as well as homelessness is like I don't really care what happens to them. I just don't want to see them. Like that's the problem is like I don't want to see them. Um, does this combine chats or something? It does combine chats. Oh shit. That's cool. Like the multi-stream combines the chat in this. Wow. I think I want that. That's cool. Oh, and then my viewer count adds. Okay. That's cool. I can see the viewers I have in general. Well, I mean, I was planning on neglecting YouTube chat because I want you to come over to Twitch because then you can give me money. Because I haven't set up any of the YouTube stuff. No offense to YouTube chat. How can I mean, I just read. I don't usually read from this. Like I don't care. That's a YouTube chat. I can tell. I'm sorry, YouTube chat. Yes, Joe Biden. There was a study I like during that period in the early aughts that was like, they supposedly gave Spudley. Thank you. They supposedly gave MDMA to like primates, and they were like, "This fucks up your brain, man." And they had to retract, and that was one of the reasons why there was that like anti-rave act. But they had to retract the paper because they were like, "We accidentally gave them meth instead of MDMA." Which, like, how does that happen? How do you mix up those two things? Is MDMA and and so they had to retract it, and there was like a bunch of, you know, but the damage was obviously done. But I mean, that's true. That says a lot about society. That does happen. Although I don't know. Are people mixing methamphetamine with them? I guess they're mixing anything. That's kind of the problem with it being an entire. It's that is what the world would be like in like if Millet got his way or whatever, like all the libertarians. In Ancapistan, that's literally everything you buy. It's like, oh, I guess this was laced. I got a bagel from the store and it was laced with fentanyl because that was cheaper. It was cheaper to put fent in the bagels. And it's not regulated, so I have fent in my cream cheese. It is MDMA is slightly neurotoxic. I think it's an open question. If like what regular use does. I don't think they're sure. Yeah, they had some meth in the lab for personal use, yeah, and they mixed it. The scientists are doing their methamphetamine, they're doing their math, and they're like, well, I feel like, you know, I feel super different. It's like, I think we're on MDMA, but if we're on MDMA, then no, the apes, they took our methamphetamine. Yeah. So there's been a reactionary kind of in BC, which especially on like on homelessness. I mean, it's still like this part of the argument really shouldn't be all that. Like the thing you should say is like, well, you know, anti-homeless policies are terrible for people who are homeless. Like the response of like, well, they should just, you know, pull up their bootstrap is like, so many people are just fucked. They just like are born into a life that's like, you know, and it's as if you are not born into it, it's very difficult to understand it, etc. Or if you don't see it, you know. But like even beyond that, from the like very selfish view of homelessness of like, well, I just don't want to deal with them. Most of the anti-homeless shit, or I guess all of it, like really makes that worse as well. It's like anti-homeless policy like lacks object permanence. Like this happened, was it a couple months ago? There was like a massive tent city. I think it was on Hastings Street that the cops like cleared in Vancouver. And it's like they have to go somewhere else. And now their lives are worse. Like, where do you think they go? Like, it's like, well, it's literally like a lack of object permanence. Which again, is a thing we shouldn't even need to appeal to. Because it's like, if you are living that life, it is incredibly awful. It is a living fucking hell. It's like people don't even recognize that you exist, which like has a really negative impact on like your ability to understand the world. Just everyone, if you're like a fucking ghost. Like it's just very obviously from a like anyone who cares about human beings, like the idea of the police being able to like involuntarily, the thing that the NDP are now also pushing for, the Conservatives are of course pushing for it because they're a law and order party, of like increasing in like involuntary treatment of homeless people who are addicted to drugs, where cops are just basically able to pick you up off the street and be like, we're putting you in prison essentially, because like the involuntary care beds like there's already a massive wait list for them. They're just going to be put in general population. Like that is fascist. I think I said this yesterday. Like that is like it's fascist for a very specific group of people and not everyone else. But like, yeah, like how would you feel if that like and like the cons are now doing the thing of like in those involuntary care beds they're not allowed to drink beer, like no drugs at all. It's like that's like legal. You can do that legally. You're allowed to. Oh, is there a debate today? And I'm sure it's very in California. Homeless people. Is there? No, not for you. For me. For BC. I mean, it's gonna be a snoozer. California majority of homeless people are over the age of 50. Disproportionate of them are relatively black people. Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's another important component of that, like in Canada for Indigenous people.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, Rob.
I had no idea.
Thanks
Do
for the
whatever you
raid.
want all the time.
I hope you had a good stream. Shout out Rob Rousseau. Did it work? BC Days in 4 hours. Okay. And
It's okay.
Sis.
I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no
Thank
idea.
you.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Hope you had a good stream. If you're doing something for the what's it called? The election, I would love to join. I'm sure I'll stream on the 19th, Lance. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We were just talking about how evil the conservatives are in BC.
I am gay.
Big ones, thank you for the prime. Remember the Hyperborea video? Oh, that's the YouTube channel. Oh, I took those off, and you can just listen to them on the Livegar podcast, because it's kind of weird that their videos doesn't really work. And I just put like all the stream clips up on the YouTube. They're just, if you have a podcast app, just search Livegar, and it should be on there. All the on the left of Canadians in this chat, we love to see it. And of course, we will be generally talking about America as all Canadians do. There was an interesting trend, and I mean, like for a while, Americans would do the thing of like, "You're Canadian, why do you give a shit about this?" And like, it gets to a point where I understand, but it really is like all Canadians are consuming. I think this is getting way worse.
I'm transgender.
Oh,
Big ones,
I
thank you
had
for the
no
5 gift
idea.
subs.
Do whatever you want all the time.
I think it's getting worse with online stuff. Thank you so much, Big Ones. With how unaware Canadians are of local politics. It must be because I think that new media, there's just not really a pretense of even consuming Canadian related stuff. Like if you flip on the TV, like the Canadian culture laws of like, you have to play a certain amount of Canadian songs or whatever. We have our Canadian shows. Make it so that those older media, like they're more Canada centric in Canada, but like now, that's not really the case. Like if you're just consuming, like if your content is like distributed by the algorithm, and you're like Anglo North American, it's gonna give you American shit. And UK and Australia, New Zealand, but especially Canada, obviously, like most of us are, beside in driving distance of the American border. Was it a majority of Canadian economy's export of simple commodities to America? It's a very important component of the country. Make it easier for the 51st state transition. It's so interesting how much Canada hates the GOP. Like I saw a Trump-Kamala opinion poll, and it was like Kamala was like plus 40 or something. It was crazy. I love your post. Are you ovulating? How could you tell? That's crazy. But it's so like, given how incredibly conservative the country is, it is weird. I mean, the GOP is particularly poisonous. That is something I was thinking of, is how politics realign if and when Canada becomes the 51st state. I mean, we would be like a couple of states. You know what I mean? You get like you get prairies, you get like the territories, British Columbia, Ontario, Quebec, then I guess maybe like Maritimes. I feel like those would be the state. Like the political realignment in America, if we had like statehood. BC smokes too much weed to join the U.S. I mean, it was legal. It was illegal here for a while. I guess isn't it legal in a couple provinces? Or a couple states. Sorry, you guys have states. Yeah, it's federally legal in Canada, of course. I did the opposite mix-up. Like, you usually do the inverse of that. One America policy. It is so interesting to think about what, like, a different War of 1812. With, like, I guess, probably an independent Quebec. Wasn't that a promise? What was that? There was an intent to stoke that by the Americans. Just like, we'll leave you alone. Maybe I'm remembering this wrong. Thanks to Surf CV Lance for the raid. Follow the Surfs if you haven't, and follow Arbuso as well. Oh, you want to see something cool I found? It's this website, 15 Minute City. Oh, that's the wrong one. 15 Minute City. And you can see, like, it does some calculation about, like, what's a bad one? I'm assuming Los Angeles is awful. Is that the right, this? No. I'll just do Vancouver. Nope. Something isn't working. I broke it. I'm sorry. Never mind. Just kidding. It's cool if you want to. A really soothing voice. Thank you. People like to say I have a unique voice. That's a big one. Like I'll say it, like people ask what I do and I'm like, I have a podcast. They're like, that makes sense. You have a unique voice. And it's not even like a woke like your voice is giving transsexual thing. Because I get it from people who haven't clocked me. Did I tell you all about the rideshare app guy? I was like sitting, like, use rideshare because it's like cheap and you get to talk to people. And it was this like 50s white dude. And he asked what I did. We were like talking about whatever. And he asked what I did. And I was like, oh, I'm a part of a podcast about like conspiracy stuff. And he was like, oh, conspiracy. You know, people are like, oh, you didn't clock? Oh, well, we love to see it. And I was like, oh, he was like, oh, conspiracy, you know, because people interpret that how they wish to interpret it. Because I'll say, like, we deconstruct conspiracy theories, and they're like, oh, so you're like a pro QAnon. And so he tells me about all the conspiracy theories he believes. He's very convinced that that he was abducted by aliens and that they planted a chip in his brain, I think. And it's giving, and like he knows how to build thorium nuclear reactors because of the chip. Like the aliens are helping us become enlightened, become like 5D. And I was like, that's awesome. He was like, people usually treat me weird when I tell them that. And I was like, that's great. That's cool. I don't think that he was like a Trump guy, but he was very friendly to me. And he was like, yeah, you have a unique voice. You got a sultry? That makes sense. because it's kind of androgynous, like it's lower. It's happened to my buddy, yeah. He didn't remember it, he said. They saw a weird thing in the sky and then he woke up with like a headache and like a rash. The aliens are friendly, yeah. They're trying to help us ascend to 5D, like ascend our consciousness. Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, I asked him, I was like, did they probe you? And I think he's like, I don't think so. Not that I was aware. So I'm happy for him that didn't happen. He said that he has a company that he's selling to Google for billions of dollars that relates to building thorium reactors. I should have asked him the company name because he was driving like a used car. Maybe he's just like, he's just insanely rich and he's just flex. He's like, like the Warren Buffett, the stories of like Warren Buffett is living in a $10,000 house outside of, yeah, it's William Gates. He's just frugal. Maybe he's just frugal. I don't know. I was like, that's awesome. That's cool. You get a lot of really cool guys. When you tell them telling you stuff. One Uber driver told me about how the moon landing was faked. He was big into that, and he was like, you need to look it up. Although I was doing the thing of like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't really, but I really should have like. Those sort of guys just like want someone to talk to about it. He did mention Kubrick. He did mention Kubrick. He's staying low to stop the aliens from getting him again. Was he cute? I don't think I've ever been confronted by a cute conspiracy theorist. Unless you're that guy. I'm sorry to tell you. If you shouldn't push back, but it is fun to ask them questions about what they think. Because that is generally, I'm a very not judgmental person, especially in person if I'm just like meeting someone in real life. I don't think arguing is usually all that doesn't really give you much. I don't know. I've never, especially with those sort of guys, it's just cool. Like, which ones do you believe? And he's like, oh, I listen to this podcast. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I know that podcast. He's like, what? What was the other one? There was another kooky wired share thing I had recently. It was this Buddhist guy who I think he grew up in India and he was like fairly rich. And then he like left that and like gave up his possessions and was like living somewhere on the Sunshine Coast, like out of his car. And I was the only person in the rideshare thing. And he accepted me because he said I looked interesting because I liked my profile. And I was like, okay. But we were talking about philosophy a lot and he was like, can I smoke weed right now? This is like getting deep. Like he's driving on the highway. And I was like, sure. I'm not gonna tell you no. You're the one who's driving. I don't fucking. And so he went on the pullout and then he smoked a joint and then he just drove me to my place, the place I was going. He's really nice. He went to the place too. Like usually with rideshare apps, they drop you like in like this general like place that you pass the day. I didn't want any. I think I was like, I had a date that day. I was like, I don't want to be high for this. So that was interesting. That was certainly, I don't know, people like telling me shit. What philosophy? We talked about Buddhism and capitalism. He seemed like he was kind of there, but then like the sort of person who doesn't like the idea of like capitalism and doing things for profit because it affects his ability to like exert power into the world. You know what I mean? Like there are certain components of it that aren't working for you particularly, and like that's the problem I have with I'm trying to think of a concrete example. I was thinking in this case, but it's one of those where it's like you still have the grind set, like that is still the structure of how you view the world, but it's like, you know, it's hard for people to get out of that way of thinking, I guess. How will he drive? He drove great. He's clearly a very good driver, and he clearly smokes weed a lot. So I mean, I didn't do anything illegal. I can't imagine driving in like I'm nervous to drive by myself. I would. You get all sorts of people. I had a coworker who kept trying to tell me his theories about how it was an inside job. Oh, that was a classic for like the right. Yeah, if you're a stoner doing it isn't a big deal. He was a person who did it. Recognized you from your voice. Yeah, QA. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. That is true. I mean, if you smoke all the time, you know. What is that thing about DUIs where it's like people who have one DUI are more likely to like have hit someone. If someone has like 7 DUIs, they're like hitting signposts and stuff. Like not that I'm saying that you should do that. I'm not one to do that or enjoy people who are doing that. I want to be clear about that. This is not a pro drunk driving stream. I guess that is Alberta the DUI capital of Canada? And brave stance. Brave anti-DUI stance. There are actual organizations that do many things for their selfish gains. Yeah, there's an interesting. I feel like it's Popper, not the substance, the philosopher. That makes this conceptualization first about conspiracy theories is like there's a conspiratorial mode of thought, which is to assume that a thing is happening because there's a conspiracy of people who are pursuing their own interests. They're doing it secretly, and you have to find out who they are. That like that mode of thought is like very paranoid. I don't think he uses paranoid. I can't remember what the phrase he uses for it. I'm confusing him with another guy in terms of the word paranoid. But yeah, as opposed to looking at like the structure or the broader causes of something, it's like there's a group of people who are secretly up to no good here, and I can explain the event by understanding those people, by understanding who benefits. Blink twice if it's a pro DUI stream. Now I have to make sure I don't blink twice. I'm trying to. No, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I'm very, but I don't think that's a good idea. That is my sincere belief. Yep, by paranoid style. That the paranoid style I was thinking of. What's his name? Who's someone else? That's in the Rachel Maddow endorsement. That was awesome. That was so cool. It's so cool that Rachel Maddow listens to our podcast. I was thinking of Hofstadter, yeah. So funny. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't really know Rachel Maddow's like. I don't watch her show all that much. Yes, Rachel Maddow had a list of favorite podcasts she's listening. Like what is Rachel Maddow like listening to or whatever? And we were the first podcast on it. Let me look it up. The politics don't really line. Cause she used to be like she was she was like a lesbian activist when she was younger. What Rachel Maddow is listening to. Podcast, QA podcast. Yeah. Live mom with a leftist daughter. You're right. That is the vibe. That is the vibe. There are people, it is weird to think of like who knows I exist because of how big QA is. We had Naomi Klein on, although I wasn't on. I wish I was on the episode. And she started it by being like, "Where's Liv?" And it was like, Naomi Klein knows that I exist. That's very strange. That's a very strange thing to think about. Like I wonder. I don't know. It's weird. People have like, it's weird for anyone to have a mental image of you, like the other perceiving you as inherently violent, etc. But it's specifically strange because of internet stuff. Not to be narcissistic for a second.
I am gay.
Not so bad, man. Thank you. Twitch streaming really does make you so much more narcissistic. It's not good. It's not good for me. Like no one cares in real life. Like you guys have to care less about when I talk about myself. It's not good for me. I've been watching Girls, the HBO show. You can type, just say that you don't. If I say something that doesn't mean anything, you just have to be like, I don't give a shit. Who cares? I was watching this HBO show Girls, and I am just Hannah, like the main lady. If she like, I'm Hannah if she was able to. If Hannah is me if I couldn't help myself. Do you know what I mean? Like she's me if I was like shittier. Like she's a caricature. I've been watching Girls my entire life. The lesbian heart there makes it so much better. The lesbian art changes the meaning of that in such an important way. Like the heart being a lesbian. Wholesome twist ending. So interesting. Keep yapping. Thank you. Thank you. What else has happened? Oh yeah, I saw the news about what's it called? The Victims of Communism memorial thing. That there's been a controversy because 300 of the 500 there's like a big monument. Are they still unveiling it? Is that the details? In Ottawa. And it's got a bunch of 330 monument was supposed to be unveiled, but that was put on hold. 330 of the names linked to Nazis and fascists, which is literally just a joke. You know what I mean? Like it's like, yeah. I know. I could have told you that. I was telling you that. In fact, I'm sure I've said that many times on the record. Did you get good soup yet? I can't remember the context of that. Do one of those fit for Trotskyists. I mean, it really is I feel like it's the one. I mean, I guess the purges. I guess you're right. Putting like pretty much all the old Bolsheviks in the Victims of Communism memorial. It is genuinely so depressing how evil Stalin was. Of like all these old Bolsheviks, like you read their profile, you read the Wikipedia page, and it's like, you know, spent all this during the Tsarist Russia and after the February Revolution, put all these resources towards, you know, like dedicated communists, joined a commune to try to raise funds for like communist organization, and then like takes part in the October Revolution, 1930 show trial execution on like the I have not seen Peaky Blinders. No. Is it good? That's the one where it's like, I'm Thomas Shelby, Sigma male. It's that like Ajiri guy? Thomas Shelby, Mafia. He just like shoots a gun. When we find it. I can't find, it doesn't have audio. No, Thomas Shelby Mafia is what he says. My only understanding of that show is that there's a bunch of images in the show of him just like with a gun to his head, like he's pointing it to his head. And I don't know why. Here it is.
Hello, Thomas Shelby, Mafia.
Mafia, okay.
Thomas Shelby.
Thomas Shelby.
Evet, Sigma.
Sigma. Where are you from?
Muammer.
Muammer. Okay, nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Thomas Shelby.
Thomas Shelby.
Sigma.
Sigma, okay, okay.
British joke, isn't he Irish? Or is he British? He'd be a lot cooler if he was Irish. It's pro-Ireland and anti-UK? I mean, how... He's Romani? Is that true? That's cool. The actor is Irish. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is he actually Romani or is that a bit? Oh yeah. He's Irish Romani. That's... Cillian Murphy. Oh wait, it's Cillian Murphy. Have you guys seen the movie? It's Cillian Murphy, right? Who plays the transsexual lady? Breakfast on Pluto? Because he's working it. It's kind of shocking, actually. It's kind of shocking how much he's working. It's kind of like, let me find. Oh, it's the whole thing. Oh my goodness. What's a good? I've only seen the fan edits on TikTok. I'm gonna be honest. I'm like,
when I walked in here.
Oh, that's my For You page. It's this one. I guess this is TOS. It's gonna just pretend it's the song. Like he's kind of doing it. Like do you know what I mean? Like did he go on estrogen for this? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. It's yeah. And it's clear like he had quite a bit of respect for the role. Like if you look at the trailer, it's like there's a weird gay boy and he has weird ideas about his gender. And you see like him talk about the role, he's gendering her properly. Because I think is it about based on a true story? Where he was like, I tried to act feminine and not effeminate. Like a note, you know, it's a good, yeah. It's nice. What else were we talking about? He kind of ate. What else is going on? It's funny that he's the Sigma male. though. Like he's like, I feel like he's got a couple roles, right? Where people are like, he's a Sigma male. And okay, he's doing a queer role. I feel like that makes sense to me. What was the one where the actor like backed out last minute? Like signed up for a gay role then backed out last minute? What am I thinking of? Oppenheimer's a Sigma male. I think so. Is it Joaquin Phoenix? That was crazy. And he's like, pause, I can't do this. Joaquin Phoenix, your line was not pause. That is not in the script. I love queer new clips.
Why not?
I feel like he has like 60-year-old gay guy swag. Like, oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, he's got it. That's a very believable role. You know, how many men who looked like this when I was like a 19-year-old twink on Grindr would message me? He's eating it up, absolutely.
Fucking dumb. So
You think?
I don't take it personally. Just been striking out. Oh, it's not.
It's Jover. It's Jover. Yeah, Daniel Craig. What? May I say boots? Do you think he knows what that means? We have to teach him. That was great. I was actually great. I think that's cool. Boots indeed. Many are saying this. What are there? Neither of the Brokeback Mountain guys are gay, right? I've actually never seen that movie. You did see Aziri Thomas Shelby, yes. Is that hard? I feel like that's very easy to believe. To me, that is very easy to believe. Is he straight or just with a cross-dresser? Wait, who are we talking about? Oh, do you know what? You know what? I do want to... Have you guys seen the... do I want to... I guess the stream is fine to talk about it. I guess... You guys been keeping track of Milo Yiannopoulos? Have you guys... Did you guys see all that? Did you guys see the thing that I'm obviously thinking about in this situation? Does anyone, if none of you are aware of it, then I won't talk about it. You know what I mean? Because I would feel like if no, then I don't, you know. Yes, he has a straight arc. He does have a straight arc. Not the Santos stuff. Milo dating trans med doll. Yeah, okay. At least someone. Is she a trans med? I don't know. I don't even know what Pariah is. Is she a trans? I don't even. Milo is dating one of the like pseudo Red Scare. Or I guess they're dating. I don't fucking know. Yeah, did you see this? They're like one of the like New York like Red Scare right-wing transsexuals who's like a Catholic bear punch, thank you. Who's like a you know, like self-hating trans like Catholic lady she calls herself like a choir boy. Yeah, she's friends with the Hegelian e-girl thing. It's the worst. I mean, I was thinking about it because my reaction to this was that this is the worst thing ever. Milo picking like the most boyish looking Catholic transgender woman to date as like a way like for his like straight arc is very like it feels like an offensive joke. But I'm happy for them. I think they're perfect for each other. Because Milo became Catholic, right? Like, of course he did. I think so. Yeah, it's great. Is he still living with his ex-husband? That's great. Yeah, I mean, I wonder. I mean, they talk about Catholicism and why Vatican II is bad. I'm sure they have plenty to talk about. And I mean, the chessboard too, with the pawns in the back rank. I'm sure they have plenty of stuff to talk about. Honestly, the Catholic converts are so fascinating. It's a crazy LARP. I was talking about this with. I don't think I talked about this yesterday. I was talking about this with Meal, if you know Meal on Twitter, about like why do all these Catholic converts convert to Catholicism and then say the Pope is cucked? I don't believe in Vatican II. I wanted to go back to like the old trad Catholicism. And why don't they just become Orthodox? Like just be Orthodox and then you have nothing to complain about. But that's the reason why. It's because they want something to complain about, right? Like Protestantism isn't as unified, so it's like whatever, like. But with Catholicism, it's like, oh, like this is a problem. It's so annoying. Oh, it's hard. We have to go back. We have to return. You can be annoyed about it. I think that's why. Um, and also like it's too foreign. It's like old Slavonic. It's weird. Um, to convert religion as a clear defined leader you disagree with. It is odd unless you're like a contrarian, in which case it's perfect. Because then you can be annoyed. You can complain about things. And it's also like Protestantism is like reacting to Catholicism. So it's like it's closer in that sense. Should have gone Muslim, but that's too woke. Like the right. What is the phrase in French? Like the Islamo gauche or whatever. Like the Islamo leftist, they're upset. The French right is obsessed with you know, the left and Islam, and it's like the same. It's a similar sort of belief. Islamo-gauchisme. Yeah. There's kind of no point. The original distinction within like Catholicism and Protestantism also is just something they don't care about. Like concretely, that doesn't matter to them. Who you think's winning the NBA? I honestly haven't been paying attention to the NBA this season. Who got? For some reason, I wasn't looking at the NBA news during the off season, and then who the fuck got traded to the Nuggets again? That I was like so surprised. Who got traded to the Nuggets recently? It was Westbrook. He's like, oh, okay. I don't know if I like that. Rest on the Nuggets. I don't know if I like that. I don't know who's gonna win. It might honestly be the Celtics again. I think they're out of their slump. Is that a hot take? I don't want it to be. I don't want them to win. They signed him. Yeah, sorry. I'm not sure. What are like the NBA odds? What is the one the specific one I'm thinking of that does like odds for the NBA championship? What website was that? I wonder what they say is like the most likely. Does Nate Silver, does he still do odds on NBA? I don't even know what's going on with Nate's model. Is he not doing projections anymore? Or is 538? I guess he left 538, so they're not doing the predictions. I wonder if no, they're not doing it this year. His model is strange. I don't know what's going on there. I feel like like a week ago I was like, because what does it have right now? What is the most updated Nate Silver model for? I didn't know that he was gay till like a week ago. People were like, yeah, that's a big thing. That's a big part of, is it 55-45? I guess that's pretty right for Kamala or Kamala. I didn't know I was pronouncing her name wrong. I was pronouncing her name wrong for fucking years, and none of you corrected me. I mean, Kamala is also mispronouncing her name. Now I'm misgendering her? Fuck. It's not a big part of his prediction. Yeah, it's a big part of his predictions. It's like a big part of his like thing, his like deal, is that he's gay. He's the gay baseball guy. I guess everyone involved in election Twitter is gay. That's probably true. Okay, I knew that Galen was gay. I feel like I think I clocked that one. I think I clocked that one. TBH, to be honest. It's gay AF to vote for another man. Yeah, I don't. It is just a coin toss. I'm just gonna start saying it like that. Fuck coin toss. I mean, could you imagine if it was Biden right now? It'd be like 80% odds for Trump. It's so crazy that he wanted to be president for another 4 years. It's crazy that he's the president of America now. Do you know what I mean? Like he's in charge. The Hejabibidova guy. Remember what he said? Hejabibidova. Go to the ballot box or the battle box. Yeah, remember that guy? Remember Joseph Biden? Why is he doing anything in public? Like what? Like, oh, I forgot to. No one reminded me. I'll do. I gotta do the SMH chat. I actually just forgot to. I'm gonna do a 3-minute ad break. I'll be back. I'm gonna get some water. Okay. I'll be right back. back. Did I get a raid? Oh no, I didn't. Did I? I don't think so. We didn't even get that. I'm so bad at chilling. I'm very not good at it. You should give me money, and then you won't have to deal with the ads, and also my life would be better. Give me money. It's an order. $5 a month. Remember when everyone pooped their pants about that? Like, of all the things to be mad about that lady about, it was just give me $5. I think that was like a humiliation fetish thing. And I think that it probably worked. Like, that's a very smart angle if you're like a lady Twitch streamer. The ads are still going, I think. Oh, okay, it tells you, and then it cools down. Yeah, it's like a Findom thing.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Thank you, Gnome
I
Chomes.
had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
That one's my favorite. No, you know what? Someone please gift one sub. A single sub again, and I think it'll do it. That's it, because it's a funny gift sound. Funny gift sub sound. I think it's a 50-50. It's that one or the other one. I won't tell you what it is. It's the funniest one. It's my favorite. This isn't even ploy to get money. I mean, it is also that, but I do want to hear it. They increased the price of Twitch subs, didn't they? How much is it now? Is it $6? $6 USD?
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
No.
Oh,
God damn
I
it.
had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you, Spudley. I'm sorry. You rolled wrong. I think it's one gift sub, isn't it? Scam. Someone else has to do it. I'm sorry. It's a 50-50. You rolled wrong.
Oh, it's okay. I'm
No!
transgender.
Oh, I had no idea.
I'm not.
Do whatever
I
you
am
want all
actually
the time.
disappointed. I'm serious here. Foxmire, thank you. Thank you. Where's the dashboard for this? I'm not even baiting you. No, it's not a resub. It's specifically.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Okay,
Oh,
maybe
I
it's not
had no
working.
idea.
Thank you, Big
Do
Ones.
whatever you want
Maybe
all
it's
the time.
not working. Why is it? Where's the sub noise? I'm actually looking. I'm looking at my Streamlabs thing now. I'm not. This is not. I'm not doing a bit. But thank you for the.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna
Now
come.
with 2 T's, thank you for the gift sub. So it wasn't that one either. Maybe it wasn't 50-50. Maybe it's less than that. Alec, thank you. Thank you for the tier 1.
A brown bear?
Where is it? I think it's this one. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't. It's not a bit, I promise. It's very funny. It's my favorite one, and I don't know. I swear it was a single gift sub. It's not the Cuomo one where he yells it. It's the other one. One subscription is a gift, and then it's frequently. We're literally. It's just a bad roll. I actually think it's a bad roll. So one subscription is a gift frequently, and it's. I swear it's here. Spudley, thank you.
Test.
I don't know what maybe frequently is not that frequently. I am actually just it's okay, it's fine. It's fine. I committed fraud. It's okay. Hey,
I am gay.
Barry, thank you for the tier 1. I'm pronouncing that wrong. Is this? Was there not a
Oh, it's
notification?
okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no
Okay.
idea. Do whatever you want all the
Something's
time.
wrong. Something's wrong here. 90% of 90% of Twitch donators stop right before the really funny
Oh, it's okay.
donation.
I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no
Right
idea.
before the donation
Do whatever you
one.
want all the time.
That's funny. Why is it not? I'm gonna go to my dashboard. I'm calling the Serbian cops. That's okay. What are they gonna do? Okay, Twitch. Subscriptions. Which one is it? Maybe the it's okay I'm transgender one is just too common. I don't know. I guess we'll never know. I'm actually not sure. I'm kind of confused. Brown bears randomly frequently. When subscription is a gift. I don't know. I actually don't know. I'm sorry. I guess we'll never know. I feel heavily exploited. I'm sorry. I don't know I don't know how to computer. I don't know how this works. I'm just this small bean. I'm a worker, that's true. I'm just a small exploited bean. Whose money? We will never know. I don't know why it's not working. What if I put it up to very frequently? Oh no, not very rarely. Very frequently. Maybe that'll change it. My streamer's a fraud. It's possible. I'm sorry. What else has been happening recently? Was Cam?
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Okay.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the
KJR
time.
Barry, thank you for the gift sub. I really don't know what's. I don't know why this isn't working. It happened yesterday. I swear to God, it happened yesterday.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no
Why
idea.
is it not working?
Do whatever you want all the
Sweatler,
time.
thank you. Why is it not working? Okay, which one is the transgender one? This is Biden gay. Yeah, and it's frequently. When subscription is a gift. Very frequently. We're just rolling poorly, I'm sorry. It's literally just a poor roll. When subscription is a gift, it's the one that I like. Very frequently. Just bad roll. It's a bad roll. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what the odds are because very frequently is not a thing.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
What?
Oh, I had
Okay,
no
I want to
idea.
make this one
Do
less
whatever you want all
popular.
the time.
Is it the...
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Big
Oh,
ones,
I
thank you.
had
And
no
LG
idea.
also, thank you.
Do whatever
Thank
you
you.
want all the time.
It's...
Do not come.
No, it's not that one. What is the... I am trans... What is... I can't find it. It was like a lesson of some sort. I already did. Okay. All right. This is why you don't gamble. Yeah. Statistic. I mean, let me ask the audience. When a subscription is a gift, very frequently. I don't know what to tell you. What is this one? I'm just looking at all my...
Do not come.
So it's... Do you hear that one? The do not come one? Does that ever happen? Maybe there's something wrong with these. It does happen? Okay. I'll make that one less common for subscription was a gift. Like as default, maybe. Where's the it's okay I'm transgender one? Maybe make that one less common.
I'm gay.
We don't get that one at all. I feel like. I don't know what's going on. Then brown bear. I'm fucking with these. I don't know what's going on. Honestly, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not working. We'll get it eventually. Eventually someone will gift enough. Did I accidentally run another ad? Oh. No, I didn't. Okay. Oh, okay. I wanted to watch this video about Jeremy Fragrance. I don't know what's happening. I'm sorry, chat. Thank you for the gift subs, though. I'm sincerely... Okay, I'll just play it. How about that? Do you guys want that? Do you want it to be organic? I can just play it. No? You don't want... Okay, because you were giving subs. You don't want it. Okay. I won't then. That would make it all fake. I'm just telling you, it's very frequent when subscription is a gift. I made the other ones less frequent. It'll happen. It'll happen eventually. I'm not even fucking with you. I don't know what's going on. It's not a bit. I'm not doing a bit. We can watch this video.
So the hook is... It's okay, I'm transgender.
It's this one again.
I have no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you again, Spudley. I don't... There's something wrong with this. I can't find the... Oh, okay. So this is the default one. Is the like...
Oh, it's okay.
What if I change the default one to this? Okay. I think that makes it better. Okay.
I'm gay.
There you go. That was it. That was the one. Yeah, I guess happy. Thank you, Roxfire, again. Thank you. Yes. There you go. You win. Let this be a lesson, folks. The house always loses. You always, if you go to a casino, if you gamble, you always win. Every time. Eventually you get it, and it's worth it. Gambling does pay off. You get to hear Joe Biden say that he's gay. That's the stupidest clip. Exactly. That's why I like it. You should have known. You should know by now that that would be the case. Never stop gambling. That's the lesson of today. Okay, I wanted to watch this video about Jeremy Fragrance. My goat.
Pretty important. So the hook is pretty important. The first impression. The top note, the first 3 seconds or something, it's like, boom, what the fuck? A spin, bam.
He's kind of looking, I don't know. Maybe he's just getting, maybe my goat is just getting older.
I'm Jeremy Fragrance, the #1 fragrance icon that follows the teachings of Jesus. I'm a person of high popularity in Germany and successful on social media or video.
Can you tell me what you would want
Yeah,
this video to be?
I would like from this documentary as this type of a big in USA approach. I want to go with you, the camera team, around New
He's the funniest type of guy, which is like a German guy who's like, I love Miami.
York City, show some epic places like the Times Square.
Something smells nice here. I think it's her.
Perfumeries. I close my eyes and you just give me a fragrance. I know the fragrance you're wearing. It's Spice Bomb, right?
Yeah.
Chanel Allure Sport O Extreme. And
That's my
interact
guy.
with the people here and that big energy.
He's like the GeoGuessr guy, but for fragrances.
I just thought of some. Get some vibes. Let's just not do it. One of the reasons I'm on a good energy in my videos is because I record them sometimes after I went on the toilet when I
You're right, he is Polish. I didn't know that, but I was
really had
simplifying.
to go on the toilet. Whoa.
He just calls himself German. It's kind of sad, actually, if you think about
Imagine
it.
you just took a shit.
But please include what he just said. Wait, I do it.
What are you wearing today?
I'm wearing my own deodorant.
Does he
Okay.
sniff
I even
any
have it with
14?
me.
Is there a video of Jeremy Fragrance sniffing a 14-year-old? My king, King, please rethink this. My goat is washed.
Even your bag's white.
Yes.
Is that on purpose?
Yeah, it's on purpose. I sold my Ferrari
He does
about
sniff women a lot.
3.5 months ago. In my brain, I have experienced the peaks of financial, the peaks of sex, the peaks of social recognition. I started out being a fragrance
He's experienced the peaks of social recognition.
critique, doing top 10 list, best fragrances for date, best fragrances for the office, top 10 fragrances for men. I got even more intense into it, made my own fragrance brand.
What was the lore about that? Like, he was like kicked out. I remember he was kicked out of some fragrance thing. He admitted to. Did he admit that he did it? I remember he said that he was, to quote him, sued for rape.
And then things like
And that he also became gay, and then he regrets it.
TikTok comes, so I started to be more engaging, more attention grabbing. The biggest thing for me is the faith. I think many people know it, they just look at my Instagram. Do you think that is smart, to punch my own face? No, so I also don't want to punch other people. Like Jesus says, do to others like you want them to do to you.
That's facts.
And one of the things is sell your stuff and give it.
He said he was charged with
Or
rape,
I
yeah.
didn't give the money from the Ferrari.
I thought he said he beat the case. I mean, I'm sure he, you know, like, to be clear, like, I'm sure, you know.
For.
Yeah, it's
But
not
I'm
good.
growing and
He's not a good guy. He's not a good guy.
having less.
I do listen to
I want
podcasts.
that to be clear. I do read books. And what I learned from the
Chad did a video.
owner of Chick-fil-A, have your mission, your mate, and your master.
Oh, he said that he did it by lying. Oh, that's crazy.
By the way, that
Was that in the old video or is that
3
new? Is that
so
new?
good. 2 is not so sexy. 3 things. Have your mission, have your mate, have your master. I took the
Yeah, it is very hard for me to imagine that Jeremy Fragrance respects women's consent. Like,
be iconic. and I
there's
use that
no, yeah.
quote to teach the teachings of Jesus. That's my mission. If you can actually articulate your mission, meaning your life's purpose, you live about 8 years longer than if you don't. So nice to meet you.
Nice to
Are you
meet you.
East European?
Yes, I am.
You look very attractive.
Thank you.
The second, the mate. I am close in finding my mate. I do like women that speak natively English instead of German. You're wearing a good
It's funny. He's a self-hating German who is Polish.
fragrance. It's powdery, sexy, feminine. Such a nice New York City vibe. This vibe, nice.
She's like, I need to leave.
And the third thing.
I need to get out of
having
here.
Your master. God. Because if you yourself would call yourself God, oh, that's dangerous, because there were people that thought they are God, and we know what they did to societies.
What if
I
someone
guess
doesn't
so.
believe in the same matter?
Like that classic thing of a guy who thinks that he is God. Like we all know what happens when a guy thinks that he's God. It's like, do we? I guess we do.
I tell you, you are watching me, and I tell you what I think is correct. So I've experienced what guys want: sex, wealth, and being famous. Listen to me and learn from me, because it's about helping people.
Today I did not jerk off before my video, which I normally do, but I keep my semen.
Let's say you had a cold shower, you just had sex with your wife. After you had sex with your wife and you didn't come,
why didn't you come with your wife?
Oh, come on. You don't... He's like, this guy doesn't fucking know about semen retention. Like...
Bro, man, I don't like this. The people don't get it when you interrupt.
Okay, go ahead.
That's... Oh, the angle is that he's annoyed that he's asking him a question.
I start again. Because I understand how to balance...
He's such a freak, dude.
How to balance attention of humans.
He's such a freak.
And if you interrupt, they are with their thoughts somewhere else. They look at something else, unless you edit it in a smart way.
It is so interesting. That is actually a very revealing component of his psyche. That he's like, yeah, like he is captured by the algorithm. He is a human. He's a human being of the algorithm. That is the like online social media is like where he gains his like life essence.
You gotta handle and understand your sexual energy. Gives you ultimate power. It gives you the strength to convince people.
Let's say you boost yourself intensely with having sex with your wife. You just had a cold shower.
You don't come. Sorry, go ahead. I just was clarifying.
One more time.
He can't help himself. That's all. I think that's...
This is... Yeah. I don't want you to be so sarcastic.
No, I'm not sarcastic. I'm being real. I'm being real right now. I was clarifying because I was interested in the fact that you didn't...
Good.
In this scenario, the guy didn't come with his wife. That's all.
Yeah, because if you come, you
Here we go.
actually
now he's
boost out your energy instead of holding it in. Sexy, baby! I learned ways to infuse myself in an ethically correct way, so I got this good energy. Power! Number one, bam, energy.
Are you doing a character or no?
Yes, it is a kind of a character, but at the same time, it is me.
No, that's
just
good.
In an extreme way.
Yeah.
Without taking drugs.
Rather buy something else.
I'm not taking drugs. Hey, it's just protein powder, all right, guys?
Most of my viewers are 17 to 25-year-old men. They can become very dangerous men.
Yeah, that's not a surprise to me.
Or if you guide them correctly, great men.
What's a great man?
If they have the mission-made master, just rewind the video. Stimulus, have the faith correct, and have a harmony of love and sex. Ways to infuse myself in an ethically correct way, so I
pressed the button.
All right, guys.
They can become very dangerous men, or if you guide them correctly, great men.
What's a great man?
If they have the mission-made master, just rewind the video. Mission-made master. And if you understand the stimulus, have the faith correct, and have a harmony of love and sex with one partner.
So perversion is a perversion of the concept of Tao and Jing from the Tao sexual practice. If you sexually satisfy your partner, you're not supposed to lose your essence. Well, it's that discourse, but also combined with like modern discourses on the female orgasm, where like in ancient Europe, like Greeks going forward, ancient Greeks going forward, there's the belief that the woman, like the female, had to orgasm during sex in order to have a child, because there was the belief that like the vagina is just an inverted penis, and so like the male releases seed, and then the female also releases some sort of, well, I didn't think of it as seed, like some sort of fluid, and the fluids combine. So it's like they both have to, but then they realized in modern science develops, they're like, oh wait, female doesn't have to orgasm. So it doesn't matter at all. So the female pleasure doesn't matter. And so women go from being contextualized as like incredibly horny and perverse to being like frigid and unsexual. That's like that change in stereotype leads, from that.
I include my philosophical stuff.
So it's like you kind of take the like modern European view of and then you add the semen retention stuff.
Every once in a while. For example, just today I posted a picture which was with a fat yacht. Imagine somebody would buy himself this yacht just to get a lot of social recognition and likes, and I just stood in front of this yacht. Imagine something would buy this yacht to get likes. I didn't do that, and still I'm getting the likes.
He's fucking genius. Oh yes, is that the Rad Femme Hitler tweet? That's maybe the most insane Twitter mutual I have. Is Rad Femme Hitler?
I delete about 80% of my...
One of the more, like, one of the Twitter characters I am most fascinated
content,
about.
So only the viral stuff stays. From my 23 posts per day, only...
Oh, the tweet was the thing in the chat, by the way. The children conceived when the mother didn't have a climax are not ensouled.
To survive, what people should not forget, people like Picasso, he is very successful, but he also created a lot of paintings.
That's true. That is true, he did create.
By the way, my artist name came at some point when
I love how Jeremy Fragrance is his artist name.
Band.
Oh, I guess it would be his artist name, yes. That is important, Jeremy Fragrance lore.
Came in there and I liked the name Jeremy. The idea was Jeremy Williams, the surfer from Hawaii. Also, I was visualizing something like people screaming, Jeremy.
He's such a fucking narcissist. It's awesome.
When I got into fragrances more, I thought I stick with the Jeremy and just call myself Jeremy Fragrance.
Jeremy Fragrance.
And now it's even on my credit card.
Is it his legal name? Jeremy Fragrance is on his credit card? That's awesome. He's become Jeremy Fragrance.
Oh, you smell good, bro. Oh, I love that one. Bro, it's Chanel Allure Sport 083. Come, give me a phone. I make a picture of you.
It's a video.
Everybody say, fire! Fire! I just thought of some word. I like USA very much. USA stands to me for everybody's...
What do we think USA stands for? Ultimate smelling area.
Equal from down to the top and big thinking. You smell good. Thank you. I like USA more than any other country, even Germany. So I'm in New York City. As a kid, I saw these things like welcome to my crib, bad boys. I wanted to have friends with people like you. Whoa, how do you do it correctly? Like that? I'm fine, nice.
Please go to that. Okay, look at this. Wow.
Can you do one-handed push-ups?
Yeah, I can do one-handed push-ups.
Just film this real quick.
Oh, dog.
Right. Up here. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Impressive, bro.
Nice to meet you again.
Good vibes, thank you.
The USA stands for United States of Austria.
She smells a bit like geröstete Mandeln, which means something like roasted almonds.
Can you make it?
You want me to? Yeah, sure. Sorry, I'm not doing anything. 1, 2, 3. Great.
Did you make any 9/11? Does he talk about 9/11?
Man, you smell good. Hey, man, we met last time. The guy with the white suit.
Jeremy Fragrance, was it?
Yes.
Are you still doing Jeremy Fragrance?
Yes.
Are you in any way associated with this wiener behind us? I'm just curious. I'm the naked cowboy
here with Jeremy Fragrance.
He's getting hot. Country road. Oh, my God. Rocky Balboa in the house.
What's Jeremy's dead name? That's a good question.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, you got timed out. I think it was a bot. I'm sorry.
Days are numbered.
Oh, whoa.
Hey.
That's epic.
Just bring me 10%.
Well, I'm getting the guitar and the hat of the naked cowboy. Nice.
It is so funny. Like he is such a one-man act. I can imagine how insufferable he must have been as like in his like boy band era, because he clearly is just completely unable to vibe. Like any other character on the screen, he doesn't know what to do with.
Okay. That was funny. Wow, crazy, bro.
You were under outside with a giant book. I'm pretty sure. Can't you just be nude in New York? Isn't it legal?
Of course.
Maybe that wasn't what you meant. Right? I guess you meant like spiritually, how you could do that.
So impressive. We have this as a main thing and a little bit of the American flag, so it should be in the shot. That's
No,
good.
I thought so.
You sent me that email
Is it only topless? Oh,
saying
okay.
you didn't want to do that like schedule that we had. You wanted to do something quick. I was thinking we might go down to Lower Manhattan. It might be kind of interesting because.
But what should we do there?
Well, there's the trial, that Trump trial.
What do you mean Trump trial?
The criminal case against Donald Trump.
I know a little bit about the situation, but I'm not looking so much into news in Germany or in America.
It is because he's clearly like a Trump guy. Like he would be, but he's like, it's not good for my brand.
I focus on the good vibes, on the positives.
Yeah.
And so I made
I love USA more than any other. This is shot at Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's place, of course. And if I could vote, I would vote for him being USA president
post
again.
about Donald Trump. So I thought about how to cover that topic. And these are the three
That's a Live Agar quote as
main
well.
things that I would say. First, I have a secret friend at the Trump family. I like that.
That's awesome. It's got to be
Don Jr. or no?
It's got to be Don
I
Jr.
stick with what I said.
It's got to be. Who do we think it is? It'd be so funny if it was Barron. Did you guys see that quote? Like, there was some tweet about like Barron Trump host party at Mar-a-Lago, and he was quoted as saying like, "A silver spoon. My spoons were made of gold." It's so cool, like all of those like trad accounts, because I feel like some components of the Trump family are like normal. Maybe it's like proximity to Trump. Oh, but Melania is his mom. Of course he's gonna be like, he's insane in like specific Yugoslav way. Like Yugoslav men are like something.
Because
it's not Jared, is it?
The Trump what
He just keeps asking. It's so funny. Eric for sure. Yeah, maybe.
What I like is
like the main
Wait.
Okay.
I have never heard a politician ever say something like, "Oh, this is so nice Christian energy here." From Donald Trump, I heard that. And on that, I make some one-handed push-ups on my fist.
He's just... I feel like a really important component of Jeremy Fragrance. I don't know if it's a language barrier thing or it's that he's autistic. I think it might be both. Honestly, I think it's probably a language barrier thing.
Thanks.
Those are not fucking push-ups also. Sorry, let's do the rep count for Jeremy Fragrance here.
On that, I make some one-handed
Let's do
push-ups on
push-up
my
rep
fist.
count for Jeremy Fragrance. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
That's enough.
Not a push-up. Not a fucking push-up.
I would want to do like more of.
I can't look. I'll do real push-ups with both of my hands that are full reps.
A sit down. I think it would.
There's no half reps are just not. They're
Won't
not
sit down
useful.
tomorrow.
You want to sit down tomorrow?
No, I tell you why. When I sit down, my energy level crashes.
So you want to do an interview standing up?
So check this out. This is the first time I'm sitting since I was on the toilet about 8 hours ago. I could possibly start yawning in a moment. If I would eat, I would also get tired.
Yeah.
So I'm not so much into sitting interviews.
That's such a fascinating.
You know, we typically get like a sit-down interview, but you're saying you don't really want to. It just sort of grounds the
ask
whole
him for a
piece,
stands
you know?
up.
Can we do a mini master interview now?
Now?
Yes.
like it's gonna take a little bit of time. Like a mini
Then let's just not do it.
Yeah. What's up?
Ja, komm. Ja, sicherlich.
He's a German child who recognized him. ESL is English as a second language. That is a part of it, yes. Like it's like usually if you're speaking a language you're not like familiar with like a lot of the like syntax or nuance, you're like nervous about it. But Jeremy Fragrance has never been I mean, I don't know. I wonder this sort of person is completely opaque to me psychically. I cannot imagine. He's clearly very you know, why did I forget the word I was thinking of? He's clearly very insecure. Self-conscious. Why did I forget self?
I would like to get more exposure through this documentary that we're doing. As with other interviews that have been made with me, I don't even look what they want to release. Hey, can you sign the release? Released. Because I know what I said. And if you make something bad out of it, it's on you.
On that note, because you did send me an email that honestly scared me a little. You don't want me to make an evil documentary or I'll fall back on you the same as if I would do an evil statement about you, which wouldn't be true.
So I'm a person of...
It's awesome. Like you can hear the Jeremy Fragrance voice there in that like grammatically incorrect sentence.
Popularity in Germany, and when I was in a show, Celebrity Big Brother.
Ich bin die weltweite Nummer 1 in meiner Branche, was Parfüms angeht. Ich habe 5 Firmen.
That's an interesting. This is interesting lore.
Und ich verliere eigentlich Geld dadurch, dass ich hier bin.
They have about literally 24 hours of footage, and they can edit stuff how they want to.
So he's quite insecure.
Yeah, come here real quick. Handsome guys.
I don't know if you can smell what I'm...
Oh, you smell good, bro. Is it Invictus?
No.
Okay, wait. Then tell me the brand, I will know it.
Jean-Paul Gaultier.
It's Jean-Paul. Is it the Elixir or what? No, Ultra Male.
Yes.
Yeah, Ultra Male.
There you go. There you go.
Can you take a picture of me?
You got it.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, this is the Jeremy Fragrance like audience.
Yeah, I'll do this one. I got some time.
By the way, I noticed also with women that depending on which time of the month they are in their cycle, sometimes they smell particularly well. But
oh, he's like of course he's a pheromone guy.
Quickly about how you can edit and showcase.
He's like the GeoGuessr guy, but for smells.
People with the same footage. I want a nice documentary about me, and through this documentary, possibly I'm become even more popular in America as Jeremy Fragrance, the #1 fragrance icon that follows the teachings of Jesus. So they got me sitting, which I generally don't do yet at this time. So in a few moments, I should start yawning. I start yawning. It's so funny.
That's such an interesting Jeremy Fragrance tidbit about never sitting down. Well, I should probably... Cooking stream. Oop.
No.
Sorry, we're going to Oswald on Mulberry.
Oswald. It's a perfumery, right?
Yeah.
I know the owner. I slept at her house in Brooklyn.
Can you tell me about your perfume line?
Yeah, my fragrance line is...
Oh yeah, Oswald's? Yeah, I fucked her.
So good. Not even I have made my fragrances, just like Coco Chanel, she didn't do her fragrances. I'm very open about pricing, and the fragrance production costs of about $10 per fragrance.
I'm sure he's so fucking rich, which is so funny.
Before pricing my fragrance brand, I was thinking something like, I'm going to do something like $39. And then I increased the prices more and more.
And people kept buying them.
That's the current situation.
That's so awesome that he's literally like, yeah, the The production cost is 10 euros.
My brother helped me in getting this brand
Like,
rolling with a
you're not
Kickstarter
supposed
campaign.
to. Oh my goodness.
Hey everyone, this is Camille, the co-founder of Fragrance One, and the brother of the
That's so fascinating that Jeremy Fragrance's brother looks and talks like this.
one and only Jeremy Fragrance.
I had a business.
What is this speaks out? What is this video? Is he calling? Is it a call out?
Hey everyone, this is Camille.
What is? I'm not up on the lore.
The co-founder of Fragrance One, and the brother of the one and only Jeremy Fragrance.
I had a business
Imagine
relationship
Jeremy Fragrance being with your brother.
with him, and at some point I had a feeling that it would be better to end
He cut
the
him out.
business relationship with my
He cut him out.
brother.
He basically said from one day to the other, Camille, you're out.
I keep selling it
Ouch.
just without my brother involved in it from a business perspective. We are
I wanna
at
see the
Oswald.
brother.
This is a niche perfumery, so they mostly sell expensive luxury perfumes, like a $300 Parfums de Mali, Zerjoff type of price level.
What do you think of
Voted
Jeremy?
off the Fragrance Island.
I think he's very entertaining. I haven't seen him in a long time.
Wait, I thought it was a lady. He was like, I slept at her house. Oh, I guess she's not the. He's not the owner.
Kids are obsessed with you.
Can you smell what I'm wearing?
So the fragrance community, it started as a small cult, and it's
Look at him.
Smell what I'm wearing?
Look at the look he
so the
has.
fragrance community,
It's so like this dynamic among like I feel like it's especially young men is so fascinating. The young male role model. Because there's like a component of the male loneliness epidemic discourse about like men need better role models, whatever. Did I wait? Is my thing not working? Oh, I paused it. I'm such an idiot. But I feel like men, like as is, men rely on like and have some sort of affection towards like, especially online role models, so much more than women do. Like this is a guy who like ironically probably starts liking Jeremy Fragrance ironically.
Started
Like
as
it's like kind of a bit.
a small cult, and it's
But they fucking love. He's like he's like
Smells good.
Jeremy did help start that.
like he's like a baby bird who's like mom just came
So I
in
feel like he reached out to a younger audience.
I wear Elixir, Jean Paul, and then I wear Jimmy Choo Aqua.
These teen boys know they'll come in and dissect a fragrance, and they already know what they should expect.
I show you a video of a kid. I don't know how old he is. Let's say he's 12. He shoots out something like a Mancera Lemon Lime. It's like a $300 fragrance. You can.
My favorite fragrance.
No. What's the brand?
It's Mancera Lemon Lime.
Shows me some niche lemon lime. Okay.
Thank you.
he's so mad. He's so fucking mad because he got it wrong.
That is not a fragrance that I expected on him. Mancera Lemon Lime.
That poor kid is like, oh, bye. That kid is clearly like a fragrance, like he's like fragrance autism or something. Like it's like a hyperfixation. That's why it's like a weird specific.
I actually really thought that
And Jerry Fragrance is like, ah, and then he walks away.
video was funny.
That poor
It's
child.
very easy after
That poor
a while
fragrance
to recognize
enthusiast.
fragrances on people because there are about 50 fragrances that humans generally wear nowadays. I'm going to wear this guy. 2, 3, 4.
Oh my
5.
god. Oh my god, dude.
The fragrance is obviously
That's so many. That's so many.
a sandal
I am just a Twitter account. I think so.
woody, and I'm also getting some type of a
That is
fruity
true.
sexiness from it. And this, by the way, is a way on how I started describing fragrances in a more emotional way. Sexy power! It feels like you want to have sex with your girl after you watch the movie with Tom Cruise. It's
I mean, he's gay. I think he's gay. I think he's just gay. I was gonna do something about like male heterosexuality and how I think he is just bisexual, at least bisexual.
Sexy,
I don't think there's like a, I think that is
vibrant, and fruity. And I stick usually with 3 words, not more. I close my eyes and you just give me a fragrance. This smells old school, like Polish barsz. So not borscht, but the fish, no, the karpfen, because they swim in Poland in muddy water.
It is so interesting that he's like I said this before, that he's like a self-hating German who isn't German but is actually Polish. You know, like it's like the Hegelian thing, where it's like he needs to make sure that he's not German as opposed to being not Polish. Like being not Polish is so much worse for him than not German.
But this smells a bit like tuberose, lost in flowers. And if you would research that on Fragrantica, I know the owner.
That's wrong. Did he get it? I guess borscht isn't a.
You would notice something like a tuberose note in it. So this smells a bit.
National identity is different, but it's even worse though. Like the thing of like, well, my family's Polish, but I'm culturally German. I guess the German and the Poles have a specific dynamic there, in terms of assimilation. Jeremy Fragrance is like an 18th century character.
Old womanish.
Like how is that still common? Is
one of my favorite sprays is the Bleu de Chanel spray. It's so smooth. My cap costs 20 cents more or less. I'm such a polarizing guy. Even if I would have a $10 cap, people would still talk about my brand. I just took the 20 cents cap, and I find it so charming that I can get away with that.
Some people would say like you don't really care about your freight, like you're putting it out high margins, high prices and stuff, but like you care, like you care about it. That's interesting to hear.
He's such a little shit. Look at that look he gives. It is crazy how much of a petulant child he is. It is very Polish, German, Homelander. He hates when people speak about him. I think that's an important component of his psyche. Not to read too much into that specific moment, but like he wants to be able to define himself. Did you guys see fucking Homelander in that like fake game ad? He really does have Homelander face. He really is Homelander. You know, like one of those fake games that like, it's so. What do you think the check was? Because I'm not one to talk. Anthony Starr, I did a Ray Charlie Legend stream, so I'm not one. I can't make fun of him. I can't make fun of him for it. I can't imagine the check for him to be like, sure, this fake fucking game. That was Anthony Starr. He was in it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
Have a good day. I wanted to.
The first one was real.
Ciao.
Thank you. Thank
Oh
you.
no, it wasn't.
Have
Okay.
a good day. I wanted to become relevant. As a kid, I saw guys like Jean-Claude Van Damme, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Michael Jackson on stage. They had this
That is a more common thing in Europe.
iconic
That is less weird in the European context. But I mean, I'm sure,
approach.
you know.
And I tried different things like music. I wanted to be like Usher. When I did stuff like dancing, I didn't want to be just normal. I wanted to be the best. And I noticed as soon as I wrote down my goals, for example, I write down everything as fast as possible, my active consciousness inserted it, and I noticed I walk much faster than I usually do. It's so crazy. I also had a goal once, which was be proud of everything you do, and also have always explosive energy.
He does strike me as like ADHD. Actually, I think that's Jeremy Fragrance's to diagnose him. This sort of ADHD guy who's like managed to like self-medicate in a certain way, in a really kind of strange, unique way, that's made him feel a lot better.
My big
Whatever weird like habits he's developed, and he's just like obsessed. He's like in his own kind of little bubble.
vision is, I think we remember when Steve Jobs died.
I'm explaining it poorly.
Apple iPads.
There's
with
a very
candles on
specific
it.
like.
And I thought something like the idea that when I die, that people would come in white type of clothes and put some fragrances to
He's
my
such a
grave.
narcissist. It's awesome. There's like a complex. A lot of the times when people are really good at something, they used to kind of suck at it, and then they were upset about the fact that they sucked at it. It's like a thing Freud says. That was like a thing with Hikaru Nakamura. It's interesting hearing him talk about earlier chess. Is like his brother was way better than him at chess. Like he originally but he was insane about winning. And so when you have that sort of complex and you start to get better, you keep getting better. I feel like some ADHD people have that about their specific weird coping mechanisms that they use. And like Jeremy Fragrance has found these really weird ones, probably related to, I'm sure a lot of his like productivity stuff is like it's probably, he's hitting the slopes, as they say. Yeah, he's like an insane about winning guy.
Thank you, man.
Yes, of course. Bye, guys.
Bye.
What are you, like, what do they remember? Are they remembering you for being famous?
Here are the goals. That's what I want to be remembered.
Die is Jeremy Fragrance, the #1 fragrance icon that follows the teachings of Jesus. #2, be proud of everything that you do.
That's a pretty solid goal to have. Could you imagine how fucking mad Jeremy Fragrance would be? Could you imagine if there was another... Oh. There's the alarm went off for the ad for... Oh, I have time. I have 9 more minutes of pre-roll. Of
2, 3.
Of how mad you would be if there was another Christian influencer who followed the teachings of Jesus. Like, and you had to like compete with them. Like it was like close.
Have explosive energy. Yeah.
Have always.
Yeah, he would be so mad if he died as someone other than Jeremy Fragrance.
I had something written like a goal, have the Jeremy Fragrance TV show, and it happened as well. I had my own TV show.
Ayo, thank you for the prime.
I am gay.
It is interesting though, because there's no world where he could have a TV show. Do you know what I mean? Like you see that he's just kind of insufferable, right? Like the medium he has is, he wasn't a German boy, man. Yeah. The medium he has is like Instagram Reels.
And when it was...
Maybe in 2003, yeah, you're right. You're right. There is a time and a place for that, but it's gone now.
The idea of doing next part, they just didn't do it for certain reasons. I think I focus on the positive with this. People can research themselves. It gives Google an even more Jeremy Fragrance relevance. Google understands Jeremy Fragrance? Jeremy Fragrance? Google thinks relevant.
Do you want to talk about like the far-right guys that you took pictures with and all that kind of stuff?
Of course, we can do that. So I was living in a 55 Wall Street. My friend Michael comes and he says, Donald Trump is here. I think, okay, nice. Let me gift him a fragrance. I walk down there, don't know what the show is about. I did multiple pictures with many people. And so what I did also with a guy, as far as I understood later, more like on the right side, I still don't know what he does. And it's crazy, right?
German hour of Europe's identitarian movement.
How the media can do certain things.
Arming Populist Party. Is he AFT or is he like, it's like more?
I am not interested in racism at all.
It is funny because like I do believe him. Like he's like, I'm a passive racist. Like he's not interested. Do you know what I mean? Like interested is a perfectly accurate word for his feeling about racism.
What about
Zero.
so? But like with Trump, if
Like-
we were talking about his trial before going on, and like immunity, like his whole thing now is he's trying to be like immune to like justice and everything. So someone shouldn't be their
Yeah,
own
he's
master.
like
someone
he's like not doing ranked competitive
shouldn't be
racism. He's like it's very
king.
casual.
But if someone is trying to make themselves a master,
like godlike, that's done. No, nobody is God on earth. And I don't even support, well, I do support him because I posted something like that in the recent times. But I can ditch the Donald Trump thing.
Oh yeah,
like
he doesn't.
that.
He
I
doesn't
think he
care.
would.
I believe
Okay.
that.
If I would research, of
I do believe like he's clearly like fascist psyche, but like he's too fascist to be like an adherent. Do you know what I mean? Like he's too much of a narcissist. Like Jeremy Fragrance is a successful narcissist. He doesn't need another person to attach himself onto to live vicariously through. Like if Jeremy Fragrance was broke right now, he would love Trump a lot more. But he's like, I'm doing my thing.
Of course, he who seeketh, he findeth. But it's also something different what people tell about you or what you actually say, what you actually did. So
grab
He's
him by
too
the pussy,
narcissistic.
right?
yeah, okay. But I don't know what so much is happening, but I know what's
Someone said his show got canceled because of the allegations.
happening with me.
Or I guess not. It's not really an allegation if you say that you lied in your rape trial.
And I like that. So that could be a good ending.
He's awesome. He's just the most like not leave your drink around individual of all time. I don't think he's Elon coded because Elon's a loser. Like Jeremy Fragrance is a winner. See what I mean? Oh. Oh, so this is for thank you. It was Donny O'Sullivan. Has Donny been on has Donny's been on the podcast? He has, hasn't he? He's been on QAA before. It wasn't a one I was on. Yeah, he was on. I think it was. I mean, he's been on a couple times. But yeah. Twice, thank you.
Welcome to the whole
QA lore.
story. I'm Anderson Cooper. The spread of misinformation and conspiracy theories has flourished with the rise of online social platforms that cater to extremist views.
It is like mega communism is so funny to me because it is like I was talking about Haas and all that like in was it 2021? I think it must have been. I was in grad school still. And it was like the funny little meme. And I was like, oh, that's so silly. And I mean, it still is a meme, but they're really doing it. I mean, it is really just, it's not Haas, it's the other guy. I mean, they're not really real, but like they're clearly making some sort of cultural impact. It's Hinkle. Because Hinkle just like posts whatever. They're building actual communists, exactly. And he's kind of like Hinkle is like making sure his day ones get to also be like, on Russian state propaganda or whatever.
With little to no regard for what's true and what's not.
Hinkle, I don't think they were ever like, I guess tanky doesn't mean anything. Like, they weren't really like, I guess they liked, well, they liked Stalin in the same way that like Russians like Stalin. Like regime for the sake of regime. It really does feel like a different thing.
It's Donny O'Sullivan.
And not even to say like, oh, Stalinists are chill. It strikes me as a different thing. I mean, is it? I guess like old. It is, okay. I changed my mind. It is very like old Marxist Leninist, and old in the sense of like literally old right now. like old MLs like that in like who are part of Marxist-Leninist parties, kind of have a similar sort of belief to mega communist guys. So I guess there is a sense in which it is a continuation.
Has spent years
I guess I changed my mind
for these conspiracy theories. But tonight he's focusing on a group of people you probably haven't heard from. Young men who were once liberal Democrats but have changed their views in some pretty surprising ways, they say, after becoming disillusioned with politics.
I'm also just honestly more than anything interested in how they're presenting these guys. It is funny that it's supporting the USSR's invasion into Hungary, which means like not even Stalinist but like Khrushchevite. But that is the original meaning. They're like social conservative, like chauvinists. I guess that's the way of explaining it. Which in reality, like, yeah, a lot of the old ML Marxist-Leninists, like party MLs, are kind of just like that.
A lot of my time at conferences, and there's a subtle art to a successful one, like making sure there's plenty of refreshments, creating room for stimulation.
I guess they are the real Marxist-Leninist movement.
Conversation. At a good conference, you can feel like you're at home. But sometimes conferences are a mixed.
Oh, is this? I remember I saw a video from this.
Cameraman of the year, CNN guy Dottie.
Sometimes you get a warm welcome. Sometimes.
Oh, okay. Before we do more of this, I'm gonna do an ad break. I'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll watch this. Okay. It's 1 hour and 3 minutes. I'm gonna start it. It isn't like I've never cared about ads on Twitch. I've never touched them. I didn't realize that you can run ads and then disable the pre-rolls. And since I realized that, it was like, well, that's like obviously the thing I should do. Oh, this isn't updating for some reason. Oh well. That's 2. Oh. Oh, sub points is different than subscribers. I see. Okay. 2 minutes left. Oh yeah, I want to know what ads you guys are getting. Tell me the ads you're getting. If you're not, I always want to know. Nothing. Well, there you go. Does everyone? I guess not everyone gets an ad. You got a scary ad? No. There will a country no ads. That's interesting. I guess that makes sense. They're like custom. There's nothing to advertise in Poland. The new Polish ad for the what is even going on in Poland? There's a milk shop that opened down the street. Go buy our milk. Yeah, whatever's going on in The Witcher, I guess. Those are what the ads should be about. I haven't played the games. I can't do the joke. There's an advertisement to slay a beast that has been ravaging the local town. I mean, obviously, I guess that's the obvious joke. The Polish ad for a light bulb that screws in itself. Really important for the country. Okay, let's keep going.
You get harassed. Sometimes you even get hacked.
You arrived in Vegas and got hacked within an hour?
Sometimes you have to make your own fun.
Yep. Oh.
It's Memorial Day weekend and I'm not at a barbecue or watching a parade. I'm in Michigan for one of the biggest gatherings of pro-Palestinian activists in the country. But someone who is not welcome here is a 24-year-old named Jackson Hinkle.
Did he get kicked out?
You're not prepared to admit that Israel's a terrorist organization.
You're wrong.
Kim Jong-un is a
Because Hinkle really doesn't believe in anything. He wasn't allowed. What was the specific?
peace-seeking leader, despite what, the talking heads say. We're going to de-NATO-fy Ukraine and we're going to de-Nazify you.
You just sound completely bonkers.
Jackson is holding another...
It blew my fucking mind. Because he had like 50,000 followers or something before October 7th.
much smaller event for Gaza across town.
What's your name?
Mirk.
Mirk?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. How are you?
He and his followers call themselves Maga communists. And that isn't supposed to be a joke.
You guys all...
Is that... No. Is that the... Azure Dizzy, thank you. Is that the fucking Vancouver lady? Is that the lady from my city?
And that isn't supposed to be a joke.
Is that her? I think that's her. I didn't know she was a MAGA communist, dude. She went to Michigan?
You guys always... For Jack...
Oh, that's grim. That's really grim.
And I am. Yeah.
Okay.
Doing...
What her deal is? She's like me if I was evil.
Not look like one?
The first journalist I ever met.
What you've called...
She's the Hegelian e-girl thing. Remember everyone was mad about her because she was like, she posted like a line of coke on, or it was fake. It wasn't actually coke, but on the like...
Come all this way to be here.
Yeah. I feel like Jackson, he always speaks what he thinks. He doesn't have...
Oh, that's so grim that she's... That's such a grim... Like... That reflects on her so poor. I didn't realize she was like that much of like a clout.
Filter.
Really just going anywhere.
All right, it's about...
I guess that explains everything she's doing to me. There really isn't anything. It's just like...
to go. But yeah, let's see.
It's like someone who, like... like carcinization? Like the, like... People independently of... Like animals independently evolve into a crab. It's like that, but like with Red Scare. Like that sort of cultural...
If they sell it out, I don't know. I don't know what to... I do not know what to expect. A lot of kids in suits.
Dashaization.
Among the suits, a Democrat-turned-MAGA communist in a Hawaiian tank top and flip-flops, who calls himself Charmhole.
Is that... Was there a... No, it's not. No. That was my chatter. What happened to him again? That was my fucking chatter. Is that him? No shot, dude. It's just like I'm getting like Felix syndrome. Dude, I don't like this at all. It's like with Felix how like all of those like alt-left, like the Amy Therese or whatever, they all did that because Felix, Chapo Felix like wouldn't reply to them. Like we banned this guy. I don't know who banned, what is someone is, and then he became a mega communist. I cannot. This is like this. Is this like look like he was like a. What it was. Oh, it's like insane. Like he was like an active chatter. Oh, that's grim. That's real. That's actually so fucking grim, dude. Okay. So this is former, like, very dedicated Liv Agar chatter. Oh. I can't comprehend this. This is so upsetting.
Charm hole. Follow me on everything.
So that's your online name?
Yeah, my online
not
name.
Your, not...
My actual name is Adam Service.
Okay.
I'm incredibly American, born and raised in Ohio.
So you're a streamer? What?
Yeah. I've been on Twitch, but I've been banned off Twitch a few times. They don't like me because I'm very political, like these guys, my heroes, which is weird to say since they're younger than me.
You guys have to promise to not do this. Like, everyone who's chatting right now, you have to promise to not. I need to make you sign a contract. If you're like a regular chatter. Here's the Discord ban log. Oh, I guess I... Oh, I can't do it. He was doing some bad shit in the Discord, I assume.
But
these guys are your heroes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here if they weren't.
So are you...
He's a... I mean, I figured. I figured. Like, I don't...
Absolutely. Mega communist.
Absolute chaser
I
phenotype.
hate Trump. I would call him old. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to cuss or say bad things
No, you
here.
can cuss, yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I used to call him a pedophile, illiterate retard, stuff like that, because I was a big Bernie bro, and I was like, I'll do anything for Bernie, anything, right? And that's why I love these guys, because they just assume you're smart. They're going to tell you all the smartest stuff, and if you don't get it, then you're just going to miss out on the next big thing, which hopefully is MAGA communism, or at least America's form of communism.
This is like... I feel vertigo right now.
MAGA communism.
MAGA communism.
You know...
This is like... This is so upsetting to me.
People watching CNN.
This is so upsetting to
They're
me.
gonna say... You're crazy.
Absolutely. I would hope so.
How's it going, everybody? All right.
First scene, Tony's good. Tony's like good.
This is great. It's good to be here. We actually have CNN in the building with us tonight. They're filming some propaganda documentary, which
The crowd here was mostly male and mostly white.
you know, today's event is called Free America to Free Palestine. Shout out to the AI gods for giving me this beautiful shot.
That's so
of the
grim that they're
American
using.
Cowboys.
That's how you know they're fascist. Is they're using AI.
Palestine flag. We need to stop supporting, you know, these genocidal maniacs, and we need to, of course, arrest everyone who is committing these crimes at this very moment, which is almost all of Congress.
Are they gonna interview him more? That's so upsetting. No, they go to his house. Dude.
And the White House.
The green scene, dude.
But Jackson had barely started
like
speaking
this.
about Gaza
I've been to Russia, I've been to China. Their major cities are much nicer.
before he launched into pro-Russia and pro-China talking points.
Now, Russia's better and stronger than ever before, and their leader has a very high approval rating. The more America supports real terrorist entities like
The Liv Agar Twitch chatter to mega communists.
real terrorist countries like Ukraine, the more that we strengthen our actual enemies. And I will just say once and for all, so Piers Morgan never has to ask me again, no, I do not condemn Hamas. Very simple.
Jackson's social media following skyrocketed after the October 7th attack on Israel.
Joe Biden is plunging us into a fascist state.
Because he went on Tucker like pretty early, didn't he?
And he's a big fan of Vladimir Putin.
Most of what is said about Vladimir Putin in the mainstream press is just factually not true. We as communists want to unite with Maga voters and finish the job of Donald Trump.
As the event came to a close, superfans lined up to meet Jackson.
That was the most inspiring thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I've seen Barack Obama.
This is legitimately distressing.
That was something to behold, for sure. You see all the people there and you think, wow, I'm really a part of something.
I will say, I asked like Charmhole, like the guy in my chat, and a couple of you said like yes. I will say thank you for not telling me the moment you found out about that. Like thank you for letting me live in a world where I didn't know.
Really don't. I really cannot tell if you're doing a bit. But not everyone who came here was a fan of Jackson's.
What did you think?
I think he's an insane person.
Insane?
Yeah, I think he's insane. Rightfully criticizes America where they should be criticized, but then glorifies the Chinese Communist Party, North Korea, terrorists, you know, that have kidnapped and murdered people. I think
so. It's so interesting. Like he's getting like the communist side, Live Vagar Chaser, chatter, and then the MAGA side.
It's weird how he ties himself to
this guy. He's like, no, well, the Chinese are communists too.
And MAGA communism, when Donald Trump is the most pro-Israeli president that's ever lived.
I mean, sure.
MAGA communism are complete polar.
Honestly, at this point, I feel like Biden kind of I think Biden beats him.
Opposite.
Yeah. I guess Biden beats him in terms of things that they've done, but Trump would have allowed this to happen. I guess that.
Are you gonna try to speak to him? Yeah, I'm gonna try to speak to him. Okay. I'm gonna do so as a gentleman.
Nice to meet you.
Blaine Kendall, a provocateur in his own right.
Let's ask about
Who
Palestine.
propped up Hamas? Why do we think Hamas had the ability to do what they did?
That's called propaganda.
Has a history of appearing on online conservative media.
Oh, of course. Okay, he's a Crowder guy. Okay. I knew it.
There's one thing when you talk about it, I want to make sure I understand. When you go into things about China, Russia, Iran, especially China, you omit so much about them. I'm from Texas. And the things that you're omitting. I have lived in China. I went to Tsinghua University. You don't say that 600 million people in the country still live on less than $1.40 a day. Well, why don't you say those things?
Okay. You're very, very emotional, like a woman.
Jackson quickly realized that he wasn't talking to just another fan.
All right, CNN propaganda. This guy's a CNN agent.
He's such a pussy. That's
CNN
awesome.
is the worst outlet in the country.
Time to get out, buddy. Danny.
They're kicking him out. That's awesome. It's true. That's true. This sort of guy. It's so interesting that both sides of the culture war produce this kind of guy. Like, who's that like debater? He's like a child. He's like an 18-year-old boy. Who did that like 20 Trump supporters argue with one liberal boy. The Jubilee kid. Like he's like a streamer now, isn't he? Like that sort of guy.
But
the culture war is really shaping people to do and he's like not on the left, right? Like he's like Kamala's strongest soldier.
A brown bear?
Helios, thank you for the prime.
We met here weren't always this way.
Like that's my impression of him. It's so funny. Yeah, is he like Destiny Lib? That's the kind of the vibe. Like he was probably arguing with people on Destiny's Discord when he was like 16 or something. That's definitely the vibe he gives off.
My name's Jackson Hinkle.
Like a few years ago, Jackson was campaigning for progressive causes.
I was BLM originally. BLM has been co-opted by NATO, by the government.
And Adam, aka Charmhole, had
Don't say it. I don't want to hear that name.
changed as well.
So you used to
Money
be a big
holders and
liberal.
debtors.
You used to be a big liberal.
Absolutely.
A big Democrat.
Absolutely, yeah.
You were a Bernie bro?
Bernie bro, through and through.
I wanted to find out.
Do you understand? Like, if he was like, I was a big Bernie bro. I even watched. There's this Twitch streamer, Liv Agar, and I watched her all the time. Like, I don't actually know what I would do to myself if he like. Tony saying Liv Agar chatter Charmel.
Change.
Why do you think the Russians like you so much?
I speak truth.
Good to see you, man.
American politics is schizophrenic. You got one side saying you're crazy, you got the other side saying you're crazy.
No, they went to his house. This is so upsetting. I get bad news about how much Charmhole is in this. That's... Oh. Why? Why? Why did they pick him? Why did Donnie have to do this to me?
Here to see Charmhole.
Don't... This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare, dude.
Adam campaigned for Bernie Sanders. Now he's a big fan of Jackson Hinkle, and in his own words, he is terminally online.
Oh.
How you doing?
I know he has 999 plus messages in my fucking Twitch stream. When I first heard that Jima was peaking in general and said, I'm worried Trump dying will solidify his win and we'll get 8 years of Pence. Y'all don't understand the fervent levels of Nazism within the US. Yeah, I mean, he was like, I'm sure he's not lying that he was a Bernie bro. I don't know how many mega communists who are mega communists now. I guess we know that there is one who is former who's now mega who watched this stream.
I'm good. Good to see you, man. Yeah.
Gotten taller since I've seen you.
That was 2020.
I think my dad's hiding.
He doesn't.
I don't like that he has my glasses. Hassan Piker, I was banned from your Discord by transphobic moderators. I was attempting to debate transsexual issues. I don't want to know what he thinks about that.
Talk all about how this is a funeral parlor.
This was a funeral parlor?
Yeah, like 100 years ago. This is actually my mom's hometown.
Okay.
Her dad, World War II vet, Pacific Theater. So he passed away, I believe, 4 years ago.
Is it former Hassan guy? Because I understand being a Hassan guy. Oh. That's a weird one. Why is it giving me the default? And you're crazy or whatever. Thank you for the subscription. Is that like on YouTube or something? That was it's like the default.
My mom passed away 2 years ago.
Okay.
Her dad always had a saying, that was his chair.
Even more rigged, not even a sound clip. I don't know why that happened. Because it didn't show up in my mini feed.
If he'd go up to the bathroom or cook something, right, he'd jump in his chair and then he'd come out and he'd say, would you jump in my grave as fast? 2 years later, she
He has a
jumped
crazy... Okay, you have to tell me now. Just tell me. Just tell me the angle he has.
That's here, by the way. Thanks. All right, I need to see where you are terminally online.
Did I screw up the settings? Is entirely possible.
Thank you.
Not the fucking Nintendo Switch on the mattresses. I guess I shouldn't. I feel like I'll start roasting some of you guys if I...
2K monitor right here, curved Samsung Odyssey G7. Love this sucker. 240 frames a second.
Could I like pull in a chair maybe to sit with you? Or,
oh, actually, yeah. Look.
Oh, it's a Steam Deck, right? Because he's a streamer.
Wow. Like millions of other video gamers, Adam watches live streams on
I'm transgender.
Oh,
Electile Dysfunction, thank you.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Thanks for the gift subs. Follow show Electile Dysfunction TV. You follow. Do politics, transsexual. It's good.
Forms like Twitch,
That's my review.
Where fellow gamers often talk.
Please don't. I would assume. Thank you for linking. I would assume that if I was mentioned in this, I would have already known.
Politics. How many hours a day would you say you?
I would have assumed I would have known already.
You play up here.
That there's no mention.
Play? Excuse me. This is work.
Like millions of other video gamers, Adam watches
It's
live
just the
streams
song.
on platforms like Twitch, where fellow gamers often talk politics.
It was so smart. I knew there was some reason why. Yeah, I don't stream. Exactly. That's why I stopped streaming, specifically so that I wasn't streaming during the period this was
How many hours
recorded.
a day would you say you play up here?
A day. Play? Excuse me? This is work right now. This is research. I'm listening to Dan Bongino while also talking to you and playing Championship Rocket League. I'm God Gamer, all right? Remember that.
Ugh.
So how many hours a day are you God gaming?
I mean, it's a full-time job. So anywhere from 6 to 10 hours.
Wow.
It's hard to understand how disgusting politics is.
He's watching Dan
Politics is
Bongino.
disgusting. So normally what I'll have is, I got Discord, everything loading up.
What was the book?
It's disgusting. So normally
It's so upsetting that this is the why.
what I
Yeah,
have is, I got Discord.
it's so cool that Hassan got to take the smoke for that. Is he also a Felix Field Republican? Well, of course he is.
Everything loading up, Rumble. So I got Bongino.
It is like I assumed he was banned from like Hassan shit as well. I do genuinely think this is like one of those situations. I think this is actually my fault.
Secret Service telling me
Like I do think that I think this is my fault.
all about how
I think
Joe
this
Biden
is
and
my
Coco
fault.
Cam
I don't like it.
almost allowed Trump to get
It's like staring into the abyss.
Cade, and I'll do that while playing video games.
No, I mean like the fact that he got banned from all of the things is the reason why it happened. Like I wouldn't like I would do it again in the same way like it's Felix's fault for making all the post-left people. It's been banned in 57 channels. That's awesome.
Is there a Taco Bell here? I've never had.
But like causally, I am in the a part of that move.
A Taco Bell.
Like that's a part of
Never
the.
had Taco Bell. There's nothing
Like that's what I mean
more
by this.
American than Taco Bell.
It's like when I see a transsexual on Twitter, and they're like, HRT date 8 months ago, and their name is Liv. Where it's like, is that my fault? I think that one's my fault.
Yeah, could I get 4?
Like I am a part of this. I have some psychic effect. I've had some effect on this person's life trajectory. That's what I mean.
Street chalupas.
I'm face to face with the fact that my actions have an effect on other people that I'm unaware of, that I cannot control.
I'm sorry, but we.
Even if it's just like, I just make kind of entertainment stuff that people have
Serve the street chalupas anymore. Dang! That's okay. Nice.
It's existentially terrifying.
Yeah, just rip it open. Hope it was worth it. No, just never have leftover Taco Bell.
Adam had moved back to his small hometown in rural Ohio after years of living in Bloomington, Indiana, a city about 4 hours away.
Wait, so
I see. So that's probably when he stopped being
tell me
woke.
though, Jackson Hinkle.
So no one told me his position, the thing he got banned for, arguing about transsexual issues.
Yeah.
To quote
MAGA
him.
communism.
Well, what was his take? What was his angle?
Oh yeah, MAGA communism.
MAGA
Well, now
communism
it's-
sounds like the dumbest thing ever. To
So
me.
it's
How can you
boomers-
define it?
Boomer, you cannot define it to boomers, right?
Well,
because
I'm
boomer.
Oh, God. That circumcision makes you trans? Yeah, I don't even. Okay, I thought that was a joke.
I'm a
Okay,
millennial,
yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So it's like I said, you have to remember.
It's so funny to be like 30 and be using the term boomer derogatorily in the like 20-year-old Twitch chatter way, where Donnie's like, I'm your age.
Communism is the Russian word for conservatism.
No, it's not.
You get the next.
Is that really the thing that they do? Where it's like, yeah, okay, that's great,
You
man.
want to take a left, or else we're just gonna see a whole bunch of beans and corn.
Do you ever miss the bright lights of Bloomington?
No,
No, not at all.
I feel like you view your time in Indiana in the city as kind of like a period of your life that's over now, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Campaign for Bernie, you know.
You were dating.
Calling all my Facebook friends racist because they didn't want to vote for Obama, you know.
Yeah. Last time I saw you, Biden was still in the race. So wait, you...
Also, crazy fall off.
That's
It's
over now,
cool
right?
how he has like chaser phenotype in both ones.
Oh yeah.
In both periods, it's like very clear
Campaign
chaser
for Bernie,
phenotype.
you know.
You were dating.
Calling all my Facebook friends racist because they didn't want to vote for Obama, you know.
Yeah. Last time I saw you, Biden was still in the race. So wait, you're guessing you're just not a Harris fan.
Jesus.
Chaser phenotype, I can't really explain it. It's just something you know.
You're just not a Harris fan.
She's a Zogbot.
What the fuck?
A Zog. Oh.
This is Zogbot.
You don't know what a Zogbot? All right. Zionist-operated government.
They've changed it to operated. Did he ever chat in there? He has yes, for a very long. Sorry, for new people, the lore on this guy. Just to remind, the existentially horrifying. Previously sub 13 months. Like just the existentially horrifying component of the specific thing that I'm watching. Just for the new chatters to understand what's.
We are.
Adam casually banters in the kind of hateful speech he regularly sees in memes and online slang.
But what happens in November?
This is insane. Like I still can't comprehend that this is real. Because like if you chat that much in my I immediately recognized his name. Like if you chat that much in my chat, like I know your name.
What happened?
If Harris wins.
If
they
don't make it too big to rig and cheat again like they did 4 years ago, because the DNC definitely cheats, which Bernie just admitted live.
So you're saying the only way Harris could win is if they cheat?
Yeah, 1,000%.
So he's like yeah, okay. Dog, thank you.
I am gay!
Dog, dead dog, Hakupi.
See, this is the thing.
Well, I know now.
And this is probably what you're going to cut this all up into is me being like a really bad, evil, white man racist that, oh man, I just hate Democrats, I hate liberals.
Like, you never think it's going to happen to you. If I start suddenly being nicer to you guys, I want you to know that it's because of this. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's because of it's
Right, a bunch of commies, you know, and it's like, okay, one, I was.
If that happens in the next, like, if I'm like a lot more like, oh yeah, like just frequent chatter.
Part of them.
Frequent chatter. I value. Your opinions are correct. You shouldn't change them, and start believing in mega communism.
4 years ago, I was in it, right? I've been betrayed by them multiple times. So now I'm trying my hand at being betrayed by the Republican Party.
Oh, nice! But Adam's departure from the left has taken him down a dark path to people like white supremacist Nick Fuentes.
Man, I'm so glad I wasn't.
Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones.
Do you think he still watches this? Think about that.
And MAGA communist Jackson Hinkle.
He was watching Hassan.
Adam is among
I'm not gonna
the 8% of Bernie Sanders supporters in the 2020 Democratic primary who are now pro-Trump.
And you actually find Jackson Hinkle impressive? You actually?
Yeah, I have. Fundamentally, I have to, because one, he's really good looking. He's fundamentally a handsome man, right?
When we first met, you said that being an American man, being masculine, it's been kind of equated with toxicity.
I mean, Hinkle's fine. I wouldn't say. Like, that's not immediately what I think of.
It's because it is, by nature. We're naturally acidic, but we can also bust nuts and create more humans.
It was just a profoundly stupid.
But the
person.
woman has a role in that too, right?
Well, yeah, they make the men. That's what my mom would always say. There's two things she ever wanted to do in her life: be a nurse and have boys. She did.
This is also, I will say, like, the guys who are like, I used to be conservative and I'm like good now. It's like there's, what is that transphobic phrase of like your factory settings?
Both.
That's the way that I like. Just one bad life event happens, and you're like, you're back to
She
this.
died happy, you know. She died fulfilled. This is why I was such a liberal growing up. Is because my dad would always
I guess never mind. I guess I don't know. I guess
listen to Rush Limbaugh.
Never mind.
You know, and
Oh, okay, no, because the parents are conservative. Yeah,
he's always yelling. And he's really mad about everything.
the parents are
He's
conservative.
going
Yeah,
to shit,
yeah.
you know. And I was like, according to mom, this is toxic.
He's just becoming his dad.
This
a
is
tale as old as time.
bad. So then I just naturally, you know, I had an aversion to conservatism and men and masculinity. And that's why I got called gay for so much. I mean, that and the blonde hair.
You got called
That and the blonde hair. That is a classic gay thing.
gay?
Yeah, all the time. In this park, constantly.
But so one thing you brought up, you had a spell in a mental health hospital. Do you take any meds
They
for
tried to get me on
depression?
Zyprexa. It was like $280 a month.
Right.
I laughed at that. I was like, yeah, right.
If you could afford it, would you?
No. No, I just smoked weed instead.
I've been on antidepressants and stuff for about 12 years now.
Oh my Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, no wonder you're so good at being true neutral. You got no
It's
emotions.
true.
to-
Like, I will say that it is oddly just it is just generally disturbing when people think about politics through like the meme terms.
to mess with you. Hey, Donnie, what's up today?
He's a compulsive liar. I guess you're right. That's a good
How
point.
you feeling? Yes.
You're just saying shit. I mean, it's very clear. Like the amount of insane shit you have to say to stick out in a Jackson Hinkle crowd to be able to get like this amount of time.
Probably grew up in a family like yours.
Yeah? Did the playground kids call you gay?
No, they call me fat though.
You were always this fat?
Yes.
You can change. You get off those mood stabilizers, start throwing the b-ball.
Adam's use of homophobic, racist, and anti Semitic slurs is something that he sees as quote unquote edgy.
You keep saying Zogbot.
I'm only
It's interesting they changed it to organized instead of occupied.
using Zogbot because I've been listening to a lot of Nick Fuentes.
You're not a Nick
because-
Fuentes fan.
Not necessarily.
No, dude.
I think that...
Because he's a white supremacist.
Well, think about it.
He's a white
No,
supremacist.
okay. He's a white proponent.
He's an anti-Semite.
He's
He
racist.
is an
fully
anti-Semite.
white. He loves Kanye. And Alex
You guys need to promise to not do this.
Jones...
Yeah,
who
I'm
did-
more of a Luvegar fan. I'm so glad that I took a break from streaming.
been trying to nail for God knows how long now.
You're an Alex
We're
Jones
staying
fan?
homeless. Absolutely. I am now. Absolutely.
But you don't believe the stuff he said about Sandy Hook kids.
I am like, I would really not be surprised if a very significant portion of the way he's like this is because he got banned in like the leftist places he was.
I mean,
Why
I
is
wasn't
it?
there.
There
I wasn't
shouldn't be.
there.
Like that, I'm very confident that that's like a considerable
did it first.
portion
I
of
was-
Difficult.
why he's like. I mean, you know, someone's like a contrarian asshole.
This shouldn't be a difficult question for you to answer.
Well, look at the evidence. Let's say that he started to look into it, and it turns out Obama had those kids murdered on purpose.
But he didn't.
But
And-
if they
and-
died, that's still a possibility because he was president. And by purpose, I still mean negligence.
He's
What about
just
the parents of the
trolling.
children, right?
What about 'em?
But isn't what
Look, it
Alex
depends.
Jones doing is making these tragedies so much worse?
The fact this is going on in a swing set makes it so much more
No.
absurd.
How do you get worse than child death?
I'll tell you how.
How?
By having idiots who watch Alex Jones show up and start harassing the parents of the children who died in the Sandy Hook shooting. That's how you make it worse.
Adam and I were going around in circles on this nonsense when my photographer
It should be
Andrew
a seesaw. You're
weighed
right.
in from behind the camera.
I just want to say something. I see a lot of you in me.
Yeah.
What if I told you I grew up 5 minutes from Sandy Hook? Just I was there. You know, like I was there right away.
I wonder how he responds to those.
The nurse, her mother was killed that day, and I grew up with her daughter. And everyone in town knows the dad.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, small town, when something like that happens. That's why I said earlier that maybe it was Obama who killed those children.
He's just trolling.
Andrew, my photographer, had briefly brought a dose of reality.
Oh, he does. He watches Hassan still.
Andrew, my photographer, had briefly brought a dose of reality to the fantasy world that Adam lives in online.
Is that it? Are we done? Please tell me that's it. Like there's no longer. All right. Basically. All right. He's watching. I know. I'm sure he fucking is.
We left Adam
I want to move on with my life.
the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, where we were about to meet one of his former Twitch heroes.
I am gay!
Live Anchor. Zakritty, thank you.
And Piker.
What is going on with this, bro? Chicago put some crazy shit on their dog.
And some other familiar faces. Mike. Where are you? Mike Lindell's in here.
Dude, have you seen Pillow him yet? Guy's here?
Yeah. He has
Pillow.
no mustache.
Oh, he actually shaved it? Oh my god, we have to find him.
Well, we're interviewing each other.
Horrifying.
It's the first morning of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, and pro-Palestinian protests
Are the pillows still on sale for $14.88? Are they still doing that?
are already gathering.
I think
Because that's crazy.
people here came in peace.
They were yesterday?
In peace. I'm asking for peace.
Well, I'm hoping to shit up without getting arrested.
That's my goat. It really is such a shame that it wasn't like 68.
We're all pressed.
Did you check in yet?
It is tense here.
We're sorry about that.
Like, it was so much smaller.
The organizers are right to be worried.
Because these guys. They're scumbags. They're ruining America.
Not everyone here is on their side.
Loads of pro-Palestine demonstrators gathering over here. Small group of pro-Israeli demonstrators. And among them, we found some Maga influencers.
Hey, who are you with?
CNN.
Oh no!
We watched as far-right
It is so interesting. Like, with conspiracy guys, even, you would think that Donnie would have a hard time getting them to talk. But, like, conspiracy guys do generally just want to talk. They want someone to talk to. If you're, like, open, they'll start.
Troll and Pizzagate conspiracy theorist Jack Posobiec tried to disguise himself as a pro-Palestine protester.
Posobiec is end wokeness, isn't he? Is that confirmed? Or is that like a theory?
Now, the mainstream media is...
Posobiec was he was a Pizzagate, early Pizzagator, right? That's... am I thinking of the right person? He had like a Twitch stream, or no, it was a Twitter stream. Like right after the Pizzagate stuff, where he went to Comet Ping Pong and he was like, guys, look at this. Oh, kind of suspicious.
Isn't going to be out here. I haven't seen anyone from the mainstream media.
And then obviously, like, there was a shooting in Comet Ping Pong, but a guy just came in and then he shot his gun. Like, it wasn't like an attempt, like he was like, I just wanted to see what would happen if I shot my gun in the place.
That's hanging out.
He was trying to shoot the hard drive.
But his disguise didn't work out.
Oh, I guess it was an intimidation tactic.
And Jack the Troll got trolled.
How many abortions have you had today? DNC. I'm getting paid by George Soros to have an abortion on the stage.
I'll be broadcasting live.
But it's not
That's
just
good. That's
outside
funny.
the event. This year's DNC was the first where creators or influencers were treated the same as the mainstream press. One of the biggest stars in the new world of news consumption is Hassan Piker.
I'll put this in the trunk too. How are you letting this guy drive?
How do you explain what it is you do?
I have a pretty easy explanation for people that are older. I basically do what
It's a
Rush
great idea.
Limbaugh
Yeah.
used to do, right?
Yeah, it's very easy.
But online instead of on radio, and also I don't have.
I basically do what Rush Limbaugh used to do. Hassan Piker is very. I'm sure someone's doing a joke.
Hassan has almost 3 million followers on the video game streaming platform Twitch.
I'm talking for 8 to 10 hours every day.
8 to 10 hours a day?
Yeah.
Where he streams live almost
Yeah, it's a crazy work ethic. It wouldn't be me.
all day watching the news.
I'm lazy.
The former president was found guilty of all 34 felony counts teen election.
And playing video games.
How do we fight again? I totally forgot.
Sometimes playing a character named after me. He even tries to do an Irish accent.
My name is Donny O'Sullivan, sir.
I'm fascinated with Republicans, and I obviously always love the hits that you would do when you go to these rallies and you talk to them.
Work it out. People may, people might confuse us.
Yeah.
You're 6'4", built, like
well.
myself. Are you a Harris supporter?
I wouldn't say I'm a Harris supporter.
You'll vote for her?
Maybe. We'll see. I get a lot of criticism.
I mean, it is funny. It is funny that Americans do this. Like, because Hassan lives in California, right? Like, it doesn't matter.
From the Democratic Party loyalists regardless.
Yeah. Hassan was
Not even like, I'm not even referring to Hassan when I say Americans, but just like the thing of like, oh, well, you should, they're doing like, oh, harm reduction. No. To like a Californian.
about to try and live stream all day from the DNC.
Pray to God that the internet is stable. Wait, this is my permanent space? This is fire. I mean, this is cool, and it's much cooler than I anticipated.
I can see CNN from here. Anderson!
There's a restraining order. So this is in your rider.
That would not be in my rider.
Protein. We need more protein in here.
It would feature Core Power Elite, 42 grams of protein, 230 calories.
Sick!
On the face of it, Hassan is a bro. One of these so-called masculine men that Jackson and Charmhold revere.
Yeah, he really isn't. I like him because he's an attractive guy.
And aspire to be.
Do you know about this Maga
I
commune?
mean, I don't.
Yes, Jackson Hinkle being one of them. He was like a Bernie bro, I think, back in the day. I'm like, I don't know anything about the guy.
You were a Bernie guy. You were a Bernie bro.
Yeah, I like Bernie a lot. Yeah.
But Hassan says his brand of masculinity is very, very different to Jackson's.
Hitler, at the end of the war, he killed himself. He's a
Like, how does this happen? Where you are to the right of Adolf Hitler.
What is it about some of these guys that has made them go from far left to far right?
Like every young man in a certain point of their lives have like had some kind of insecurity, whether it be about their sexuality or whether it be about like their future prospects or whatever. And I think that like a lot of these guys take advantage of that and present this false narrative that like in order to be a man you got to be like homophobic. It's like, no.
Yeah, the real thing is you get banned from Liv Agar's chat.
A real man is going to want to protect people who are marginalized.
It really is getting intertwined more and more with politics, where a lot of young men who are disillusioned for whatever reason, they don't have a girlfriend, they don't have a job, and they have people telling them, wait, this is not your fault. And to some extent, it's a societal issue, of course.
I don't really, I always hate the, like, I do think fundamentally male loneliness epidemic stuff is a product of, like, the broadly suffering is drawn from, like, the suffering that, like, women also feel, but then it's amplified because we've always, like, and men are generally ingrained to understand that their feelings matter more than women's. They just feel that, like, they feel that intrinsic, even subconsciously. Which is the reason why, like, loneliness has become, like, a gendered thing specifically for men.
But
as, like, this is the problem. Like, no one talks about the female loneliness epidemic as if it, like, is easier to be a woman. In this respect. So I broadly feel as if, like, I mean, most kind of oppressive or unfair demands or feelings are driven by, exploitation, domination, class societal alienation because of a capitalist society. Like that's the thing that keeps the lights on in the oppression factory. It's just that like society has told men that you feel bad, and the way that you compensate for that, the way that you get better, is by like conquering, is by taking, and this is developing a patriarchal attitude. And most of the discussions about male loneliness and the male loneliness epidemic are within the framework of that idea, where in reality, the cure, the solution, if we think of it as a specifically gendered thing, is for men to give up that idea, give up that attitude in the way that they think about the world. I mean, the real solution is, get rid of social alienation that affects women and affects them harder. But yeah. There's a weird vision of like male pedagogy and like role models that I don't quite agree with, or at least I don't understand, as I was talking about before.
In a way that can have profound impacts for our society and our politics.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely...
Like there's that phrase of like something about like if you like, it's some like tribal metaphor of like if the men in the tribe don't feel secure, they'll burn the village down or something.
Right, which is why I always...
Which is a mainstay of patriarchal societies, not because it's harder to be a man, but because men are taught that they're entitled to do that if they don't get their way.
Advocate
because I don't like there's specific gendered components of patriarchy that we can talk about in terms of expectations for men, and how some women don't have those expectations. It's like, oh, women can talk, female friendships are better than male friendships, which is kind of the sentiment that a lot of like, it's weird that like you kind of get right wingers sort of saying that. You know what I mean? Like that the women are more, it's easier because men aren't allowed to talk about their feelings or whatever, etc. But like, I would still argue, and I think you see this in the statistics, that like women are still lonelier. Like it's still hard, like despite all those dynamics.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
I don't know. Thank you.
Fix the underlying material inequalities that creates a perfect opportunity for these kind of guys to be radicalized in this way.
I think that's true. Like, I don't think the solution is like you need better online male role models. I don't really think that that's like a real solution. I think that's like such an insane like patch band-aid solution. That's the phrase.
Wait.
The DNC had given Hassan a nice setup.
Whoa! I just dropped 0. What is happening?
But didn't give the Twitch streamer the thing he needed most: a working internet connection.
It's completely gone.
It's yeah, that happens.
The internet is completely gone.
This is the worst feeling ever. It's so annoying.
They shut it off.
With the great Patti LaBelle rehearsing behind him,
what the
we left Hassan to figure out his technical difficulties. As we moved around the DNC, we saw more and more creators and influencers, each one trying to upstage the other.
I'm here at
Yeah, it's kind of grim.
DNC day 1.
It's kind of grim. I'm gonna be honest.
What is a skibbity?
That's such BS.
So you got Ben and Harry here. You got a right-wing guy versus a really big supporter for Harris here. I gotta give it to them. They are arguing statistics.
It is really funny. I said this before, of like I feel like they all, it's a very like red state Democrat state of mind. These like young Democrats who grew up under Trump is a really weird idea for me. Like that was their political reality. Like when they started paying attention to politics, for the most part, it was like Trump had already been elected. They're in this fucking hell slop of culture. And they're like, I am Kamala Harris's strongest soldier. I'm going to memorize all the talking points, like debate team nerd it. And then they just like fight the Republican guys.
It hasn't divulged into culture war bullshit yet.
But that didn't last long.
No, of course not.
I did her. I used the
They're born into the culture war. They're culture warriors.
gender-neutral bathroom, and out there, here you are. There is something wrong with that.
Ben had
It is so interesting too with this of like gender neutral bathroom. Do you know how many, look at all the women I creeped on.
moved on to
I shouldn't be allowed to do that.
mentions gender-neutral restrooms.
How was that experience?
I'll tell you what.
He was joined at the restrooms by Mike Lindell, the pillow
Honestly,
salesman and electrician
did not recognize him. That's a solid disguise.
denier who was also in disguise.
Shaving off my mustache.
It works. This is an insane meme, but I did not in that moment. I did not see him.
Inside the Democrat convention in disguise. Are you from Ireland?
I mean, it's funny though. The second he opens his mouth, it's like, oh, it's the guy.
I recognize it. Mike isn't exactly
Like-
discreet.
I'm stuck in. I'm in the Democrat convention.
Lindell debated too, with a 12-year-old content creator.
257,000 votes. This happened last week. A judge ruled in Georgia.
Who wasn't buying it.
The world, America is just gonna be like this until the world ends. I
Your
think.
sources, trust me, bro. That's your source. He provided no facts, no sources.
Mike Lindell just got rolled by a 12-year-old.
Jackson Hinkle didn't make it to Chicago for the convention this summer, but he had made multiple trips to Russia.
Now I'm in Vladivostok. I'm safe for the time being.
I wanted to find out who Jackson really is, so we finally got to speak to him.
You are an absolute gift to the propagandists in Russia and China.
I'm a gift to the free people of the world.
And to some of the people who knew him best. Are you worried for him?
I'm more worried for myself doing this right now, honestly, but
why?
I don't want his army coming after me for speaking out against
It is funny.
Maga communism movement.
Vote for hope, not fear and divisiveness. Surfers for Kennedy.
Oh, this is before Kennedy dropped out. Kennedy is such a cool crank candidate when he was going.
Surfers for Kennedy. Surfers for Kennedy. What do you think about a surfing president?
Surfers for Kennedy is beautiful.
What's his name?
BG.
He's beautiful. A surfing competition isn't exactly where you might expect
It's just the QA boys. Why combine they have fewer Twitter followers than you? That's a good question.
all of this.
They need to up the
political
posting
activity.
game.
300 Biden, man. 300 Biden. He's my president.
That is baller.
But this is an
That is fucking baller. I need that T-shirt immediately.
election year, and this is Orange
That
County
is-
in Southern California.
I voted for Reagan.
Yeah.
I voted for Perot. And ever since then, I've voted Democrat. I feel heartbroken about the corruption of the Democratic Party.
Irina Morris voted Democrat for decades, but since RFK dropped out of the race and endorsed Trump, she says she'll now probably vote MAGA.
That's interesting.
I'm voting against
That's an interesting
the
pipeline.
appointee from the swamp factory.
It's fascinating to hear some, because for the most part, that's a funny. Voters did not give a fuck. Hold on. Should I get a better camera? I guess I probably don't need one. Because this is like a $60 USB camera. Because some people have the crazy like.
Hassan Hinkle has had a similar, albeit
probably
more
fine,
dramatic
honestly.
journey from the political left to the political right.
It's like most voters did not give a fuck about that, about the fact that
Before he was a social media firebrand, and before he was a darling of the
they
Kremlin and
they
Russian
like
state TV.
I mean they didn't vote for Kamala. There was no.
Jackson grew up here. And just a few short years ago, he was a soft-spoken kid who picked up trash on the beach and organized to cut down on plastics in his school.
We really bonded because we were in the same environmental science class.
Josh Green was friends with Jackson all throughout their teens.
We were some of the few liberal students in our entire school. We had a very conservative student body.
Josh and Jackson campaigned for liberal causes together.
And so we would often be ridiculed for standing up for progressive issues like the environment or gun safety or gay rights. You know, people thought that we were, soft leftist snowflakes.
After Jackson graduated high school, he was the youngest person here to run for city council.
I think that a good city council candidate has to be well versed on the issues.
Orange County is very conservative.
Why does he got a Twinkie? Hold on. Hold on.
I think that a good city council candidate has to be well versed on the issues.
Why? It's like Tyler, like it's sort of Tyler on Twitter. Weren't they in a beef? Remember that? Where he was like threatening to beat up Tyler? That makes you, that honestly, that reveals so much. That reveals so much.
Very conservative. What
There's no one you hate more than who you were when you were 18 years old.
are you rascally kids up to in this run for office?
We're up to a lot right now.
He had a remarkable little career considering he was just out of high school. He's putting himself through junior college. And he was responsible for all the solar panels that you see around San Clemente High School. And that was his idea. And he just had that drive, that you see in some young people, but not a lot of them.
A natural communicator.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Jackson lost his election bid and sometime thereafter lost his youthful politics as well.
A lot of what I had been force-fed through my education as a young individual was all propaganda.
Something had turned him into this.
You're gonna...
I do really think the through line here with like all these sort of guys is they like arguing. They like being contrarians and they like being right. But in like a very flashy way. You know, like the debate kind of right, where you look someone in the eyes and you say, you know, almost like West Wing sort of. The West Wing had such an awful effect in American culture. It really is like the nucleus of that like Democrat, like young debate guy sort of thing that I was talking about before. You want to look them in the eyes and be like, you forgot about the Iran-Iraq war, in which case, you know, like, they're like, I didn't even...
path of faggots like that. They were all transgenders and gays.
The Nazis?
Yes.
Oh, the Nazis.
I'd been searching for answers about Jackson, and he agreed to sit down and talk to me directly. You're promoting something called Maga Communism.
Yes.
Which to a lot of people is going to sound moronic.
Well, I think it causes a lot of people to reassess their cancellation of the MAGA working class, and they've been written off. They've been called racist or, you know, any sorts of names.
It is, honestly, I'm reversed myself on this. It is just Marxism, Leninism. Like, it really is the true spirit of Stalin. You know, Stalin was he was the first, I'm fairly certain, first person to say American exceptionalism. There's this weird, it is Lewishism. Yes, basically.
They've just been canceled.
Like all the old Marxist-Leninists. He's 25. Yeah, that's
you
very
are,
funny.
in some ways, the quintessential American man, right? You're surfer guy, California. So for the Russians or the Chinese to have somebody like you
Love your writing,
to go over there and basically
Thank you.
shit all over America.
No shitting on America. I love this country. I love the people. I just want it to be better.
Is there not a way to do that?
Stalin was
without
the first mega communist.
having to fly back and forth to Moscow and
It does, like, I feel like aesthetically it's Dukenland and Bordiga. But, like, concretely, it's like, what is that? Yeah.
seem to be embracing authoritarian regimes.
Well, they're far less authoritarian than the United States.
Come on, man.
Ultimately,
ultimately,
I live in the generation where for the first time there's going to be a lower standard of living than the previous generation. That's not good.
And I mean, I hear all that, but when you say Russia and China have got it better.
Well, their major cities are much nicer. If you go and take high-speed rail hours into China,
you can't genuinely say.
He's right. It is the Chinese century. They're gonna solve climate change, and America isn't.
And people in China have
that's
more
true.
liberties.
Jackson Hinkle, true facts.
Than people in the United States.
Well, there's no free speech.
You have a lot of free speech.
Really?
You
think I have free speech?
You don't think you have free speech?
No. I mean, what's the public square today? It's obviously social media.
You have 3 million followers on X. You can post whatever you want. You're hosting events here. How do you not have free speech? What part of your speech is being curtailed?
It's very simple. It's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I have 3 million followers on X. But what about Instagram? I've been banned. YouTube, I've been banned. I was banned from Raya, a dating site.
Jackson.
I was banned from Raya. I think that might have been unrelated, man. I think that might have been... How do you get banned? I guess you get banned from Raya by like screenshotting people. I know they don't like that.
Jackson's bans might have something to do with his repeated sharings of hateful posts
That's
and his
awesome. I
celebrations
got
of
banned from
violence.
Raya.
You look like you're in pain.
I'd been left frustrated and confused by Jackson. Did he really believe all the stuff he was saying?
I mean, it is like a bit. At some fundamental level, he's doing a bit. But he does believe it. At the same time, do you understand what I mean?
Or was he just doing it all?
Okay. It's ad time, chat. Oh, why won't it let me click it? Is it not? Maybe it isn't. Am I silly? Oh, it ran it automatically. What the fuck? It did it automatically. I have 61 minutes of free roll. Okay, I will be right back. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand how this works. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and we'll continue this. Oh, is there still? No, it's not. Okay. Okay, we're back. Only ads, no content, no streamer. Just avoid. I mean, it's a good time to do stuff.
For social media clout or...
I assume that's what everyone did. I mean, it's a good time if I wanna. All right. I'll just do top of the hour again. I don't know why it became automatic because I didn't click the right. Okay, let's
for
continue.
money. I just don't know if I believe you or not. Whatever his motive...
No, I mean, of course, like it's not. It's consistent. I mean, it's like I don't think a lot of liberals are consistent either. Like, yeah, they believe what they're
His
saying.
message and his
Absolutely.
propaganda is resonating.
You know, like Donald Trump, Jackson has definitely found a way to build an audience of people who feel disenfranchised or feel pushed away by our society and our system.
Was there ever a moment for you where you were like, what the hell is going on with my friend?
One of the first was when he did the interview with Tucker Carlson.
Joe Biden is plunging us into a fascist state.
That was early on.
Tucker Carlson
It was
is
funny that they
an
let
asshole. Somebody who, like Jackson, either believes what they're saying or because they get paid a lot to do it. Jackson describes himself as a communist, right? Why? Because he smoked a lot of weed and read Karl Marx. He's the biggest fucking capitalist I've ever seen. I'm so disappointed in what's happened to Jackson. He had this opportunity to be something really positive, but he has become the king of conspiracy theories.
The king of conspiracy theories.
Have you heard of somebody called Jackson Hinkle?
Yes.
What do you think about him?
Not my politics at all.
Jackson had been condemned and disavowed by established pro-Palestinian
It's so fascinating that he's like this.
activists.
Has this amount
People
of
see our cause and our issue as their playground a lot of the times.
But he isn't alone in resetting his political compass.
I feel more like a man already.
I don't.
Just listening to these gentlemen.
And some of it reflects a big change in American politics.
What a grim life, man. It's depressing, man.
I think a lot of the younger generation, they have a different perspective of U.S. history, of colonialization. They're skeptical of what the government's telling them.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
Okay. Is the rest of this like a summary of it?
Oh, wow. That's a great setup. And where's CNN from here?
He shaved his mustache in an effort to be incognito.
Back at the DNC,
Dude, I have a better location than Jake Tapper. You should tell Jake that.
Hassan had finally got some working internet.
You are the news now.
I think most people who are like not exactly fans of my perspective are still like, well, that's a famous guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hassan streams live on Twitch pretty much everywhere he goes, even when he's grabbing lunch. He's not a Jackson Hinkle fan and actively calls out the kind of hate Jackson spreads. But
I will say this. There are a lot of people that are on the payroll of the American government, or at least working at the behest of the American military-industrial complex, that say a metric ton of propaganda that is never considered propaganda in that same vein as what Jackson Hinkle is doing. Now, I don't even know what his background is in terms of like if he's getting funded by foreign governments or whatnot.
for all his chauvinism and misinformation...
Honestly, if he wasn't getting funded by foreign governments, that would be an insane bag fumble. That would be an insane...
Jackson.
Like, how much money they were paying fucking Pim Tool? It was like 100,000 a month or something. If he's not getting the like Russian state government bag, I don't even know what to tell you, man.
Speaking to a different understanding of America.
COVID changed the world. There was a radicalization on the right when it came to lockdowns and it came to masks.
Yeah.
What about on the other side?
The American project hinges on being able to afford your treats. The moment that your access to your treats that are affordable are restricted, everything will fall apart. Society collapses. Because then you're like, well, what the am I doing this for? You know? I have a shit-ass job, no future prospects, barely can make payments.
Yeah.
But at least I can go to Applebee's and get $5 jalapeno poppers.
Right.
Okay? And hang out with the boys and slam a couple brews, watch some football. COVID broke that a little bit. All of a sudden, everyone was like, well, okay, what's the whole purpose of this then? If I can't have my treats. I think that was like the breaking point for a lot of people.
Jackson Hinkle, 8 years ago, was like a Bernie kid. Now he's hanging out at the Kremlin, basically.
Mm-hmm.
How does that happen?
I don't think his political compass is very well aligned.
Joshua Frank is the editor of Counterpunch, one of the best-known left-wing magazines in the world.
I certainly don't think he's on the left. I don't know what a mega communist actually is, and I don't think he does.
One thing that Jackson and I can agree on...
That is in my Chris Milan, yeah.
We're both
absolutely.
American patriots in the sense that we're willing to criticize our own country. I don't disagree with everything that he says. I think there's way too much Russia phobia in this country. Obviously, the war with Russia and Ukraine is horrible, but I think this country needs to eventually work with countries like Russia and China.
You know, I think a lot of the younger generation, they have a different perspective of U.S. history, of colonialization. They're further away from World War II and that narrative. They're skeptical of what the government's telling them to believe, especially when they're seeing an alternative in their social media feeds.
I think there's also like American youth are much it's much harder for the American state to recruit for the military now among young people. People are disillusioned with imperialism. like the American Empire as a project. Restreaming the BC leadership. I mean, maybe. I'm sure it's gonna be a snoozer. And like they're looking for different ways of doing that. Like as that position develops and becomes more hegemonic among young people, there's going to be a wide dearth of like ways that people believe that. It's like it's a very stupid analogy, but the old lore for in the TNO mod, you know, like what if Nazi Germany won World War II, if like the communists taking power after the like Nazi Civil War, is that like they are the image of what communism was in the propaganda, or this was like a story on the subreddit maybe. I don't know if this is ever the official attention. They're like insanely brutal and awful in like a caricature of what communism was in Nazi propaganda. Like in the sense of like they just developed the opposite of what the state propaganda was feeding them said. In the same sense, you like people are like, well, you know, if American Empire is a lie and they're all saying that China's bad, what if President Xi is my dad? That rhymed by accident. I didn't want that to be a dankest Dr. Seuss book, but it turned into one. Like, what if that's true? Because wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that feel good? Sometimes people like having power. It feels good to have power. Ultimate, like, anti, you know, that ContraPoints, like, endless critique of power thing. People like having power. They like feeling like the good guy is in charge, or that he's fighting to, like, do good things. That makes people feel good.
But that's also where it can get kind of dangerous, because you do have to have some sense of media literacy.
Yeah, because it's one thing having a healthy skepticism of any media outlet, really, right? And any narrative that's being pushed. But on the other hand, what you have is people totally abandoning journalism, getting their news from somebody like Jackson Hinkle.
If you or a loved one has ever been fooled by Western propaganda about Ukraine, I don't blame you.
He'll post stuff that is so infuriatingly ill-informed. So many people in his comments, in his community, just take what he's saying as the truth.
Jackson is a Russian propaganda dream, right?
Yeah. Yeah, whether he's doing it and he's on a payroll or not, they're getting a great bargain, right? I mean, if the guy was actually on the left, he would talk about the press in Russia and the crackdown on the free press. They would talk about these things, but they don't, right? And why is that? It raises some flags for me.
Hey, Jackson.
How's it going?
You're breaking up a little bit, but that's okay.
Good. Here in Moscow, Russia. Yes, I see that it is trying to reconnect the internet.
It's funny he did this.
Now he's totally frozen. When I next spoke to Jackson, he was back in Russia. The Kremlin had organized to bring him to parts of Ukraine it had illegally invaded. Are they brainwashing?
I forgot he did that. It was wild. Yeah. It's funny he brought Haas. They were like in a tank. One thing I will say about him is he does reward his day ones.
No, I think the only people who are being brainwashed are the people paid by the military-industrial complex to spout certain views.
You haven't gone kind of full Tucker Carlson yet, though. You haven't gone to a supermarket and started sniffing bread. Oh, come on.
That was awesome. It was so cool. Look at how cheap the food is here.
And coming to a Russian grocery store, the heart of evil, it will radicalize you against our leaders. That's how I feel anyway. Radicalized.
Jack.
People are familiar with
denies taking money from the Russian government. You're
imagining someone going to Thailand and doing that.
Basically of the Russian foreign ministry, right?
Any quote unquote developing country. It's it's fucking
individuals.
They make way less.
Are supporting my efforts to see the country and showing me.
Is that a French supermarket chain? That's very funny.
the truth about Russia. I pay for my travels. I pay for my hotel expenses.
Every time,
like groceries are a larger component of the average Russian person's wages than in America.
I think maybe this guy
It's not
is,
like if you had your job and you lived in Russia, it would be much easier.
is mature. You tweet something stupid. You did a poll. You are facing a death sentence before a judge, but the judge is on her period. Are you okay with this? Like, are you just a straight up sexist? I just don't understand. What's the deal with this sort of stuff?
Well, of course, you know, you have to introduce comedy into the dark times. But
Jackson and his followers have a warped view of women and of the world.
So I was dating all these women who were LARPing as men, who want power for themselves, who want money.
I was dating these women who were LARPing as men.
Who want to be like men, unlike a traditional woman.
Is he trad too? I mean, of course he is. That's so grim, man. No. I think it wasn't FT. It was like all these women who have jobs and shit.
And they all failed. Game theory suggests that the problem is not me.
Game theory suggests. I mean, it's just. There's nothing you can say about that. I mean, you saw that man's life. Like, you know what's going on in his life.
In an election year like this,
There's really nothing.
a lot of things get warped.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people.
We saw the no bed frame Rocket League
that
fucking
live there.
watching us on
This is
all
what's
day.
happening in our country.
My mom actually seen a post on Facebook. There was Haitians in a white van driving around the neighborhoods collecting cat,
For what?
skinning them and eating them.
We've heard from a number of constituents on the ground, Caitlin, who both firsthand and secondhand reports saying this stuff is happening.
If someone calls your office and says they saw Bigfoot, that doesn't mean they saw Bigfoot.
But J.D. Vance has also been the target of ridiculous conspiracy theories.
Let me break it down. Yesterday, multiple social media accounts spread fake claims that in his book, Hillbilly Elegy,
classic.
Vance describes
Well, that's
having
not a
sex with
conspiracy
a couch.
theory.
Sitting on a hard couch here.
It's a classic.
Not my thing, but maybe it's J.D. Vance's. You know, it's funny, my mom was asking me about it, and she asked if it was true.
A lewd conspiracy theory about J.D. Vance and a couch doesn't quite undermine American democracy the same way as for years falsely claiming an election was stolen. But it does show how a conspiracy theory that might seem crazy or clearly a joke to some of us,
But it's not a conspiracy theory.
might not to someone else, especially if it plays into their political biases.
What's the conspiracy?
But your mom, who's a Democrat?
Anti-Trump, I would call her. yeah.
Okay. But she was genuinely wondering, did that happen?
Yeah, did that happen?
Yeah.
And that was after when Walz made the comment in his speech.
I can't wait to debate the guy. That is, if he's willing to get off the couch and show up.
It's crazy how fucking stupid the Biden campaign, or sorry, Freudian slip, the Kamala campaign is. Like what they turned him into when the debate happened. Like they've dropped all the weird shit.
But I also think that that's our day and age with politics, right? You have someone like Trump and Vance out there saying a million things every day. So the Democrats pushing back in a funny way. It's kind of like they ask for it, right?
I spend a lot of my time talking to Trump supporters, trying to understand the rabbit holes people go down. On your stream, you have a bit of fun with it sometimes. I think you also refer sometimes to Trump supporters as hogs. So you're not going to take the vaccine?
Absolutely not.
What if Trump came out and said, please take this vaccine?
No, I don't believe he'll take it.
Yeah, well, he did.
He did.
Idiot.
But you must feel some empathy at times, some sympathy.
Oh, yeah.
Some people genuinely believe this stuff.
I do ultimately still want to change the minds of people. I don't necessarily fault individuals for going down this rabbit hole because I understand that we're all, in some ways, victim to propaganda. We cannot escape propaganda.
Rachel Maddow, she's broke my heart. Rachel, I thought you'd tell me the story.
More and more of us have people we love, our family, our friends, falling down rabbit holes. Rabbit holes that stoke fear and promote hate. Rabbit holes that can transform people from who they used to be. and rabbit holes that can even take them into war zones at the other side of the world.
Are you being followed by like the Russian security services, or for that matter, the CIA? I mean, surely the American government knows that you're there.
It is funny. What are the legal implications of doing
I
that?
think if the CIA or the Russian intelligence is doing their job properly, I wouldn't know, and I don't know.
Okay, well, bring me back a fridge magnet or something, will you?
I've actually got a special gift for you. No, you'll like it, I promise.
Wow. That's great stuff. There's a real, yeah, existentially horrifying thing to watch. I still, yeah. It may be the funniest Live Agar stream lore. Yeah. I'm so happy that I wasn't streaming when that happened. That's so beautiful. That's so amazing. I just knew there was a reason I should have taken a break. Yeah, that's awesome. The living arc. I mean, I don't think you're gonna see him all that much in the future. I'm very skeptical of that. Oh, someone told me to go to the comments. Oops. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Wild. Skincare routine. I blow dry it. I use like some of that, like, I can't remember what it's specifically called, but like conditioner for like 2B, 2C hair. And then afterwards I have like a diffuser and I just like blow dry it. And then I just use lipstick. Skincare, I just use just like one of those cheap cleansers and a moisturizer. It's really try to be simple. Don't want to add too much. The problem with doing like really fancy skincare routine, especially if you don't know like what individual products you're using are good or not, or like work for you, is like you can have a positive effect, but you don't know which one. So it's like I'm using 7 things and it seems to work, but you could be using 2 and it would be equally as good. So you want to add things kind of slowly. That's generally a good idea. Anyways. Whew. Yeah, that's grim. Real grim stuff. Do we want to watch this? I want to see. Back to Jeremy Fragrance.
Hey everyone, this is Camille.
Thankfully my skin doesn't really require that much maintenance. Like I don't really get like acne in general, even if I don't really, but you might as well. Oh, and then also sunscreen. You got a sunscreen. Take care of your skin. I think it's business
Hey everyone,
drama.
this is Camille, also known as Big Paul Fragrance and the co-founder of Fragrance One, and the brother of the one and only Jeremy Fragrance. I'm making this video because I wanted to address a couple of questions that some people in the community had about what happened and what did really happen. So what happened is in May of this year, maybe some of you remember, Jeremy decided to close down the brand. And he did that in a way where he would just go online,
Is there anything
as he
juicy
always
here? Maybe I
does,
should.
post a video about it. And then people were asking me, like, what's going on, Camille? And I said, honestly, I have no idea. So Jeremy's original reasoning about it was that he wants to be more creative again. He wants to be an artist and wants to have less bureaucracy. Now, what I can tell you about this, without going into too much details, essentially what I've learned ever since is that his version of bureaucracy is me being concerned about his mental health and also his effect on the business, to be honest, because the way he's been doing things over the last couple of months and years have not been doing well, even though the brand is doing really well. And
Poor
so yeah,
Jeremy.
he basically said from one day to the other,
It's
Camille, you're out,
over.
and you should do your own thing. So
he kicked him out of the business because he was like, you gotta stop sniffing. You gotta stop
what I wanted to
hitting the slopes,
do
so to
this video is
speak.
basically kind of give my 2 cents on this. I'm sad because I really enjoyed building a brand with my brother, and I was very proud of it. If you look online, you can see how I was describing it to various podcasts and on all kinds of platforms. I really liked it, and I still really like the juice. However, there's a couple of problems that I had with it right
The
from the
juice? Is that how that's colloquially referred to?
beginning after I helped him with the
Making the
crowdfunding
juice? It sounds like a drug
campaign and the creation of the brand and
euphemism.
everything. And one funny thing is, by the way, that I was still the owner of the store when
They might have
he
reconciled?
decided to
Oh, well, that's
let me
nice.
go. So he realized that afterwards, which is just kind of weird. My intention for Fragrance One was always to make it very community focused, meaning making the product really fit the customer base and the followers that we had with the Fragrance Army and Jeremy Fragrance had on his channels. But yeah, unfortunately, it didn't end up being that way. We always disagreed on certain things, and to a certain degree, I think it's healthy to disagree. That I still have left from Fragrance One, and a couple of other things that were stored in my house that need to go. So you can go to Big Bro Fragrance.
Okay, that's why. This is not interesting. Oh well. Owning the store and trying to kick him out is very genius. I interviewed with my brother Jeremy
How many
Fragrance.
lines did you have today? What's the biggest lesson that you feel like you learned from our dad? These are some essential oils.
Oh.
Pick 3 that she should smell like.
Ah, okay.
You always say you're the #1 fragrance icon following the teachings of Jesus. How do you console that part with showing your schlong in half of your Instagram? Welcome to my house, bro.
Thanks, bro.
First time.
So they've reconciled. We're back.
Oh, you
The Fragrance Brothers
As always, he's like been working
are
out
back
and doing
together.
jumping ropes in the Florida afternoon shower.
Yeah.
So yeah, well, glad to have you here finally. It's been an interesting few years.
Yeah.
And you're in Miami now most of the time, huh?
Yeah, I've got the special visa for my extraordinary abilities of fragrance marketing. So as a
That's
German, normally
awesome.
you can't stay as long as you want in America. And so because I can, I was testing it out in Miami Beach. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
It's my phone. It will go off in a moment.
Yeah, keep going, keep
I
talking.
don't think that's how
And,
alarms work. It will go, I mean, no, it keeps going.
So I tried out the einfach auf stumm drücken.
Yeah.
I tried out the Miami Beach lifestyle, and I noticed the idea is better than the reality, because the idea is something like Bad Boys 2 action and Miami Vice, sexy people, elegant cars, elegant vibe, 80s music. And the reality is it's extremely humid and extremely hot, and you don't get so much energy there, like for example in Los Angeles, where there's a better climate.
No, Jeremy is a one-take individual. He will never do a second take. That's a very important component of the Jeremy way.
For physical performance, or even in Germany where there's not so much distraction, because in fact today I realized Miami Beach has so much temptation. It has sex temptation, food temptation, music temptation, in the way that it is very distracting, drugs.
I love living in Miami and being like, whoa, I feel so tempted to do all these.
And even
the cool,
sunshine
fun
is a
things.
good thing, but also that stimulates you a lot. So Miami Beach is a cocktail of stuff that makes you.
I do not live in Florida. Why would? No, of course not. Why would I do that
not
to
focus
myself?
so well. Distractions, yes. And so when I started this fragrance YouTube thing, I was in a very, you could say, boring small town, and that helped me because I didn't have a lot to do besides my fragrance stuff, and so that was beneficial for that.
Yeah. Talking about that.
This might be boring. I don't know. What do we want to watch anything, chat? Milton is coming. What does that mean? Lives in Miami, but not in Florida. That's true. Oh, the hurricane, right. I forgot that it's why do they make the name so like why is it like a nerd? They shouldn't do that. They should make the guy sound tough because it is like a fucking insane. It's like one of the biggest like that is like the max size that a hurricane can be in Earth's atmosphere. Hurricane Thomas Shelby, Sigma male. That I would get fucking all the Florida boomers to get is Hurricane Thomas Shelby. All the tough names are taken. Maybe that is the case. Maybe all the scary names have already been taken. That's so bad for for climate change in the future. Where it's like, oh yeah, we got this year as well. There's another record for biggest hurricane. All the Hurricane Steve. Yeah, Hurricane Steve is the worst thing that's ever happened on this planet. It doesn't really work. Nothing ever gets named good, that's true. Invent more scary names. Hurricane Sigma. Hurricane Liv Agar. That's really threatening. I'm a very threatening person. I have a very domineering aura. Which, speaking of, you have to give me money, or I don't even want to. You don't even want to know. You should subscribe, or I keep doing. I can't even pretend to do it. I'm like, you have to subscribe if you want to subscribe. You can if you would like to give me money. I can't help it. And if you have a Prime, you can use a Prime on me, and that would be good. Yeah, I really mean business. It's really extortion.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Well, it works.
I had no idea.
Oh
whatever
God!
you want all the time.
A goddamn name. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. So maybe I need sympathetic Max. Maybe that is gonna work. Thank you. Hello, Elizabeth. How are you doing? I already gave you money. Well, then you're fine. Then don't worry about it. We need the next hurricane to be Liv Agar. Making shaking palm. That's cool. That's great. When I'm done, I'm gonna make my girlfriend soup, I think. I don't know what the soup is. She linked it. She messaged me. I didn't get to read it. Do they think she's sick? I don't know what's going on. It's good soup. Yeah. Hurricane, more money. It is like so insane that they've just defaulted to like the Jews control the weather. Like that's going to be the climate change line. Because it's surely a thing of like, well, when it starts to get bad, it's pretty obvious the climate change is real. But people are just so manipulatable. There's such a manipulatable mass. That's why a lot of electoral discourse makes me is annoying. Where it's like, people try to make a case that X ideology can get elected, that X ideology could work. And it's like, of course, like anything, you could get people to vote for anything. You know what I mean? Like, you can get people to believe a bunch of very stupid shit. You can get people to believe good things for stupid reasons. There's still some sort of like, that is still fundamentally a product of like a domineering, manipulative society that's so contingent upon manipulation. But yeah, I mean, people are very dumb and very like, it's really like people just don't pay attention, and they don't think about things because they don't have to, because you're kind of busy trying to survive. And it's not like like that is the easiest way out of a situation you're in. It's real bad. It's not good. But yeah, I mean, of course, I should have known that there's going to be a cultural war issue about this. It's been I guess it's been a thing for a while, but I think it's getting worse. I think that's really going to be. You would think it would get better? I guess not. I guess why would you think that? Why would I think that? I don't know. Why would I? That's a good question. What is the reason why that would be the case? Well, grim stuff. What else should we watch, chat? What else is going on? Oh, there's this, the Garfield Eats guy. This guy is so cool. Like a long time ago, he was on Keffel's stream when she was in London, because he's a London, Ontario guy. And I guess he's still been up to stuff, but that was like 3 years ago. If you're unaware, I guess the video will probably.
Probably the worst pizza I've had in my life. The crust was pretty and flat, the cheese was dense and bland, and the pizza sauce was avocado based, which gave everything a sour, medicinal aftertaste. I got food poisoning from the undercooked pizza here. The company owner is being butthurt and reporting all the bad reviews, so I'm leaving this here. I'm glad you guys closed down. The sauce is a horrifying baby food orange and tastes nothing of tomatoes and possibly smells worse than anything else. Our entire D&D group felt horrible afterwards, so I
Look into the fire alarm community. I want to know what that means as a sentence.
DM ordered us real pizza and we popped Tums like candy. My first bite was kind of like, what the hell is that taste? It's the pizza sauce. It's absolute fucking garbage. The cheese is another story of its own. On Christmas Eve of 2021, it was announced that the first and only officially licensed Garfield themed restaurant, Garfield Eats, would be closing its doors permanently. Ever since it had opened its doors 2.5 years earlier, the restaurant had been plagued by controversy. Bright orange carnivore pizzas and garffuccinos that turned customers' stomachs, an unusable app which loudly played Garfield music and featured games and animated episodes locked behind paywalls, repeated attempts to turn the restaurant into a tech business incorporating AR and drones, and most notably a very eccentric
Did he make this?
Since we last covered Garfield Eats on this channel over 2 years ago, the story has only spiraled even further into chaos, with former owner and self-proclaimed entrepreneur Nathan Masry turning
No, he's an entrepreneur. He's absolutely an entrepreneur.
against Nickelodeon.
He's the Canadian dream.
The wake of them shutting down his restaurant, as well as using the official Garfield Eats Twitter account to hate post
Jojo Siwa
about Jojo Siwa, claim that Garfield is a role model for celibacy, and even spout anti-vax sentiments.
That's amazing. That's so awesome. He's like an Alex Jones guy.
This is an
He's a small business fascist. I guess I should have seen it
only
coming.
gets deeper the more you go down it, so today let's revisit the Garfield Eats saga and take a look at the bizarre Garfield Eats Twitter account. If you have a Garfield themed restaurant business and need a website, I have the perfect solution for you, Squarespace. Squarespace has thousands of unique and stunning website templates which you can then use to customize, update content, and add features to fit your needs. You can make any Squarespace template do whatever you want, so you're amazing at whether you sell physical or digital products. Squarespace has all Garfield Eats debacle. It launched as a food delivery service in 2018 exclusively in Dubai. Either the app did really well or its founder was just obscenely rich, because Garfield Eats then went on to open a physical storefront in June of 2019 located in Ontario, Canada. The founder of Garfield Eats was one Nathan Masry, a self-described entrepreneur who unsurprisingly had an extremely rich and successful investment banker dad that helped fund his projects. Nathan Masry is a character to say the least, and we'll be learning all about him throughout this video.
I'm coming.
His ill-advised business decisions are too numerous to list here, but some of the standout moments include creating a bizarre quote-unquote Quibi-inspired documentary about Garfield,
That was
where
awesome.
he plays this weird The Office type parody of himself and films himself going into the restaurant to berate the employees and complain
It's so
about having to
cool.
pay them minimum wage.
It's so cool how like tired of that bullshit.
Making an announcement that there would be 200
Yes,
Garfield
they
Eats
are.
locations by 2025, and then
That's my
making a
gut.
desperate press release asking failing businesses to flip their kitchens into Garfield Eats. And
Oh, it makes sense that he's an anti-COVID because they've like fucking ruined his business.
yes, this was shortly before the entire franchise shut down, the storefront being completely devoid of chairs and tables, with customers instead having to take their food home or eat it in the car.
just
The general
didn't think
consensus
of-
was that the
it's
physical
awesome.
location served only as a place for Disney to dump all of their old unprofitable Garfield merch, which was of course listed for sale on the Garfield Eats app alongside pizzas and fries. The restaurant's pizza boxes being advertised as eco-friendly and able to be repurposed into tissue boxes.
That's
Nothing like
awesome.
grabbing a sweaty, cheesy tissue out of my
That's
oily old
beautiful.
Garfield pizza box. When the company promised YouTuber Quentin Reviews a giant promotional Garfield plush from their store and mailed him a bag of sand instead, the restaurant gained a reputation online for its hilarious, bizarre marketing materials, which proclaimed love and adoration for Garfield and were often filled with spelling errors, as well as its terrible food and just the general concept of a Garfield restaurant. I mean,
That's a
come on, you
fever
open a
dream.
Garfield-themed pizza restaurant and the internet is gonna have a ball. However, the fun wouldn't last long, as Nathan Masry would post a video to YouTube announcing the closure of Garfield Eats.
I was all alone, out in the cold, after they changed their decision from offering me a Garfield Eats
This is like very Kevin Spacey video energy.
retail, as you saw previously in my Zoom call with you guys. To see it all go away in one day, it's tough, but you gotta keep going.
The general gist here is that he was supposedly promised a Garfield retail deal, whatever that means, before suddenly being terminated and having his license agreement revoked on Christmas Eve.
That's
In the video,
Jover.
he swings wildly from extreme to extreme. He claims that Nickelodeon and Viacom CBS blessed him with the best Christmas gift he could have gotten, the burden of Garfield Eats taken off his shoulders, bringing him happiness and relief. He then claims that the companies left him out in the cold and goes on a tirade about how people can take anything.
Also, this smile is completely ruined to me.
The burden of Garfield Eats taken off his shoulders, bringing him happiness and
There's only one association.
relief. He then claims that the companies left him out
Here's
in the
what
cold
Garfield
and
would
goes
look
on a
like if he
tirade about
was
how people can
etc.
take anything from you, including your licensing agreement, but they can't take away your work. The Twitter bio of the official Garfield Eats account was changed to the first ever official Garfield-themed restaurant in the world, founded by @Nathan
It's
Masry, was
Jover.
terminated suddenly by Paramount/Nickelodeon in 2020.
Jover.
After the closure of his restaurant, Nathan took a break from the internet, a surprising move for a man that seemed to post his every move and thought online. In an interview with Honey Soit, he explained his grief during this time, quote, "You carry this idea of Garfield within you. Would you say there's a sense of loss?" "I did. I went on a hiatus," he said. "I left Instagram for about 6 months, and I had to grieve. I mean, I wore him for a while. That's what they told me in branding
It is
and
it's so fascinating to think of a man who's has to bear this incredible burden. And that burden, of course, is Garfield.
marketing courses. Live the brand, feel the brand, be the brand.
Like it's like a theological, it's like a whole, spiritual
What I did
thing.
is I took it too far and lost myself. I forgot who Nathan Masry was. The cat will never leave me. Masry eventually returned to the internet and even launched a second
Not the Scooby-Doo
online
Eats.
food service based on a cartoon character, Scooby-Doo Eats, but it never got popular enough for a physical
Is
location.
he getting
It was just as
he's buying the rights to
wacky
this?
as Garfield Eats for
It's so funny that's your theme because I don't think of when I think of Scooby-Doo, I do not think of delicious steak.
For example, a quote from the site reads, "Meat never dies. After all, it is Scooby-Doo's favorite." And another claimed that the company didn't want to merely stick a cartoon character on a box, despite the fact that their main frozen cuisine of choice was lasagna, likely the exact same generic lasagna that Garfield Eats sold. It didn't get the same traction.
That's a classic. When I think of Scooby-Doo, I think of fucking lasagna.
As the more infamous Garfield Eats, and the project fizzled
I would assume he had the infrastructure for that or something. Like he had a supplier.
out when once again his licensing agreement wasn't renewed by Warner Brothers.
Because obviously, to be clear, we know it should be a dog treat thing. Or weed delivery. That's true.
And
Because it's legal here. It's
Bizarre
legal
post on the
in
official
Canada.
Scooby-Doo Eats Instagram page, Nathan seemed to once again turn on a company that ousted him, this time Warner Brothers. Quote, "After 1 year and a half, the Ministry of Finance called me to inform me of the good news since my legal case was escalated to their department. Never fight with a man of good intentions, especially
That's true. Never fight with. Never try to take Garfield away from
when
me.
my alliance is with mighty God, not some human. You will fail. However, all my Scooby Burgers and hot dogs products will also never return to Entergage Inc., and they destroyed my relationship with Warner Bros. That brought about the licensing termination for @Scooby Eats, which I've put my heart and soul in and my horticulture brown suit out. I loved and trusted them, but these people had no vision for Scooby-Doo, a pop icon. Much more
no
to
vision for Scooby-Doo.
this yummy grilling story. Despite Nathan's pivot to
Nathan was trying to link and build. He had a vision.
Scooby-Doo content,
And those
Garfield would always
fuckers.
remain close to his heart. And in the following years, his bizarre behavior on social media would hint towards a simmering resentment over what happened to Garfield Eats. The Garfield Eats rabbit hole only gets deeper and more bizarre from here because we're about to take a look at the official Twitter account and Nathan Masry's other online social media presences, and boy does it get weird. So the official Garfield Eats Twitter account, which once posted pizza advertisements and photo shoots with adoring fans showing up to the restaurant, now posts a bizarre mix of Garfield content, often sexual in nature, seething hatred for the new Garfield movie, right-wing conspiracies, and expletive-filled rants directed
He's
at
really lost it. Taking away Garfield from him.
Nickelodeon
It's like ripping the soul out of a
and
man.
Viacom. Far
He
from
just
its roots
doesn't know what to do.
as a verified business account, it now
It's like fish out of
serves as a
water.
dumping ground for all of Nathan Masry's anger and frustration, his strange, aimless trails of thought, and his tirades against the new Garfield movie, referring to Chris Pratt as Chris Fart. One of the more bizarre
That's fucking killer. That's fucking nailed his
recurring
ass.
themes of the account is
Toasted.
Nathan Masry's strong belief that Garfield is celibate and his campaign against NSFW Art of the Cat. In an interview with Honey Soyd, he elaborated on this belief, quote, "Garfield is almost 43 years old, I think, and yeah, obviously, you know, he might have some crushes here and there, but he's a selfish person who loves himself, and yes, he's celibate, and so am I." He made a tweet about wanting a ban on Garfield porn, and
It literally is like Garfield is an important component of his ego ideal. It's like a part of who he is. He can't imagine a Garfield
another
above.
about how Twitter allowing NSFW content on their platform will make Garfield porn widely available. He condemned a photo of a Garfield.
I also do love the implication of like it's the Freud thing about how like the ban on incest is a demonstration that it was like an active desire. Like we need to fucking stop the floodgates on Garfield porn because of how fuckable he is.
Poster hanging in a library writing, "There you go, Garfield sexualized again. That's the only cartoon gone satire and kinky," as per Jim Davis telling Nathan Masry in 2017 over Christmas dinner. He knew there is nothing he can do. Fine, just keep the kids out of it, everyone. Classic Christmas dinner chats. He
Mr.
posts
Over.
content that condemns and also simultaneously bizarrely encourages the sexualization of Garfield and the Garfield Eats brand. He posted this photo with the caption, "What's really in the box, Nathan? Is it that big?" with an eggplant emoji.
You're actually doing a cooking stream? I mean, sure, why not? If I get I feel like we could do that. Or I guess I could do
Another
that.
tweet seems to encourage
What am I gonna make? I don't fucking know. Maybe I'll make some soup.
people to make NSFW art of the cat on Twitter, and in a thread he himself collated a bunch of suggestive and NSFW fan art. This focus on NSFW content lines up with his belief in clean viewing.
Miso soup,
His
yeah.
Instagram states, "Supporting studios linked to harmful
No, I don't
actions
I don't know what I'm gonna make. Because I can't do stir fry because I did that in 2021. Miso soup would be the most underwhelming cooking stream of all
like
time. I
genocide
guess so.
contradicts clean watching. Choose entertainment that upholds ethical standards and promotes positive values," which is a sentiment that I totally agree with. It's important to look into the companies you're supporting and if they're linked to any harmful actions or groups or indeed genocide. 100% great point. But the whole clean watching thing gets a little bit weirder the more that you dig into it. Unfortunately, it seems like the post has been deleted since I can't find it on his page or on the Wayback Machine, but my wonderful and epic prolific and amazing researcher Hannah copied a caption from the post that he made on Instagram, which reads, quote, "Clean watching also means avoiding films with negative spiritual energies, such as those associated with black magic conducted upon producing the movies prior to release as part of..."
It is cool to think this way in like the 21st century. Because, I mean, people are very vibes-based in general. But like usually we have like a sort of rational scientific, you know, like, oh, well, that's not real. There's no like mystical, magical forces at work making me feel those vibes. It's like, no, I'm just I'm an emotional animal. I just, whatever. But then sometimes people just really lean into it.
Cold.
It's like when Christians are afraid of Halloween. I think that's really cool.
Clean watching. This includes hashtag porn, which often promotes promiscuity and low self-worth.
I love the idea that sometimes porn doesn't promote promiscuity. I really want to know the porn that doesn't promote promiscuity.
Use hashtag entertain.
It's like a guy fucks and like right at the end, like Satan just like pushes him
that upholds
like out of the balcony, like defenestrates him off of like a second-story balcony. I was like, this is because of that, by the way.
Positive values. Aside from Masri's campaign against sexy Garfield art, there are a bunch of other just really weird and off-color tweets that fill the page. Hashtag God always avenges later on. Gives a chance or two. Sad no one will pray for the murderer. Hashtag OJ who hashtag died today. He lost a good life and afterlife. He failed both lives, unlike Garfield, which has 9, and he's not a...
I mean, honestly, these are simply the facts. Are you going to tell me these aren't the facts?
Hashtag murderer. Always trust hashtag cartoons better than humans. Or the...
He did, I mean, he, are we doing that now? He did do it. Like,
this one, confirming in character as Garfield that he will still be voting for Trump.
He's bad at using that versus which. I feel like, because I think he's ESL, isn't he? I feel like that's like, a lot of native English speakers
or this tweet
are bad on that one.
Expressing glee at finding a 1-star review of the new Garfield movie. Oh, just found another 1-star. When Sugar Daddy Garfield eats speaks, sugar babies listen. Never licensing that again.
Honestly, I feel like I only properly understood that versus which, like, into my 20s.
Not my Garfield. Then there are the copious anti-vax tweets, again, including one criticizing...
That one makes sense. That one, I feel like that one, you lose your business, you're a small business tire,
the new Garfield
you get
movie.
that one. You get that one, fascism.
Quote, sometimes I wonder if the new Bright Garfield rat movie was made in hashtag Wuhan like a virus trying to win the hearts of the new gen and new licensee.
Trying to win. Okay, I don't understand this. Is he saying, is it lab leak? Is he doing the lab leak thing? But like the Chinese scientists are as bad as the Garfield.
It's also worth
movie?
taking a look at all of the not so subtle tweets directed at Nickelodeon. One tweet claimed that the company turned child star and singer JoJo Siwa into a quote unquote perverted sex maniac for cash, likely a reference to the disturbing revelations that came.
I do love. Oh, was this related? Was there like some really bad stuff?
Perverted sex maniac for cash.
I was thinking, like, I guess that is, like, I'm sure she was abused. I'm 100%. Even without that, I'm sure JoJo C was abused. But I like the idea that, like, her, like, edgy, she's like, I'm even going to say heck. I'm going to say I heckin' hate you. Like, that was, like, too much for him.
JoJo Siwa into
like, oh, this is satanic now.
Quote unquote perverted sex maniac for cash, likely a reference to the disturbing revelations that came out about the company in the recent documentary Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV. And if you're wondering about the link there, JoJo Siwa had several specials and shows on Nickelodeon and guest starred on several shows as well. And while Nickelodeon should be criticized and indeed condemned
I mean, I feel like it's shown on the video.
happened to many of its child stars, using a video of the star dancing kinda embarrassingly as a way to prove that she's a perverted sex maniac is offensive and super insensitive. And this isn't the only hate post about Jojo Siwa on the account.
I guess that is
Nickelodeon
reaction.
should be called out, this just isn't the right way to do it. A lot of behind the scenes information on the tenuous relationship between Garfield Eats and Nickelodeon has also been revealed on the account, like the fact that Nathan Masry breached his licensing contract by making
you never know. Like how he talked about it is maybe not like how it being revealed.
self-insert fan art merchandise of him and Garfield and sold it on Redbubble. Garfield
Okay, maybe I buy that. If he's
Eats had merchandising rights in its
all right, I buy that. This is too embarrassing to make up.
licensing agreement, and yet Paramount said it was a breach. They hated seeing Nathan associated with Garfield, 1, and 2, they said selling on
He really does have a sort of spiritual connection to Garfield. Like this, I mean, I'm sure this is a narcissist thing too, but he really just wants to be like I'm sure in Nathan's ideal world, he would just live in a comic strip with Garfield.
online on Redbubble was a breach all of a sudden.
It's the way that people love like anime waifus. Where they're like, I wish I was in the he's like, I wish I was in Garfield.
And he also complained that Nickelodeon insisted on weekly Zoom calls.
And he probably wants to fuck the cat, right? Like probably, right? Like if he's like the thing about how Garfield porn, if it isn't banned, will become widespread.
To manage his
Like he watches that and he feels bad about it. Shame is such a fascinating component of sexuality, in the sense that like especially in a Christian context, a lot of the people. Oh, Jake, thank you for the raid. Like the things that people feel bad about being like attracted to become so much more important components of their sexuality. You see this with like the sissy guys who are like talk about how they're addicted to sissy hypno porn, where it's like a component of that is the idea like that like they are actually being corrupted by the hypnosis, they are actually being hypnotized, which like, but that makes it harder for them because they actually believe it's real and it's satanic. And so they've trapped themselves in this like circle, this mind palace, this personal hell of their own creation, where the reason why it's the hottest thing they can like consume in terms of like online porn is the thing that like they're the most worried about.
his business with
And they talk about it like it's an addiction. They're like, and I relapsed. Okay, that's what we're watching now. There's a guy, not sissy hypno porn, to be clear. To be clear, we're not watching. That's not what I meant by that. There's a guy who has like a how to quit sissy hypno, and he's been doing it for like 8 years. He's awesome. Sissy recovery. The sissy porn agenda exposed.
Yo guys, what's up? Welcome back to Sissy Recovery. Today
It'd be so funny if I was like, oh, this guy I don't watch, and like all the videos I've watched to like the end. Escape from Sissy. Well, this is bullshit because that's not fast at all. That's 42 minutes. But let's, okay.
What's up guys? Welcome back to Sissy Recovery. Have you ever wondered why I start every video like this? Why I get so fucking excited at the beginning of the video? It's because I usually go a week or two without making one. Because I just kind of forget.
I honestly, the Andre Longshu article about it, I don't like the Deleuze thing about desire. And I think that's a good example of why I'm not fond of it. Because the answer, like Deleuzians as opposed to Freudians, like flatten everything down to desire. And I think the reason why something like sissy hypno couldn't make you trans is because like there's this like there's a component of that sort of sexual attraction being into that's very like short term. It's a like unrepressed like direct libidinal investment, but like changing your life to transition requires you to like put off short term pleasure to develop a kind of sense of self. Like it requires repression, right? Your sense of self is built on, your ego is built on repression in the Freudian vision, which is conceptualizing why the answer is really just like, well, no, not really at all.
Get how fucking awesome it is to share knowledge and to help you guys. And then I set up the camera, my laptop.
Well, it's not about making you, it's about like, yeah, I mean, it's
I set up the light, I set up the microphone, I get going, and it's just like a massive boost in my mood, my vibration, if you will. What happens is I'm like, oh shit, I'm sharing, I'm helping, I'm improving the fucking world. And that is actually such a high vibration thing. And so I guess the first thing we could talk about here for you guys about your sissy recovery journey is that you gotta find something like that.
Listen up, chat.
You gotta find something.
It is so, that's crazy. I mean, I don't want to, like, I actually don't know what's going on. The way that I explained it is that it's just like a, you know, it is a fetish thing for these guys. I mean, I'm sure for some of them, they would probably feel a lot better if they transition. I'm sure there's like, you know, that does it, you know.
Similar to that, where you can just fucking get into it. Where you.
But it's so telling though that his thing is like, just distract yourself. I mean, like clearly though, that it's like, yeah, some gender thing going on, I'm sure.
You start doing it and you're like, this is awesome. You know, I used to be.
You know, watch the debate tonight? I don't know. When is it? I don't know. Did I set an alarm? Oh, I didn't. Is there no? Okay. Oh, it did. It does it automatically now. Okay. Well, is it at 6:30? Maybe. Where is it streamed? I don't know if there's a BC debate for the provincial election.
My computer programming too. I'd like start doing the programming. I put on my hacker music, like the Mr. Robot soundtrack, and I'd be like, dun dun dun, taking down the evil corporations, and then like literally, it just the time would fly by.
I mean, that's EVP stickers and coke. I don't think that that's true.
So yeah, you'll notice this is very different from the sissy porn, right?
I've never heard the sex worker line, but no, the Freud cocaine thing is strange.
Sissy porn. It's like maybe it feels good for like a few minutes, but like pretty soon you're just like, oh fuck, I didn't come yet. Now I'm fucking flaccid. Now I'm already, my brain's already bored. Now I just got to get hard again. Like
this is fascinating. Oh, this is like, there's a clip from what is the cop show, the propaganda show, where the people are at this party, and one of the characters, like, they introduce her to, like, it's Brooklyn Nine-Nine. They introduce the receptionist lady to this like psychologist. The psychologist is immediately just like starts like she starts saying shit, and she gets like a crowd of psychologists around her, just like writing shit down as soon as like everything she says.
into it, and then like
that is my impulse. Like that is this guy.
Yourself to finish.
This is such a strange like revealing.
As you sit there, just like, what am I doing? The fuck am I doing? You know. And maybe you haven't done it in a really long time, and so then you finally do it, and it's not like that, and it actually is really engaging. You're like, whoa! And then, like, inevitably, you chase that fucking high. You chase.
Because it is like, it really does. It's so interesting with like porn, quote unquote, addiction. I don't think it's really fair to say the two are the same thing. Not even in a normative sense. I just think as a clinical entity, it's like a different phenomenon. For a vast majority of porn, quote unquote, addiction is a product of the fact that someone feels guilty about their porn use. There isn't actually all that much of a relation between people claiming they're addicted to porn and the amount of time that they, like, some people say they're addicted to porn and they watch an hour of porn a week, you know, where it's like, that is not debilitating for your life. You feel really bad about it because you think it's a sin, or you think it's wrong, or you think it's immoral. So it's kind of a different, there's a moral incongruity problem far more than it is like a, yeah.
It over and over again, and then it just fucking,
it's a different
it just becomes this absolute drag. It just absolutely sucks. Whereas doing something like this, it gets better every time. The more
you can make an argument that some people are like that don't have the moral incongruity problem. But yeah, for the most part, people don't feel, when they say they're addicted to porn, they don't feel bad about their porn use, directly because it is getting in the way of their life, but more so because they feel guilty, because they feel like it's wrong. It's much more rare. My understanding of the clinical literature on the subject is that the former group is way more common.
Do it, the better I get at it, the more I can kind of get in your guys' heads, really.
Simulation fetish? I don't think so. I don't know. I wonder, like, I think this is a guy that just fucking loves sissy porn, and he's probably homophobic and probably
Share this
transphobic,
information in a way that's gonna like turns
and is probably not willing at all to imagine an idea,
some keys in your brain.
even if it's for the sake of role play, to imagine the idea of doing, like, being comfortable doing, which is ironic because I think that would cure a lot of these guys, is if they just didn't feel bad about it. If they thought it didn't work, then it wouldn't be hot anymore.
And I get more excited about that. People message me, they're like, "You changed my life," etc. It's like more and more and more upward spiraling of how we're going in terms of making a contribution, a positive contribution. Now, this is gonna make some weird sounds probably, so let me just move my mic up.
It is just, it's so fascinating, the like little, the mind palaces people get stuck in.
I'm struggling with this mic setup because it's not meant to be like this. It's actually a standing mic, but I want the cool YouTuber look. So, oh yeah. So look at that shit. This is actually a mic turned sideways. All right, but whatever. So
Oh no, it's
I didn't really structure this video. I don't really structure my videos. And some guy was like, "You should fucking script them and make them 30 seconds. What are you doing, you stupid like idiot? You should just appeal to all the Zoomers and their TikTok brains." And I'm like, no, you guys are smarter than that.
This is insane. This is insane. The first comment, "I see you're not fully recovered yet." Just cooked him.
I know you are. We're not gonna make shitty 30-second videos that teach you nothing. And I'm not gonna dress up in like a suit and be like, "These are the 5 tips to quit sissy porn."
he's clearly not
I'm just
doing
going to
well.
sit down and fucking unload everything I know.
This
on
is
you
not
guys
a man who's doing well.
because that's what helped me. Like those are the kinds of videos where it's just some guy
I'm not even gonna say high functioning neurotic. I don't think this is classified
straight
as.
telling me the truth. That's what actually helped. Okay, some like well-rehearsed little presentation thing with like the call to action every 5 minutes of like click below for my.
But I don't think it's a humiliation fetish. I think that it's like Alcoholics Anonymous, because a lot of the porn addict in general sort of category of the internet. We did a perverts podcast on this, wasn't it? Or it was a main episode actually for QA, I think. Can't remember. A majority of it is like they use the discourse of addiction. And the point of that, like an important component of that is like kind of bearing your soul to people. It's the idea of like, I'm going to tell you everything that's going on with me. Can you fix me? It's a very like, it's a kind of a clinical, Foucault says it's the confessional model, It's a very clinical idea. Like, doctor, fix me, help me, I need.
My premium program, that shit never helped me. Okay. It's always some fucking bullshit like that people do with the stupid clickbait. Now, I know I use stupid clickbait, but like, I don't want to become some dumb generic YouTuber that just gives like 5 tips written by ChatGPT.
That's
like,
awesome,
I actually
man.
quit sissy porn. I haven't watched porn forever. I don't watch porn. I know how to do this. I don't need ChatGPT.
Yeah, how long, how recently do you think this guy watched sissy porn?
Okay, fuck that shit. Okay, so let's actually break it down. One thing that's
Do we hate? I don't. What word is fine?
been on my mind lately that I really want to actually talk to you guys about is, well, let me first.
Asking ChatGPT to quit sissy up now is crazy. Porn talk with powerful Eric. It's exactly like, I can't remember what I was talking about. It's exactly like what? I forget the things that I'm saying. That's another. I will look at this one too.
Start out by saying something I never say on this channel. So the main point of this channel has always been like emotional healing and, getting in touch with your inner child and all these deeper things, because I assume that you guys already went to like NoFap subreddit or watched some other guy on YouTube, and like every other NoFap subreddit guy is just like, man the fuck up, stop being a.
I also think another component of it is like it's easy dopamine. You have a psych PhD? No, I have a philosophy MA.
Pussy and
It's like
fucking
the
lift
same thing.
weights, and you and a lot.
I looked at you can just, especially if you have, when I was doing this, I was in grad school. You could just look at papers. You could just read them. Like if you have the formal training to like understand how to read the literature on a subject, especially if it's in the same sort of similar sort of discipline area.
A lot of people, they come to me because they're like, damn, you're not like that. You actually have like deeper wisdom and insights that'll really help me that I don't hear a billion times a day. And so in this video, the first thing I gotta say is if you are attracted to my content, there's actually a good chance that you need to hear that other shit. In other words, there's
all of them are paywalled. Sci-Hub is really important if you don't have that.
Very good chance that if you're like, oh, I hate those guys who tell me to lift weights and be a man and man up, I hate that shit. There's a good chance that you hate that because you know it's true.
It's just I mean, all this at the end of the day is motivational content. It's about people who have bad emotional regulation, which isn't quite necessarily like the clinical entity of addiction. A lot of people who have addiction obviously have poor emotional regulation. Are they on archive? I think they're just on like the like Spotify or.
That deep down, if you're that guy, there's a good chance that deep down you actually want to be
Patreon,
like a masculine, cool guy that makes money and gets girls and is successful and does that whole masculine rigmarole thing.
Oh yeah, the point is definitely connected with erectile dysfunction. What's the name of it's called QAA. It's a podcast I'm a part of. I think we did just, if you search, I mean, maybe you don't want to search it, but Sissy Hypno QAA podcast, I'm sure it'll come up. What was I talking about? Oh yes, erectile dysfunction has increased considerably, or noticeably at least, because of porn use. That is definitely true.
Yeah, it's indoctrinated by the culture and the patriarchy and all that shit, but nevertheless, you actually want that. Some part of you wants that, and you're not going to be at peace with yourself and move on until you at least get those basic things in life handled. And so, like discipline. And so
I don't think that was a perverts episode. I think that was a main. I think we did Sissy Hypno. I did a perverts podcast on sissies and the sissy phenomenon. But then Sissy Hypno, because there was a bunch of conspiracy theories about Sissy Hypno. Like this guy does it, right? There are people who get quote unquote addicted to Sissy Hypno, and they're like, it's an evil plot by the Democrats or whatever, by the Jews, to like sissify men, and it's worked on me, and it's real. Premium $225. Okay, you got to pay $5 a month to the QAA Patreon.
You might be coming to my channel to avoid hearing that. And so for you guys, stop being a fucking pussy, man up, and stop watching porn like a fucking loser.
Yeah, it's like it's like a motivational thing. Because yeah, poor emotional regulation. You know, maybe if you're thinking of as clinical entities, like maybe ADHD, maybe they're depressed, you know, and porn is like cheap dopamine. And so you're like, oh, I have to do my homework or whatever. It's usually like undergrad men who are kind of consume this sort of content. I have to do the assignment this week, to do my readings. I don't want to do that. It's boring. You know what isn't boring? Videos of sexy ladies. And then like they'll get, if they start scrolling like on Instagram or TikTok, and they stop on the videos of the sexy ladies there, they're like, oh, sexy. I would like to see a sexy lady without clothes on.
You guys need to hear that, right? That you're all the guys that are like, I love you.
And people conceive of that as an addiction, which is understandable in a sort of layman sense, that would be addiction.
Because you don't say stuff like that, like my mommy. It's like, no, you actually do need to hear that, okay? The point of my channel is not that that's not important, okay? Discipline and action taking and exerting will, the masculine aspect of consciousness is.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating that men are like, it's a cultural societal thing. I like taught to and begin to conceptualize just emotional regulation as like a thing of like conquering the world.
Extraordinarily important.
Because women have emotional regulation problems. Everyone, like a lot of people do.
That's what my last video was about. That's why I made that last video.
But it's like you have to be mad about it. You have to be aggressive about not watching sissy
like,
porn.
I'm only talking about half the picture because I assume you guys already know that half, but a lot of people don't. So, yes, New Agers, listen up. Very, very religious people that think Jesus is just going to come save them and so they don't have to do anything but pray all day. Listen up. You are responsible for saving yourself. You are responsible for helping us to save the world.
I mean, it's just a generic. Maybe we'll watch a different one. It really is just generic. Let's do the point of Gen Exposed.
Today, we're going to be taking a bit of a different direction in terms of what I talk about on this channel. And the reason for that is I've given you guys everything you fucking need to know to quit sissy porn. The sissy porn is a symptom of a much greater problem. It's an emotional problem. We've talked about this ad infinitum on this channel, okay? So I would suggest if you're still struggling, you go back and you watch those videos. There's the manifesto. If you go to my channel page, there's the original manifesto. That one pretty much lays it out.
Maybe let's do, okay. HD stream. Let's watch the manifesto. Which I think I watched. Maybe I watched this for the episode I was researching.
I can reach. What the fuck is up, guys? Welcome back to Sissy Recovery. If you've never been here before, my name is Whitley, and this channel is basically where I help guys just like you who are stuck in a sissy porn addiction. Or it could be any other kind of addiction that's based on inadequacy, some sort of fetish that's based on not feeling like you're good enough. It could be the small penis humiliation. It could be this cuckolding that's going on right now. It could be the gooner thing where you're like addicted to the fact that you're addicted to porn, right?
This is some of y'all. He's calling out some of you guys.
And so these people that I work with, they tend to just be spinning their wheels and they want to learn how to finally break free, okay? So I've helped guys all around the world with this stuff. And at this point, I've helped them through one-on-one coaching, as well as through custom release meditations that I make. And now I'm helping them through this YouTube video channel, which I'm very excited about because it's like I can reach a much bigger audience. Already, we have like a pretty high watch time, and it's like pretty impressive. All right, so my vision is really that we help as many men get this information as possible because a lot of younger people, unfortunately, are getting sucked into this shit. And I'm sure you can relate to that. Maybe you're like 14 years old yourself, because I get a lot of that, and it's fucked up. So we're trying to change the direction things are going in, because that low vibration energy will suck you down. It wants to fucking destroy you.
That is tough. 14 and addicted to sissy porn. That's gonna be
okay.
That's
it's trying to pull people down so that
or
they become suicidal, like many of my clients have been. So
that is like, I can't think of a more fascist trajectory than a 14-year-old boy who's convinced that he's addicted to sissy porn, and it's because of like the Illuminati.
You're wondering how I got involved with this stuff because you're probably seeing me. You're like, oh, there's this like kind of gregarious,
it's a very sort of like a Nick Fuentes
guy on fucking YouTube doing the YouTube influencer voice thing. This guy probably fucking doesn't know shit about me or my life, right? Well, the thing is, I was actually deeply into the sissy fetish stuff as well. So I was like posting pictures of me in panties on Reddit, like with my face and everything.
That's
I was
crazy.
doing the cam shows. Like,
that's crazy.
I'd be like, oh, I have to put the face in. It makes it hotter. Like,
okay, maybe. All right. Okay. Maybe there's something else going on with this guy. See, like, it's awesome. These guys are they're so cool. This is why it does make sense to me why, like, he does the, like, it's the Illuminati trying to enslave men or whatever. Because, like, how else are you going to, as, like, I guess not Christian, like, it's a secular, like, probably homophobic, transphobic, like, guy, cis-het individual, explain why you were doing that. Other than, like, it's just a thing I'm interested in. Like, how are you going to be like
I was doing all this shit, and I had a pretty high-paying job. I was very, very close to 6 figures at that time, and I was doing all this stuff, and it was just, like, clearly a train wreck, right? This stuff was not good. I was cross-dressing publicly. I was cross-dressing a lot. All of these things.
Cross-dressing publicly?
If you've noticed, I'm sure you have noticed, right? It blends into your identity. It blends into your daily life, and you start questioning your self-esteem, your values, your relationship to other men, your relationship to women, who you are, and at a fundamental level. And for many people, even their gender, even something as basic and fundamental as their gender, they start questioning. And for many of them, I never did this, thankfully, but many people actually go down that road of taking hormones and transitioning. And so, the sad
that's how they get you.
thing is that I've had friends that have done this, and they get older.
I have friends who have done this.
And you kind of regret it, right? In many
I do. I will say, like, the easiest thing to do is to be like, well, this guy's just, like, trans. But I don't, like, it's hard to know exactly what's going, you know, like, it could just be, like, you're a bottom. You know what I mean? And that's fine.
And then it's kind of a nightmare scenario because you've shrunk your dick, right? Your voice is higher and you're just kind of like,
that's true. Those are both things that happen famously.
Unhappy with how you've spent the last several years.
That is actually, you know what? That is why I know that he's not trans repressor. Is that he thinks that hormones make your voice go up?
Your life, And some people just never get out of that, right? And if you detransition, you get a lot of shit from it for it. So it's kind of this mess. That
Like
many
he's
people
right.
are
He
in.
hasn't thought about it.
So how did I solve this? Well, the thing is, like, most people with the sissy fetish, including you, most likely, okay, I had this, how would you say, the sense of inadequacy.
That's not how, it is not how it works. Testosterone makes your voice lower. Estrogen doesn't make it higher. This is why it's easier for, like, adult females, cis females, to do like in like voice acting and stuff, like do like a kid's voice, because their vocal cords are much more similar to a kid.
With women.
Testosterone opens up your vocal cords. It makes it like, you know, like if you like, okay, yeah, you get the idea.
Where growing up as a kid, I just didn't feel like I was good enough, right? It was like, I'm not a man enough, I'm too skinny, I'm too weak, I'm not good looking enough, people don't like me, I'm too quiet, girls just don't like me, they like the popular boys, but not me.
Oh, you meant the
all
other
of this
thing.
stuff.
I'm sorry.
And so I grew up with that, and it like heavily impacted my self-esteem. So at that point, I went on this massive journey. Well,
I mean, yeah, he's got a humiliation fetish, and the fact that he thinks that it is that the hypnosis actually is working is a part of why it's so hot for him.
Once I was old enough, once I kind of got out of my first year of college and I could go to the bars and shit, I started approaching a lot of people. So I was approaching people on the street, approaching people in bars and clubs.
So he's doing
I was
PUA
reading books
stuff.
on dating advice. I was basically learning how to fix this shit that I felt was so wrong with me. And over time, I became a lot more attracted to women. I learned how to talk and talk. I learned how to go up and meet people. And these skill sets really improved my self-esteem. However, the sissy thing was still there with me. And it was still really impacting me in my sex life. And it was just bad, okay? And what I learned through this process was I came into contact with people.
I'm wondering why. I want to know why it was impacting his sex life. Like, is this the thing where he's like not attracted to women anymore?
Who were telling me about trauma release and how this trauma from your childhood really fucks you up because it allows that low vibration energy to come in and suck the life out of you, right? You get traumatized as a kid, and maybe you like a girl. Maybe when you were a kid, you liked a girl, and you were like, "Hey, Susie, I think you're."
Oh, so we're not like actual trauma. It's like the, yeah,
really
okay.
pretty, and everyone in like 5th grade or
Yeah,
whatever
yeah.
laughs at you, and they're like,
yeah, your trauma, yeah. I was like, oh, you know, maybe he has like a really, you know, he had like a fucked up childhood, and it's you people.
he
It's
likes
like,
a
no, okay.
girl, gay, right? And then you're just like, huh? And you're like, can't handle it. You know, you're like, oh my god, because you're a kid. You think you're gonna get kicked out of the tribe and die.
I do. It is a shame that trauma is so overused as a term, because it is like a concrete psychological phenomena. Like you can have really bad things happen to you that make you feel bad that aren't traumatic. Like it's a very distinct psychic, like.
So it's this terrifying traumatic experience, and then that allows all this like pain, sadness, grief, shame, anger, depression, apathy, all of these things to come in and sort of inhabit your being, and they get triggered whenever you see a girl, right?
Did you guys? I didn't see the full front, the full front of the discourse or whatever. There was like discourse on Twitter about like people are doing the joke of like, you know, Sock, your roommate is saying that they have trauma because you asked them to do the dishes, and people were like, that is a real thing. My former roommate gave me trauma because I never did the dishes.
And by the way,
Like not doing dishes trauma
a
is
weird
real.
topic might get me
and
canceled
it's
from YouTube,
valid.
but you might notice that a lot of sissy captions are of younger girls, right? You're like, damn, a lot of this shit has these like young girls in it. This is kind of creepy. But why is that? It's because a lot of these people making it, they were
Yeah, I can't remember doing the research for the pod. I can't remember any.
traumatized when they were a kid. And so, yeah, they still resonate with that. That still triggers them. And that triggering.
Old Space Retro, thank you for the
And
raid.
what happens, just to give you a little hint of the shit that I teach, right? Before we get into the longer video. So what happens is you see those
okay.
girls and you get triggered, that low vibration energy starts coming up. And instead of feeling all that shame and pain and
It is so interesting. Like, this is clearly a confessional. Like, he is speaking of these experiences like they're like a thing that everyone thinks about.
sadness and everything and anger, your brain's like, I don't want to deal with that. So it
But it's
stuffs
very
it down.
clearly like
I don't
just
wanna
a thing
fucking
he is specifically working through.
that, or
a thing that he clearly hasn't worked through.
and
You know what I mean?
right, that's kind of the chastity, semen retention guys or whatever, the men going their own way. But the
I feel like those are very distinct things. I guess it is like in the broader sense of the term in like Christianity. Like you're chased. I guess no, you okay. I'm thinking of like the porn.
The other guys are like
I guess it does work. I guess that is technically chastity.
are like they sexualize it. They make it sexual. And that's where a lot of the creepier stuff, like I was just talking about, comes from. But then it's also where like a lot of the sissy porn stuff comes from. Taking these negative emotions and experiences from your childhood and just covering it up with pleasure so that instead of feeling all that stuff, you just feel good. And then it's very hard to kind of dive deeper through that pleasure into the pain and let go of it. Okay? So, basically, it's...
Yeah, I mean, it is clear, like, it is an interesting thing in relation to a lot of these, like, quote-unquote addicts of, like, pornography broadly, is, like, it's not as if they're making up how distressing it is. Partisan, thank you. Like, it is very distressing for them. They don't... It produces a lot of neuroses.
At some point in this journey, I just sort of stopped.
It's very clear psychically, the way that they were built psychically, the way that they were raised does not allow that sort of desire to exist within, like, it's just like...
Stop watching the sissy porn. I stopped resonating with it, and it was accidental. I was trying to improve my life, my dating life, and my success with women. And then I just sort of found that I...
See, this is interesting. Yeah.
I wasn't watching porn.
That he was just like, yeah, I improved my life. Which, again, it doesn't sound like you were addicted. It sounds like it was like, I mean, he's probably understating what's going on. It sounds like it was just an emotional regulation thing.
Over time, as I got deeper into the trauma release, because
Is he, like, lacked the ability to, like, not act on, like, instincts that are, like, give you cheap dopamine or whatever? That your sense of self feels is incongruent? That he just had a more impulse control. Thank you. That's another word, another important, yeah. Like, you lacked that impulse control. And then he started to gain it, and so he stopped doing shit like that.
I studied this stuff for years and years. I was obsessed, and I still study it. I still love to...
Well, I don't know. I don't think this guy's doing well.
Expand my knowledge. As I did this...
maybe that's not quite... Maybe that's the image that he has of it. And I'm sure because he had more impulse control, it was easier to repress those feelings.
You just kind of like, as you let go of these traumas, you sort of let go of so many things, like so many different areas of your life that are negative. They just kind of fall away.
He does
for me, it was the cross-dressing in public.
eyes.
It was going to the gym wearing like yoga pants and shit. It was...
Okay. That's... Okay. Maybe... All right. That's pretty...
Just like all these things that I was doing, like the cam shows and stuff that I was talking about, where it's just like...
Okay.
Because I did reach a point, really quick. I did reach a point where I was like...
It does make me sad, because this is just a person who has been set up to just be miserable. They're fighting their fucking hardest. But the term of the debate, the structure of how they're fighting is they're always going to lose. They have to lose. They can't win this. This is the real, that is a good explanation of how I do feel about, like, the male loneliness epidemic. But the way that the male loneliness epidemic is generally phrased, it is phrased in the way of, like, men should be able to get the things that they are asking for. When in reality, the things that they want aren't actually going to make them happy. They've been taught that the dominating, controlling, having a patriarchal family households, being the top of it, being a big money capitalist earner, that's how they'll feel fulfilled and happy. But the terms of that debate and the domination that's contingent upon them getting that aren't good. Like, that isn't a thing we should universalize, or if we can, or we ought to.
I'm like, I don't resonate with that, but I'll make my own porn. Fuck yeah, because it felt more creative. It didn't feel as shit.
It felt more creative as so. Yeah, I don't think that's
shitty. But nah, fuck that. Like, eventually all of that stuff fell away. And what it was I integrated that suppressed feminine aspect of myself, which Carl Jung calls the anima. And so
yeah, he's Jungian. Yeah. Of course he is.
You have this feminine aspect of yourself called the anima if you're a man, or the animus if you're a woman, but It's in reverse, right? But for you guys, it's the anima. And the thing is, you've suppressed the feminine aspect of you. And so this really fucks you up because here you are trying to be a man. And then what happens when you get home and you go to your bedroom? You're like, wank, wank, wank. You're like, it's got to come out at some point. It's part of you. And so it comes out in those ways. These ways that kind of fuck up your relationships. They fuck up your life, your identity, your gender, your sense of self, all of this. So yeah, what we want to do is integrate that your bedroom. You're like, wank, wank,
So
wank.
you have this
You're
idea.
like, it's got to come out at some point. It's part of you. And so it comes out in those ways. These ways that kind of fuck up your relationships. They fuck up your life, your identity, your gender.
Fuck up your relationship is interesting. That is an interesting component, I will say. I will concede of like male loneliness epidemic, you know, is like how homophobic straight women are, like cishet women are. They're way more biphobic than, well, no, I guess that's probably not true. They're biphobic in different ways. Like straight women are the least interested in bisexual people, bisexual men. Or I guess bisexual people, you know, virtue of the fact that they're straight.
Self, all of this. So
like as a behavior that is discouraged. Straight men are biphobic, but they realize that feeling through like physically abusing or emotionally abusing bisexual women more than straight women, as opposed to being like, well, you can't do that. It's gross, the idea you do that.
So yeah, what we want to do is integrate that suppressed side of you so that you can be a whole person. And then the feminine can be.
So yeah, I mean, the idea of what a man is, that's really terrible and shitty, and that half of the society has to live with in terms of a social expectation is partially built by women. That's certainly
part of
true.
Your everyday expression, right? It doesn't have to be this sort of weirder thing that we do. It can be, but only if that's authentic to you, okay? Benefits of this are massive, okay? So a lot of people are like, well, that sounds cool, but
there's also an interesting component. I don't know how to explain this or like why. Like men are way more likely to view themselves as addicted to porn than women are, which isn't like even looking at proportion of the fact that like women generally watch porn less than men, like even controlling for that, men are still way more likely. And it's because women, or one of the main reasons is women are way more likely to watch porn and not view it as an indictment of, is that the word? Indictment of themselves, or they use it as indicative of themselves. I think that's what I was thinking of. I don't know. That's a Biden moment. Where it's like a straight woman will watch lesbian porn and be like, well, it's just, I like the ladies. I'm still straight and I don't have a crisis here. I don't feel bad. Whereas men are much more likely to watch porn and be like, this is who I am. Like, oh no, I guess I'm gay. Like, fuck. I have to deal with this now. I feel awful. There's a clip I saw of, it was Cutie Cinderella, the street, where she was like, she said something about like, yeah, I only watch lesbian porn. She's like a straight woman. But it's so interesting how, like, you don't see people being like, oh, I bet Cutie Cinderella is bisexual. I bet she's a lesbian. If a straight guy streamer, even a leftist said that offhand, I'm like, yeah, I only really watch gay porn because I like dudes are fucking cool, but I'm like straight. That would the top comment of every single YouTube video would be like. So I mean, I guess it's a self-fulfilling thing.
That's a lot.
Reason people believe that is a product of, indicative of societal expectation.
How to work, okay? No, okay. Integrating all this shadow stuff, it's work, but like the benefits are crazy. You have to understand that.
I wonder what he means by integrating it. Because it's like clearly he figured out that it's sublimation. You take that desire and then you put it in a more socially acceptable way, or a way that is more congruent with your sense of self.
For my clients, I've seen crazy stuff. Like
clients is funny.
Seen it to where they just
like it's his
stop
job
watching porn. They just don't resonate with it anymore. We have like one call together and they're just like, yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. And it lasts. They're just done. Okay. This isn't necessarily true for everybody, but understand that like
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't understand some of, because I sort of can't imagine like really being like addicted to porn, being like, I just can't fucking stop. I want to stop so badly, and I just can't help myself. I guess a part of that is that I've never,
Once
never
you
thought that,
start
that was like a terrible,
dealing with
bad
this
thing to
deep
do.
shit that you've been running away from,
At an existential level, it
everything
kind
in
of
your life becomes
confuses me.
easier. You'll attract more money, right? You'll just attract women easier. If you're bi or gay, you'll attract men easier. You'll have more harmonious.
That's so fascinating. So if you're a gay man and you quit sissy porn, it'll work better.
You've been running away from, everything in your life becomes easier. You'll attract more money, right? You'll just attract women easier. If you're bi or gay, you'll attract men easier. You'll have more harmonious relationships, right? You'll stop self-sabotaging. You'll stop, staying up all night watching porn or getting high or doing these destructive things because you don't need that low vibration energy. You've kind of those negative emotions, you've integrated them, and now they're not sucking you down, pulling you down, trying to destroy you. They'll even try to get you to kill yourself. Okay, it's really bad. And so as you integrate these things and let them go, it's insane how much better your life will get. Okay, more money, more happiness. Like you can maybe tell through the way that I look, through my eyes. Frankly, a lot of people can just tell through my eyes that I'm.
VCD Bacon? Yeah, it's a real snoozer. I don't think I'm gonna watch it. Ivy is also fucking boring. I'm sure we'll react to like the highlights next time
Present.
I stream.
I'm aware. I'm enthusiastic. And let me tell you something a little woo-woo and weird. My eyes are bright, right? Why is that?
It's because he quit sissy.
Because there's that aliveness to them, but it's also because
you have the most dead fucking eyes I've ever seen in my life.
I cry regularly. I allow myself to cry when sadness comes up. I'm not suppressing it. Okay, that doesn't mean
Maybe tomorrow? Possibly. I wanted to stream 20 hours a week. I wanted to see if that was possible. That would be a cool amount.
A sad life. I just don't disown and suppress my emotions. Now this is the woo-woo thing. Your eyes, but it's true. Your eyes need to cry. They have tear ducts. It's something they're meant to do. It's like your underarms. They need to sweat. What happens if you put that fucking antiperspirant deodorant under your arms? Right? You're blocking your sweat glands, and you're not letting go of what you need to let go of, and people get.
Yeah, I mean, he really is just a high-functioning neurotic then. If he is, like, is a success, if he's living a life as a cishet guy.
Cancer, the aluminum's going straight up into their fucking lymphatic system. It's bad. Breast cancer.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's a conspiracy
Same thing. You don't want
guy.
to block off these guys. So, yeah, you're like watering the plants. Okay, weirdest thing I'll say in this whole video, but it's true. So, benefits, insane. Okay? And
that's true. It's good to cry.
This might be a good point to, let you guys know. If you just simply start taking in this information and really allowing it to settle and allow it, just take some action, simple actions. Maybe you want to go watch porn tonight, and what do? First, you start analyzing, how am I feeling? What suppressed emotions are driving me to do this? What are the sensations in my body? Do I feel good right now? Because if you don't, you got to work on that. You got to be with it completely. You got to allow it to run its course.
That's
These
fine.
little actions.
It is interesting. I didn't expect it to be so self-helpy. One of the cool things that these sort of guys try to do is like anti-sissy hypno, like straight man hypnosis, where they're like, well, the hypnosis is real. Like it's demons. The demons are
have a snowball effect, and your life will just get better and better and better. Okay, so even if you just turn off the video right now and you're like, yeah, I'm done with this guy. He's too idealistic. And he talked about watering the plants of his eyes. What the fuck? Well,
I mean, he really is. Again, this is how the thing I talked about before about like ADHD guy, bad impulse control, bad emotional regulation, finally figures out like a way to deal with that works for him and is really wonky. Probably has really weird ideas attached to it because he didn't get it through like a sort of clinical, scientific context, and just like has to keep talking
even
about
if you
them.
just take that away from this, you'll be good.
He's just continually in his own little world because he's stoked that he's treated that sort of.
So, by the way, guys, if you do want to,
I'm assuming that's what's going on here.
Do free calls with me. There's a link below in the description. So if you want to get my personal advice,
I will keep screaming.
Like how you can personally improve and become better.
All right, let's. It is so funny that he just doesn't. He refuses. It is so ADHD. He just refuses to. Okay.
Quit. And I feel like I'm losing myself more and more, and I'm kind of scared. When I first started, it was bad, but compared to now, it seems fantastic. It first started out as
He's reading something.
You know, I'd go into sissy mode for a week or two and then revert back to normal.
The sissy mode thing is also interesting because it's not just they'll be like they cross dress and then have sex with men. It's the sequel to Sicko Mode, the remix.
And stay that way for a good amount.
You know those things? It's called. I remember the one was called Dicko Mode, and it was like his Sicko Mode cover, but he was doing gay shit. It should have been Sissy Mode.
At a time. Now, I've recently realized it's worse. For example, I was in that mode for about 2 months and sort of realized
They'll do like it's really common. I wonder if this is like a cultural thing that they've picked up from each other, but like they'll buy like a bunch of like sex toys and like, you know, panties or whatever. And then when they try to quit, they throw them all out. And like a relapse thing is buying more again. Which I guess is like, it's a very, very dysregulated behavior because that, like, what if you don't have much money to spare?
realized I need to stop.
You're spending like, you know, a couple $100s a month.
And then I stopped for about 2 weeks and then went right back to about 3.5 months of sissy mode and got out of it a couple days ago. That's ridiculously long and I don't know what to do anymore. I need to talk to someone, but I have no one.
So
you have
he's
me.
reading it. Wow, thanks.
And I'm
so
not
much.
really sure what you mean by sissy mode, but I assume you mean watching sissy porn and maybe posting some shit online or something?
No, I think that was just you.
And so in that case, let me tell you, bro, you're not alone. I mean, really, like, I don't think, not everybody even has the experience. Not everyone's lucky enough to have this experience where you just occasionally fucking watch it, right? It's like, oh, I watch it and then I don't, and then I do, and then I don't. A lot of people just watch it every day or every other day or every week, but consistently, okay? It's not like sissy mode is on or off. So if that's what you mean, man, trust me, you've got good company.
That is such a fascinating idea, though. Because I assume it's just like a break where they're unable to repress for a certain amount of time.
The update is I already feel like giving up, but at the same time, I don't want to. All right, man. So look, by the way, when I said, hey, you have someone to talk to, and that's me, you literally do. I do literal for like free calls. So if you ever need help,
Versus prison finds because he never like if he keeps doing this, he'll never find it.
reach out to me over DM, okay? And I'm actually, you know, I'm going to DM you this, so respond.
He's
And
cooked.
I'll do a free Discord call with you. You know, it's completely free, and I did one today. And you can chat with me. Actually, that person was nice enough to donate, but there's literally zero pressure. Okay, I really don't care. I just want to help people, and I assume that you need help because they're saying right here, I need someone to talk to, but I have no one. So don't miss out on that fucking opportunity, bro. Too many people, they were thrown opportunities and they don't take them, and then you have to ask yourself, do you really even want it? At that point, if you don't take the opportunity, it's like, do I even really want to change, or am I just kind of saying I want to change? It's just lip service, and I just like the sissy fetish, right? A lot of people don't want to change, and so let's dive into this, right? So you're basically
No. I mean, it's pray for all those affected. Work you're doing is important. Don't force any. It's so interesting.
what you're saying is, you sort of realize you need to stop, and you feel like you're losing yourself, and so
The sissy version of "Lose Yourself" by Eminem. What does he got to say? This is most viewed
look,
video.
bro, when it comes to losing yourself in this fetish, that is the nature
Music,
of
moment you own it.
sissy porn. You start to not know what's a fetish and what is real. And it starts to blend over into your life because it affects your sexuality, and your sexuality is a big part of who you are. So as you become more and more,
It affects your sexuality is so interesting. All the people who are like, you know, I've heard there are stories of porn making guys gay. It's such a fascinating.
sexually obsessed with this idea of being a sissy and being degraded or getting fucked or whatever, it starts to impact your whole life. You start to maybe see men differently. You start to see women differently because you're
I guess that is the idea. I assume that happened with him, I guess. where it's like he's attracted to men and not
Sexuality
women.
is a big part of you. Okay, so I'm gonna need more clarification on some of this shit, right? It's a lot of personal questions that don't have a lot of context. So, like, what is sissy mode for you? And specifically, what do you, when you say you feel like you're losing yourself, all right, here's what we're gonna talk about today. When you say you're losing yourself, understand that, like, you are a whole, complete being, but you're creating a split inside yourself where, right, here's a little circle, okay? You're creating a split
That's
in
the
the
split.
circle.
That's cool.
There's stuff on the bottom of that split, and it's like, oh, that's all the shit that's not me. And then there's shit on the top of the split, and it's like, that's the real me. You know, when I go into sissy mode, that's not me. But it is you, bro. You know, don't fucking depersonalize and
He's doing the
have the schizophrenic split inside you where it's like not literal schizophrenia, but the split where you're like, oh, I'm not really a sissy.
see. You just needs the ego and the libido as a distinction, or the ego and the id
But I'm not
as
really
a distinction.
sissy
And it would
name
be
is like
fine.
Jenny. I'm not really Jenny.
It is crazy that they like it's very elaborate. And at that point, I don't know what else to say. Like it's like it's got to be a refreshing thing. Like
James, right, or whatever your name is. It's not James, by the way. YouTube. So yeah, the key here is re-owning.
No, not. I'm sorry, Jenny.
The part of you that you're disowning. Admit it, dude. This is a fetish for you. You like sissy stuff, okay?
That's true.
You
That's
do.
good. That's actually very good.
That can
That's
change if
clearly-
you quit watching porn.
It is always like the porn changes your desire thing is so interesting.
There's a good chance that will change if you quit watching porn and you get to the emotional root of
No,
why
I know,
you're
I
doing
know,
this,
Jenny,
but,
I know.
You know, this is me. I like sissy porn. Just say it. Just admit it. Don't think of it
Chat?
as a mode that you go into
Chat?
where you're being taken over. Because
It is just no fact. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the whole discourse.
that's the opposite of taking responsibility. That's the opposite of taking fucking responsibility. If you admit, yo, sometimes I just really want to watch fucking sissy porn, and I don't know why, but sometimes I just go into this mode where I'm really into sissy porn for like weeks at a time or months. Fucking own that.
The Christian guy who was like, I had sex with transsexuals is so funny. All the trans women who were like DMing him.
Because then you're taking
What is that guy's name? We can watch that next because that one is so funny.
responsibility for it, and then you can change it, right? So once you admit, yo, I genuinely just feel like I'm getting taken over by this sissy fetish
Mhm.
every few months. It's like, okay, good. You've owned that. You've admitted that. Okay. You talk to someone about it. And it doesn't have to be me. I mean, if you have a friend or something to talk to them. But it's like, good, you're admitting it.
So right, the realization of how effective talk therapy is. That it's effective even if you. It's why the thing of like, I have an IQ that's too high for therapy is so stupid. It's like talking about the simple act of talking about an issue with someone will make you feel better.
From
about
there, ask yourself why. Okay, well, what are the
Like generally.
emotions?
I mean, not necessarily,
that I'm
obviously,
getting out of
but-
the sissy fetish. What do I feel? How does this relate back to my childhood? What was my childhood like? Was I made fun of for being skinny or weak?
This is crazy though. Is like, yeah, the reason you're into sissy porn, sissy hypno, is because people called you gay when you were like in the 5th
The
grade.
girl's not like.
It's like, I mean, I'm sure you in internalizing that image of what that set of behaviors means and it being humiliating has an effect
me?
on it. Yeah, men discover cognitive behavioral
Did
therapy.
my dad not approve of me?
Like, I mean, certainly, but it's not like a profound story.
What might be connected to the sissy fetish?
That's like the
And then
standard.
How am I feeling before I go into sissy mode? When I'm not in sissy mode,
I'm still thinking of sicko mode. Every time he says that.
why not? You know, when I'm in sissy mode, why? What am I getting out of it? What is it taking away? Really do an audit of the deep underlying reasons why this is the thing for you. And the goal is not necessarily to change. You might change as a byproduct of the work we're doing here, but the work we're doing here in this channel, because this is the good channel.
The problem is with a lot of the nofap guys is that like, I do wonder how cognitive behavioral therapy, like how therapists deal with that situation. Because the real like solution to it in this instance is like the most thorough one is like, you know, you should just not feel bad about the thing you're doing. Is the thing you're doing bad? Like, no. Is it disrupting your life in some really significant way? Like, no. I guess like the like, oh well, I was posting myself on Reddit. That's crazy with the face. Like he was posting. What did he say? He was posting himself on Reddit in like sissy gear or whatever with his face in it.
Teaches you what works.
I guess that is impulsive behavior.
Worked for me, works for the people that I teach. That's the key.
But like they're just gonna tell them like you should not feel bad about it. Like if you consider not feeling bad,
it's like what actually works.
It's like you need like cishet toxic masculinity therapy of like, look, we get that this is not a good thing for you to be doing.
Do the cause. And what is the cause? It's this deep emotional shit, these emotional patterns
Those are queer.
that maybe you're not currently aware of, and you don't see
you.
how they relate to you going in and out of sissy mode. Okay, so you got to start to understand. You got to start, you know, getting in touch with like what that is like for you and why you're doing it.
Oh, okay. Ad break. I'm gonna go ad break for 3 minutes because it's 7. So I'll be. I guess. Do I just still hang out? Because it's 7. Wait a little bit. Sure, I guess why not? Not everyone gets ads, right? Even people who aren't subscribed. Paywalled content, exactly. There's so much shit because they still do have shame, but they're like, it's just how to become a high functioning neurotic. That is the essential thesis of this, which is like, I don't know. It's sad, man. You really are just set up, especially if you happen to, for whatever like historical, gain that sort of desire, like, or really into that. You really are just set up for failure. Like, that's tough. So many men are, but this is the real male loneliness epidemic. I suffer the same situation that says I just realized that. How do I get a hold of you? Fact, women are not weak. That's true. Thank you. This is a woke. I see the sissy wears the recovery. Toasted. Toasted his ass. My goodness. That is crazy. No, not that I'm an ex-transvian. I just want to let you know you have really pretty eyes and it would make for a pretty... Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I thought introduced as ex-transvian, I was like, no, you...
To quit.
Oh, no.
And I feel like I'm losing my...
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Where were we, chat?
Re-owning the part of you that you're disowning. Talk to them. But it's like, good, you're admitting it. Then, from there, reasons why this is a thing for you. And the goal is not necessarily to change. You might change as a byproduct of the work we're doing here, but the work we're doing here in this channel, because this is the good channel,
I can't remember.
Teaches you what works.
Was I already at this point? I can't remember.
It's like what actually works, getting to the cause. And what is the cause? It's this deep emotional shit, these emotional patterns that maybe you're not currently aware of, and you don't see how they relate to you going in and out of sissy mode. Okay, so you got to start to understand. You got to start, getting in touch with like
I can't stop thinking about it
and why you're doing it. All right, so yeah, that's the best I can do with the information I've been given here because there's not a lot of information in this post. However, the key point we're talking about here is one, owning all that is you. You're not getting possessed every couple months, every week or every month or whatever. You're not getting fucking possessed by some demon. Maybe you are, but I don't think so, right? What's happening is you are going through cycles of your behavior.
I'm so excited for the extra weird shit I'm gonna get.
It's still you though, and just
because of watching.
You're not losing yourself.
Also, you should give me money. If you haven't given me money, I'm gonna be stern. I like money. I'm not good at this.
Identifying as only one aspect of you. And
if you have a Prime, you should give it to me because I like money.
Once you just really work on fully accepting all that is you, that does.
Nixie, thank you for the Prime.
I am gay.
Yeah,
not me.
Don't let me down. You don't want to know. You don't want to. Oh shit! It worked. Come like a Tom. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Yeah, you might fit you other days. That's okay.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Oh,
Thank
he
you.
said to
Thank you
accept
so
all
much.
that is me. So I'm just gonna fucking sit around and watch porn all day because that's me. It's like, no, but accept that that's you currently, right? You fully accept yourself, and then from there, you feel inspired.
You fully accept yourself, and from there, you change yourself really severely because this shit is gross.
To improve. You love yourself. You learn to just love yourself completely, and then from there, because you love yourself, you start acting in
Should
a
let
way.
us gamble bits? I don't know how that would work.
It's more
They
loving
should.
to
They
yourself.
should let you do
Is
that.
it loving to yourself to feel tormented for 8 years about your
I think
sissy
so.
thing? Like, is it loving to yourself to like go in and out of this mode and feel like you're losing yourself and have all this crazy shit happening? No, right? So love yourself, and then from there, the actions that you take will be in alignment with love rather than self-attack and self-hate. Because here you're self-attacking. You're saying I'm losing myself, meaning the aspect.
I
of
have
me
seen it.
that kind
It's
of takes
copyright
over
though. I can't
and
listen to it.
comes out as sissy mode. That
Also, what are the YouTube streaming rules? I assume they're just like more lax than Twitch, and I don't have to worry.
aspect of me is not
'Cause
really
I'm
me. You're pushing it away, but it is more
Well, they copy it. Well, it's the instrumental in the background. Like it's gonna
than
pick
likely,
up.
dude. It's either your repressed sexuality, which is fucking you, right? Maybe your
Okay.
sexuality was repressed in some way in your childhood and your conditioning, things like this. And so because it's repressed, because it's stuffed down, because you've disowned your sexuality, it's coming out in kind of weird ways. It's not coming out in the most healthy way.
That's true. That's great.
And that's still a part of you.
He's
Right?
cooking.
And so if you're like, fuck that.
That's
not me,
profound.
I'm losing myself. I don't even
It's weird that he would do this and then also do the like sissy porn agenda, trying to.
recognize that thing. And that's your sexuality. Well, that's not a good relationship with it. Right? That's a hateful
That's
relationship. And so
true.
you will continue
He's
acting
right.
in self-hate.
He's
Or
cooking.
it could be, rather than a sexual thing, it could be an emotional thing.
It's
Or
his,
more-
which is his thing, obviously. It's not the sexual. It's so cool to be this close, and then be like, it could be a sexuality thing, or it could just be like, people called you gay when you were like, in grade 5, and you just don't have to think about it.
More
Other
like-
than
more than
that.
likely, it's a combination of both. But let's say it's an emotional thing. Let's say your dad told you you're not man enough as a kid a lot. Let's say you liked a girl.
Like, it is funny, these like kind of pseudo explanation, because like there are plenty of people out there who dealt with that and then don't like sissy porn.
And you told her, and she laughed
Like, surely there's a more profound
after you, and then the whole school
cause.
after you, and you cried. Let's say
I mean,
some
people react to things differently, but that's really
teacher
not
spanked
like.
you after class or some shit, right? Any of these things can cause emotional imprints, traumas inside of us, which then manifest those deep, unconscious, emotional charges can then manifest themselves as unconscious, unhealthy, unloving actions that you take. And so it's probably a combination of both. The sexuality is a part of you, your emotions are a part of you. So basically by disowning that shit and not fully letting it come up and run its course, you are, it's gonna still come out because it has to, but it's gonna come out in these weird ways called sissy mode. And again, you haven't been very specific,
sissy mode.
but be more specific when we talk next.
Okay.
Okay? Because I want to know what this is like for you, and I want to help you get through it. I want to fucking help you. This is a mission for me, because I got through this. I was addicted to sissy porn. I quit it. I now teach other people to do the same. It's completely free of
What if I YouTube search? Like, there's other guys. Can porn make you gay? I wonder, because. Wait, which man is this? Oh, I don't know who that is. If you struggle with femdom addiction. Okay, this is definitely some of you guys. This one is definitely some of you guys.
If you're suffering from femdom porn addiction, or any sort of porn addiction for that matter, and you understand it's wrong and want to break free from it, but you don't know how, then this video is for you. Stay and watch. I'm sure you'll learn a couple things. I just want to
It's cool how specific it is. Because, like, you would think that one wouldn't be too bad.
Over why.
Like, it's still straight.
Femdom is so addictive, and why so many men are drawn back to it, and they keep watching and watching. Well, for starters, you watch it a couple times, it doesn't seem very harmful. It seems harmless at first glance. However, as you get deeper and deeper into it,
Lithium,
you watch
thank
more
you.
degrading kinks, more extreme porn, and over time, that's going to
It's the same, you know, it's the same narrative. They all use this. It's really dumb. I would say broadly, the thing that's happening there about like, oh, the normal porn didn't do it for me, which is like, not necessarily, there are people who say they're addicted to porn and who just kind of jack off to like fairly vanilla stuff, but they do it so much that it is actually like, you know, if you're doing it for like 4 or 5 hours a day, like that is a thing for, like, some people do that. Some people don't get weirder and weirder. It's just that like you get bored of the vanilla stuff and then you're more likely to consider stuff you were probably kind of into.
Your self-esteem, your psyche, it's going to affect...
So well, there's an open discussion about whether porn addiction is a clinical entity, because it isn't one at the moment. Like it isn't conceptualized that way. You can't be diagnosed as a porn addict. But presumably, yeah, that would probably be, if there was any case. The people who feel a lot of distress because they think it's wrong is certainly a different thing.
Affect your social interaction, social anxiety is caused by porn.
I don't, because again, it's just impulse control. It's just, this is your vessel for having poor impulse control. If it wasn't this, it would be video games, you know?
Men who suffer from porn addiction suffer from social anxiety, erectile dysfunction even, and overall a lack of drive.
Yeah, that is one of the criteria. There's risky use as well as an important one, which is doing it in a way that's like, you know, is bad, you know, is like risky, is you're taking
They also have issues with temper and issues with satisfaction. Why?
I mean, to make a causal statement about that is like very stupid to like reference the psychological literature. I'm assuming that's what he's referencing and then be like, it's caused by porn.
Dopamine causes men to be unsatisfied after they watch porn.
Dopamine is this really stupid, like, I hate the obsession with dopamine as like your brain is addicted to dopamine. It's like, it's a reward mechanism. It's good that your brain likes like, of course it does.
Such a high level of dopamine, it's like up here, but everything else you do in the life is probably around here. So when you
it doesn't explain anything. It's just your brain likes it more.
Just access this level of dopamine anytime.
Well, it does explain. It is, you know, but not in this context.
Why would your brain want to just stay here? Dopamine is a pleasure chemical, and you're gonna feel good because of it. So that's one reason. That's the physiological aspect of why men go back to porn that they watch. But there's a lot more to it than that. Let's look at the mental aspect.
That is true. That is a crazy... How's it going, Mike? How are you doing? That is a crazy...
aspect.
Thing to say.
So, porn, it slowly over time degrades self-esteem, but watching it, you wouldn't think so. My personal story, so when I started watching porn, 12 years old, which is way too young in my opinion. When I started watching porn, I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. I thought, oh wow, new sensation. I've never felt like this before. It feels good. So it must be right. And of course, since my brain wasn't even formed properly yet, I just kept going back to it and kept going back to it because I thought there's nothing wrong with this. This is healthy.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do any research outside of this community of anti-porn and nofap,
I want to see. I'm curious what his research is.
And retention, that whole community. If you do any research outside of that, then you're gonna see that porn is okay. People say it's actually healthy for you, but in all reality, it's not. Porn can be very, very dangerous for.
Like, you know, the psychologists, they'll be like, it's actually like, you know, limited porn, you know, it's fine for you. It's totally
many reasons.
But here's why r/semen retention is really the one you need to listen to.
When I was 12, I was a lot more confident, more outgoing. I was relatively popular.
So he's gonna blame the fact that he's like a burnout gifted kid on porn
in school, and I was able to befriend anyone I wanted. I had a lot of resources outside of my age group.
A lot of what does that mean? What does having resources mean?
I was a very social person, and that continued all through 13, 14, 15, but when I got to 16, that slowed down.
Well, surely that's not porn then. If you were doing fine for 4 fucking years, It sounds like it's a different factor.
As COVID hit,
Okay, well, okay. For sure, man. Like, also, how old does that make him? Wow, if you're 16 when COVID hit, you're like 20 now. My goodness. That's crazy.
then I was kind of left
That's crazy. I'm
alone
already
with
old.
myself in a room, like many people. So
That's you.
a lot
I
of
don't
people,
like
they
that.
turn to watch porn. And they did this all throughout the pandemic and
We should censor the. It's
lockdown.
true.
That's what I did, quite honestly. And I know many other men did the same thing. And it's okay if you did. It's normal. Well, not normal, but a lot of people did it, so don't feel bad, okay? A lot of men did that. I did that too.
Because they watch porn.
Is that a brown bear?
Kelly, thank you.
And after doing that, my self-esteem and my social skills just slowly declined, slowly.
Like, it's so funny. Like, that's not like that happened to everyone. Because of COVID, like, people don't like being talked to in public now. The greeters who are supposed to like who work at like stores and malls, who are supposed to like say like, hey, do you want to buy something? You should come in as like, they can't do that anymore because people don't want to be spoken to in public. Like, that wasn't like
very slowly. It all happened subconsciously. You wouldn't think that it would happen, but it does. And when I got out of COVID,
Yeah, thank you.
around 2022, when I got back in school, I was a shadow of myself. I
Thank
couldn't
you,
talk to
Maggie.
anyone I wanted. I was a lot less
I'm a
confident.
guy
I was
who
more
wants to screw guys.
I was a lot more worried about what other people would think of me. I was more
That's clearly not porn.
timid. I was just a much different person, a much more unpleasant person to be around. I had a shorter temper. I would lash out at those around me, and that's not good, obviously. So as a result of that,
let's go.
I finally started doing research, and I found, you know what? Yes, this kind of porn is bad, especially femdom, because
Okay, I mean, yeah. We really haven't gotten much info about the femdom thing other than that he's just clearly into it.
femdom specifically degrades your self-esteem and confidence.
He's got the he's like, this is such a, he's written out the notes in his fucking like notebook. It's analog script.
And it's overall terrible for you, obviously.
Okay, what?
So I just
That
want
was
to keep talking about what men who are suffering from this addiction need to do.
So far we've gotten, I was watching porn for a while and then I was fine, and then COVID happened and I became sad, and it's because of femdom porn.
First off, you need to stop. Now, obviously, that sounds so easy. It's not easy. I understand that. But you need to get it into your head and make a mental effort. I need to stop this right now.
This is crazy, though. I will say that is the one where it is like, yeah, that's probably... I've been struggling with the femdom addiction for years and have spent tens of thousands of dollars in debt. The femdom one is tough, I'm sure. Because it's only hot if you're actually losing money.
Or else it's going to take me down a path.
I assume. I would assume. People have told me.
Where I don't want to be. I'm not going to have as much in life. I'm going to lose relationships, even
Anyways,
friendships.
It's like gambling. I guess you probably could conceptualize that.
Myself less. I'm going to be a
Subscribe
shadow of
to
myself if I
Maga.
continue down this horrible, treacherous path of short-term pleasure. So you need to get that into your mind.
Yeah, just emotional regulation
And I know
stuff.
that's hard to do. And this is a no BS guide. I'm not gonna say, oh, meditate every day, take a cold shower, go to the gym. That stuff is all great. Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
but
so it's not okay.
That's not how you're going to get out of the woods exactly. That's like next level sort of thing. We need to solve the problems. Right.
You can't do bankruptcy if you lost your money to femdom. You have to.
You can't.
That's true. They would think
solve
that's
your
true.
problem by escaping.
You make it more precarious.
Routes. Like, for me, it was reading. I would read a lot. I couldn't escape the problem by reading. I could just temporarily get away from it, not solve it. So don't listen to, oh, I have to stay out of my house, I have to stay out of my room, I have to stay away from my computer, I have to do this, I have to do that. Eventually, and this is later down the road, you should be able to be put in any situation and have no triggers or no urges to go back to your old ways. And I know this sounds totally foreign. This sounds like fighting off one urge, and
he really hasn't brought up the idea of like.
So you need to take very small steps, and you can't be that you've done it for so long. Your brain thinks that it's necessary for your survival. Obviously, it's not. What is necessary is sex. That is necessary, and porn manipulates that.
That's not. I don't think that that's actually true.
That.
I mean, I guess someone might chat. You guys should fill me on.
Ancient urge. And now
this guy is made for
after you've gotten that into your head, just thinking TV. improvement. Any bit of improvement, I'm happy with.
He's made for video.
You need to live like that for about a week and a half, 2 weeks. It's not going to be pretty. Others back. And a healthy sexual relationship is perfectly similar to a loving relationship.
So just get a girlfriend.
Another man, or
presumably for this guy, get a girlfriend who wants to step on your balls or whatever.
Or more than one man, or however it is. Women dominate one man. Whatever way
he's talking about it here.
You want to put it, I don't give a shit. But that's the general gist of it, and that's not how the real world is. That's not how.
Sorry.
Completely dominates another man or and intimate relationship. Both partners make sacrifices for each other. In porn, that's not the case. One woman completely dominates another man, or
that is classically what happens in porn. Is that one woman completely dominates another man,
or more than one man, or however it is.
That is really femdom porn really is creating like such an unfair standard for women.
And dominate one man, whatever way you want to put it, I don't give a shit. But that's the general gist of it, and that's not how the real world is. That's not how a real relationship looks.
I mean, I'm sure, like, I don't know, like I'm sure, yeah, like if you watch a lot of what you internalize that image of what sex means subconsciously or whatever. But I don't know if this is being too mean. The idea of internalizing it to the extent of like what do you mean relationships aren't like they're depicted in porn? Not even sex, but like relationships? You mean that you're supposed to care for the other person and they care for you?
So obviously partners in a healthy relationship don't try to deny each other of pleasure.
Obviously, in a healthy relationship, no one's edging anyone.
Be cruel, whether it be
everyone's allowed to come. They don't. In a healthy relationship, there's no one says that they're going to count down from 10.
Ball busting or any other sort of cruel, masochistic, femdom subkink, which there are so many. A healthy sexual relationship has nothing to do with sexual interests. So let me get that clear. Your partner and you could both be into the femdom power dynamic in the bedroom, and that's perfectly okay, so long as you communicate your feelings well. You communicate them.
That seems kind of like it runs counter to the thing you were saying before.
Clearly, and you don't disregard another person's interests and desires over your.
Is this a thing, like, this is a thing where he was into, like, femdom stuff, and then he got with the girl who was, like, mean to him, and was, like, actually just mean? And then he was like, but you were actually, like...
Your own, just to achieve your own pleasure? That's perfectly fine. Say you...
That's presumably what happened here, right? He's just, like, into women who are mean to him, but then that attracts, like, genuinely cruel people.
And your wife want to... do femdom in the bedroom one night. Okay, cool. Have fun. Have at it. Congratulations.
It's also the fact he said wife. It's clearly like it is a Christian thing going on here, obviously.
Just make sure it's in a loving manner and a healthy manner, obviously. And that is hard to achieve, but it's possible. But that's later down the line. So now that you have somewhat of a picture why femdom is bad and how it completely contrasts to a real world sexual
He's just like, I mean, yeah, that's true. You got me there.
Relationship. Let's talk about what you have to do.
That's true.
Really, you have to stay away from it. You have to do everything you can to rewire your brain and tell yourself, this is not how real relationships are. I want better.
That is crazy to me. I don't know, man. Like,
better for myself. I want.
You really watched, like, porn made you think, like, yeah, it's normal for women to be really mean to you and they're your girlfriend. That is crazy to me.
More for myself because I know I'm worth more. You have to raise your self-esteem, rebuild your confidence.
That is crazy. I'm sorry. I don't...
Rebuild your social...
It's like losing a chest to a dog or something.
Skills, and go after it from there. Femdom attacks a man's confidence and self-esteem at very, very subconscious levels.
No, I don't. I think it's at a pretty conscious level. I think that's kind of the whole thing. I don't think that you need to reference
To
the
the point where he
subconscious.
is essentially rendered submissive to all women he comes across.
That's crazy. That sucks, man. Yeah, no, I like when people talk about how porn gives people an unhealthy image of what sex means, which is certainly true. I mean, it's indicative of an unhealthy society, obviously. There was at no point have I ever thought of straight guy who's into femdom in that context, but I guess so.
And that's not
I mean, that sucks.
desirable for a man. That's not desirable for a woman. Really, no one wants to be like that because that is no way to live life. At that point, you're not an individual. You're a product of your environment. And you're even worse, you're a product of sexual degeneracy.
Oh, the D word.
Which is obviously not what anyone wants.
I wouldn't say that.
So you have to just work at it really, really, really hard. You have to change your brain in any way.
Yeah, this guy's awesome. Femdom porn is so bad, but so many guys stuck with it. Is this true? I mean, I shouldn't ask my chat. My chat is a bad sample size for that. It's like asking, it's like asking a group of New Yorkers if they're gonna vote Democrat. Like, we're not getting a good sample of the nation here. Yeah, it's. Thank you for bravery, brother. Classic. What do you? I mean, I assume maybe it'd be funny if this was a trans lady, but why are these cis women talking about it? What do you? With addiction recovery expert. Like Zen and the art of quitting sissy porn. That's great. This is a wild preview. Oh, it's just okay. This is like the inverse of sissy hypno, where it's like be a man hypno. This night is cold in the kingdom. Oh, it's gonna be copyright. What are the TikToks in the background? This is fascinating. What? Is this like a bit? This is unreal. It's the fucking, what is that guy's name? This is awesome, dude. ZZYZ, yeah. That's great. I'm sure this will hashtag nofap, hashtag alpha male, hashtag nofap motivation. I need more videos like this. This video is better than all the videos named sissy. Fuck that shit. I am a real man. That's awesome. Another influencer. These guys are great. David Goggins, that's the one I was thinking of. Why you? Okay, this one's gonna be cool. I think that's good. It's gonna be cool. It's like Zoomer edited too. Why you eyes watch sissy porn? Question mark.
I'm not going to use the word battle because we're going to lose anyway if we're fighting against society.
Is he doing it through the whole video?
Hey brothers, what's going on? Today we're going to talk about sissy pornography.
It is. It's like the Zoomer editing.
Yes, sissy pornography. This is a genre which is more common than you think it is, wherein men are emasculated.
But this isn't. It's so much better when it's a guy who
wherein
used to do it.
Are wearing women's clothing, mostly lingerie, and engaging in sexual acts with other men. There's also a genre that is a close cousin to it, and that comes with it anyway, called sissy hypno, which is basically subliminal hypnotic messages, which are sent accompanied by flashing images of women in sexual positions being dominated by men, and messages which basically tell you
It is funny though how much of like the hypno stuff is just like heterosexual
that you are
pornography.
not a man, emasculating you, and making you feel that deep down inside you really want to be penetrated by a man, and you want another man's dick in your mouth. And you would be surprised
He's
at the number
really-
of men who are susceptible to this.
The reason why I don't think he doesn't watch is because he's saying it explicitly. Like the ex-sissy hypno guys have too much shame to describe it like that.
Now, the only reason I'm talking about this type of pornography is because there was a transgender individual who just won a Pulitzer Prize. Pulitzer Prize being a literary
Yeah, which is that's what I was thinking as well when that happened. Was like, have you guys heard of sissy pornography?
prize that is bestowed upon those who have contributed noteworthy literary pieces, books, novels, and so on that contribute towards.
Yeah, I don't think this one is veiled in terms of transphobia.
And I think this is an apt prize for this transgender individual who basically is talking about how they became transgender thanks to pornography.
Oh, it's
how they
the
realized
it's Andre Longshoe, of course. They didn't win it for their essay on sissy hypno.
is that pornography helped them become a woman. It is apt because that is a direct reflection of American culture today, of messages like gender is a construct, and
Yeah,
that
see, this isn't a real sissy hypno guy. Oh, this one. I can't believe I went over this one. This guy looks awesome. And then it's a religion, but it's all religions because every single religion will obviously come together to condemn sissy hypno.
So this video is for the people who suffer from pornography addiction, specifically this type of pornography that's called sissy hypnosis.
This guy looks like he was like wandering Anatolia in like 300 AD.
It's
You know what I
really
mean?
intense, y'all.
He's got that sort of like wandering preacher fit.
And
He looks like one of those dudes who like would stand on a pole for like, 3 years in a row to like show their piety.
most of y'all are probably like, what is sissy hypnosis? It is one of the most intense porn categories out there, like fetishes, and it uses brainwashing techniques and hypnotic techniques to like hypnotize and brainwash men into wanting to transition into a woman purely for sexual
Which like obviously hypnosis isn't like a thing.
reasons. Now, let me state, to each their own. I don't care what people do. If someone wants to transition from a man to a female or female to male, awesome. Like, as long as they're happy, that's all that really matters.
Thanks, man.
And
I appreciate it.
a few years ago, I was fully convinced that in order for me to be happy, I had to get on estrogen and get a boob job and transition to be a woman.
So this is a D-trans one too. Okay.
And that might be shocking to some of y'all, but that's
yeah, that wasn't very shocking to me. I'm gonna be honest. I was not too shocked
that's
by
simply
it.
where I was at. And I was not happy. I was lonely. I was depressed. I was full of anxiety. I was confused. I was vibrating at the lowest vibrations of guilt and shame because
And you don't want that. The low vibrations aren't good. You want the high
the
ones.
material I was watching was making me just feel awful for it was wanting to purely transition purely for sexual reasons, not because like I really wanted to be a woman. It's because I wanted to be a woman purely to be in that sexual position. To be honest, it was part of the reason I grew my hair out. Now I'm super grateful I did grow my hair out because I love having long hair. Because
Oh.
the yogis, they say it's like our antenna to the universe. And
Yeah, that's
I mean,
why.
yeah, it's just I feel way more connected. Anyways, I would go to help forums, and like even some people on the help forum.
This guy isn't a D-trans influencer because he's saying that it's cool to transition if that's your thing. No, he's a different. He's like a white Buddhist. Well, no, I guess not Buddhist.
for this specific type of
That is, yogis are Buddhists?
pornography, sissy
Am I
hypnosis,
wrong about that?
they would say, just give in, just transition. There's really no hope. Like, you're not going to be like, it's like you're destined to be a woman. Just give into it. And like, dude, it sucked. Like, I was seriously convinced. I was like, I got to get a boob job. I got to get on estrogen. Like, I just got to do it. And then if you look into it, I mean, there's people that transition and then they regret it. And it's like, dude, once you get a boob job and once you start like going deep on the estrogen, like, you can't really reverse that. Like,
it's tough.
I mean, especially if you do
That's unfortunate that's the
surgery down there, like involving like turning the penis inside out. And it's like I said, like if a person truly wants to do that, I would say like outside of just like solely sexual reasons, great, so be it. As long as you're happy, do whatever you want.
You do get this sort of like self-hate in like early, like, you know, like the Reddit trans communities, because Reddit trans community is like you're like, you know, 0 to 2 years in.
But it's like there's people like me
who are convinced that they're like, oh, I'm doing it because of a fetish, and then it's like, oh no, I just do like being called she, her. I like having these like features. It makes me happy. Longer hair just makes me happy.
that are just like sex addicts, and
it's like, why do you think it makes you happy? If you were to,
they're doing it purely for sexual reasons. And it's like, now I'm in a position where I'm on the other side of the spectrum of like love, joy, peace, enlightenment. And not saying I'm enlightened, but like I more and more light is coming into my life, and like putting the darkness out of its way. And the best way I've heard law of attraction explained is it's like a magnet. And people always like put the law of attraction in a positive light.
Okay,
but when I was in this period, law of attraction sucked. If we're all magnetic, well, magnets can either attract or repel.
The real answer with this guy, I mean, this one's very clear cut. It's the other ones, it's like, I don't know, maybe you have some sex thing, I don't know. This one is very clear cut. They're using like,
and I was,
you know, like Zen enlightenment meditation stuff as a coping mechanism to get their mind off
repulsive. I was vibrating at shame and guilt. So when people came into my energetic field, they bounced right off. They're like, dude, this guy's low vibes. I want to get out of here. And now I'm vibrating on the other side of the magnet of love, joy, and peace, and that's what I'm attracting into my life. And ultimately,
there's always time.
I've been super blessed, and that's what brought me to Hawaii. And I've been connecting. I came to Hawaii like 2-3 months ago, and I've been connecting with just angels and light workers and just beautiful beings that are vibrating at love, joy, and peace. And magnetically, that's what this land attracts a lot of, is like that. And I'm just really realizing the magnetism and just how we can do certain things. And this video is to help people that are suffering with pornography addiction and specifically sissy hypnosis. You can get over this. If I can get over this, anyone can get over this. And what did it for me was God. That might sound cliche, but dude, if you're desperate, get on your knees and start praying right now. Pray to our mother and father who art thou in heaven. Thank you, Mama.
Oh, so it's Christian. It's not like, okay, it's just Christian.
Papa, for healing me and getting this demonic trash out of my life and freeing my mind and helping me to fully surrender to you and doing thy will. Thank you for the purity, and thank you so much. Pray.
It's grim.
We all have free will.
It's unfortunate.
And our mother and father and the angels all want to help us, but they respect our free will. It's only when we begin praying and asking for help that they will come into our lives and help us.
Let's see the comments. Yes, me surrender to God and pray. I'm going to go to my nearest temple from today. This is a great video. Show enough respect for saying that. Balls to admit, brother. The sad thing about these ones is you'll get someone who's similar. It's like, oh, okay, I guess this guy's just like happy now.
And that's exactly what I started doing. I started praying for help, and I got it almost instantaneously. Now it's a slow process. It takes months and years.
That's great.
But it works. And it might work, and it might happen like instantaneously. But it took me exactly 1 year. 1 year after I started praying, I went on my first streak where I completed the 90-day no FAP challenge of no porn, masturbation, or orgasm. Now, I got to make a little correction. About like 45 days in, I did watch a video for like 15 minutes.
Wait, you didn't jerk off. You didn't...
But I still went 90 days of no masturbating or orgasm. And except
so we just watched
that one evening where I viewed porn briefly. But besides that, I've been this December 31st, about a month away, it will be 2 full years of no masturbating and no orgasm. Nearly pretty much full no porn, no masturbation, no orgasm.
Damn.
I've been
So he's doing the like you just become celibate.
masturbation and orgasm free since January 1st, 2019, and
I mean that's a way of repressing. I'm
and then I
assuming
viewed the
I'm
porn
sure
for like
works.
15, 20 minutes in February or March, and so it's been easily over a year and like 9 months or something since I viewed porn, and nearly 2 years since I've masturbated or orgasmed. Now along that, I have had nocturnal emissions, and
Someone said no wet dreams.
and that's like the next step in the game. I never had a nocturnal emission or a wet dream until I started going on this streak.
Yeah, because you were coming, because your body was like, oh, we don't need to get all this old like.
And it's like, wow, I just viewed that as like healthy, and it's like my sexual organs they're healing themselves. And then I started to realize and dial in that the more lustful thoughts I have, and certain types of foods like garlic and onion, which are
Garlic is making you come in your pants in your sleep.
aphrodisiacs and are stimulating like sexually, they make us horny. Well, the more I would limit onions and garlics and limit my lustful thoughts, the less likely I was to have a nocturnal emission. The more natural foods like fruits and vegetables and like smoothies and juices, I was less likely to have a nocturnal emission. That's just what I've noticed. And I used to have a nocturnal emission every few weeks, and now it's like every few months. And yeah, it just gets longer and longer, and it's this process of healing. And so much strength and power comes from retaining our life force. What I'm practicing right now specifically is called brahmacharya. It's an ancient practice.
Ancient semen retention.
Yoga.
Didn't someone mention, maybe it was Taoism, that like it's not about like semen retention. You're not supposed like you're allowed to come if you're pleasuring someone,
and it's transmuting the sexual
it's not like just not coming
energy,
at all,
rather than like always spewing out our life force with the pornography, with the masturbating, with the overindulgence in sex. And dude, I used to get on Craigslist and meet up with strangers, y'all, just to
he was doing
like, and I got zero regrets, because like I was curious, I had these desires, and
it's such a this is such a fascinating combo of like tolerant outwardly but like repressive inwardly, of like yeah it's fine, like you could do it if you want to, if that makes you happy, I can encourage you. And it's like, but also it's a demon in my brain.
But I put myself in a lot of dangerous positions. I could have easily got a STD, a sexually transmitted disease, or as some people put it, a sexually transmitted demon. I mean,
STD.
I probably did get some of those demons. Like that's the thing.
Yeah, that's true. That's the real one you gotta worry about, as some people put it.
This stuff, y'all, especially sissy hypnosis and porn in general, it's demonic. It comes of Satan. It is not of God.
It's so funny. Like,
lustful. It is not a place of love. And it's involving this thing called scrying. Look up scrying. Scrying is looking into a black mirror. Have you ever seen that show Black Mirror on Netflix? It's the same thing.
Is it? I think it's
looking into a black. Have you ever heard of like mirror gazing or eye gazing, and then like looking into the mirror and like just staring into the mirror and eye gazing? It's similar to that, or like but into a black mirror. And people in medieval times would like summon spirits through these black mirrors. I get
that's fucked up. They would do that. Also, you should give me money, chat, if you're enjoying the stream. You should tip me.
You probably summon good spirits.
If you're enjoying the sissy hypno stream.
Or bad spirits, like ones that are loving and ones that are not so loving. Well, dude, turn your screen off and look at your phone. You can see your reflection. Look at your laptop screen with the screen off. Look at your television with the screen off. Look at your iPad with the screen off. Those are all black mirrors. All these things are black mirrors. And then,
I mean, I guess literally, yeah, I guess that's cool. I wonder where I heard that. That's clever. That's clever, because it's like a yeah. It's a screen, like
we're watching this hardcore, intense, hypnotic porn, which
it's Char, thank you. There it is. That's my favorite dono sound.
Really uses hypnotic brainwashing techniques.
I don't fucking know. Maybe.
Because it's got like spiral images and countdowns and binaural beats and it's feeding on these like super lonely, just hopeless, low vibe men. And just destroying them, sucking their soul and just like sucking their essence. And like, dude.
Oh, that's the point of the Black Mirror, the show. The point is that the screen is a black mirror. Because it was like, what if technology?
You need God. You need God to get over that stuff. It is powerful. I am telling you, God is the way, the truth, and the life, and the light. Pray. And then I started meditating as well. Meditation, sitting in complete stillness with a straight spine.
I don't think the medieval thing is true though.
Looking up at the spiritual eye, that was able to merge my hemispheres and heal the gray matter, heal my brain. It's a combination of meditation and prayer, and also just eating healthy and like the healthy lifestyle of exercise and community as well. We need community. And I know it's hard to do in this day and age right now to have community, but I did it through volunteering, specifically volunteering at spiritual communities that were practicing meditation and yoga and working on farms as well, and just getting out in nature, getting my bare feet in the soil, my hands in the soil. And yeah, y'all, I'm making this video to let you know that if you're suffering from pornography addiction, or if you specifically sissy hypnosis, you can overcome this. If I can overcome this, anyone can overcome this. It's through God, it's through prayer, it's through meditation, it's through a healthy lifestyle.
I mean, that is the way, if you want to repress, that is probably the way to do it.
It's through community. The opposite.
You just don't think about sex at all.
Of addiction is not sobriety. The opposite of addiction is social connection. We are communal beings.
Well,
and
that one's cool.
We need each other, y'all. We need each other. And that's why it's so hard right now with like this, like putting the covering up our faces and distancing ourselves from each other. And
my girlfriend made me a butter chicken.
Not hugging each other and not like shaking each other's hands. And like, I'm not a fan. And neither is God.
God is not a fan.
Peace be with y'all.
Thanks,
Good
man.
luck on your healing journey. You can do this. If I can do this, anyone can do this.
He's still going.
And I have so many platonic female friends too. So many. Before this, I had zero. Literally only my best friend's girlfriend, because it was my best friend.
Amazing Bob, thank you for the prime. If you like to give me money, that is much appreciated.
And
money.
I was always hanging out with my
Thank
best
you.
friend, and she was here too.
I cut myself today by accident. I don't actually know why. I had like a doctor's appointment, and I got it somewhere there, and I realized like I was leaving, and I was like, there's like a bit of blood. I was like, she hurt herself today. Yeah.
And it's like that was my only female friend
It's like
for
the
years.
song.
Because I at least had the control not to like hit on my best friend's girlfriend. But everyone else, it was like, if I didn't want to sleep with
He
you,
was
I
too
ignored you, I
horny.
didn't talk to you. If I wanted to sleep with you, I gave you all my attention. Now it's like, this is my essence. This is my life force. I'm not giving it away to anyone. No one. This is my gold. You can't even pay me for my sperm because it's more value. You can't put a price tag on it. It's my life force. It's my essence. And I'm only going to give it away to the special goddess that enters my life and that I want to make a baby with, to bring another.
That's gonna be that, like, you want my prediction for this guy's life? If he's doing the like no sex at all, because that does like, I think there was some study about like they were studying like the brains of people who are celibate and their like sex drive and stuff. Like at a certain point, I think it's like a couple years in, like your body does like, your sex drive really does lower quite a bit if you're just not doing any
other spiritual.
But that it's gonna come back again if he's like, oh, you know, this lady, I really like her. And then like all of this is gonna come back because it's just like he's being a high functioning neurotic, he's repressing.
Being into this.
And the second he starts having sex again,
world.
it's gonna be
That's
like.
the next time I have an orgasm is to bring another spiritually gifted soul, and I have a feeling she's gonna be a girl. I'm gonna name her Sophia, and I have a feeling.
Oh. This individual in 7 years, they're gonna be, you know, give or take, or he's gonna be known as Sophia. That's her new. That's gonna be her new name.
My spiritual partner is here on this island, here in Hawaii.
Yeah, that is the detail of I'm gonna have a kid and she's gonna be a girl and her name is Sophia is actually so sad. It's actually such a like. That's such a grim thing for him to drop there.
Just feeling that, and yeah, and besides that, like, I'm keeping my life force, like, and if she's not cool with that, well, she's not the partner for me, because I'm not giving it up. This is my life force. I value this. I treasure this, and that's why I'm able to have so many female friends, because I'm not trying to sleep with them. I don't want to sleep with them.
I mean, that's nice.
because it's a drain of energy. It's like, what, I do want to keep this, maintain this high, feeling awesome and powerful and strong and confident, or do I want to have like a sexual experience and then like kind of let that life force go and then have to spend 2 more years rebuilding this energy up? And it's like, no, I'm going to keep going strong because it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. And then it complicates the relationship. Now it's like, it's hard to be friends once we have these sexual encounters. But now that, like, I'm not hitting on them, I'm not trying to sleep with them, these women trust me. They befriend me. They want to hang out with me. They want to like do, and it's awesome. It's awesome.
That is genuinely, this is such a grim video, but that's very sweet that he was able to, I mean, it is like, I guess a more pressing thing because he can't handle being sexually, it's like Madonna horror complex, I guess. Like, can't handle the idea of, so his sex drive has gone down, and so he's able to.
It's healthy. Unless ye be converted and act like little children, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. Y'all, children don't have sex with each other. Children can run around naked without any sexual lustful thoughts. Unless ye be converted and act like little children, if you can hang out with the opposite sex naked and not have
Any update? No, nope.
Namaste, y'all. It's the White Magical Tiger. Today's video is going to be short and
She has such beautiful eyes.
simple. Rejection is God's protection. You can take that any way you want. It could be something with school, something with work. It could be with friends, family, whatever it is. Our initial reaction when we get rejected is like, oh, like negative, like, oh man, it sucks. But if you can flip it and be like, you know what? That rejection is God protecting you.
Okay, so I want like a longer.
What's up, y'all? It's the White Magical Tiger. Hope y'all having a blessed day. Today we're going to talk about the loneliness epidemic. And this is something I've been going through on and off pretty much for most of my life. And I'm simply sharing my experience and some tips and tricks that have helped me. And just sharing this because I know a lot of people
She's, yeah. I was gonna say, like,
are experiencing this loneliness.
she cleans up
And
nice,
it's not-
yeah. Whatever was going on over in earlier. I want to see if there's like a, oh no. Okay. Transsexual porn addiction. Oh.
Dear Pastor Bob, please pray that God
Oh, so it's a
will
call.
deliver me from viewing transsexual porn. I'm a
You guys pray
Straight
pray
man and
pray
married
with
to
the man,
liberty.
chat. Pray with the man.
Dear Pastor Bob, please pray that God will deliver me from viewing transsexual porn. I'm a straight man and married to my wife for 20 years. I don't understand why I'm attracted to transsexual women.
Many such cases. Many such
I'm not gay
cases.
by any means. You know, when I say that I get all kinds of mail, I really do. And people are struggling with things that they're so, well, difficult to talk about. And I'm happy that you write to me, and I'm happy that you share with me. And I'm also happy that I have this forum to share back with you as well, because for every one of these that I get from people, there are many more that have the same question and didn't write.
Mm-hmm.
This question I've gotten more than once,
Some of y'all.
and I'm happy to respond. Now, let me qualify this first of all and say that I'm not an expert. I'm not a psychologist, but I have a bit of understanding into the progression of pornography, and I think that's kind of where we have to go with this. Pornography is something that a whole lot of people are addicted to. And for the person that wrote this, you're not alone in that addiction.
Yeah, well, let's go to-
These issues are in here. And I want to be able to help you to stay strong in your faith and vibrant in your relationship with Jesus Christ every single day. I love you. God bless you. Have a great day.
Today's video is specifically gonna be for
Oh, so they just put that in front of us.
sissy hypnosis, and because that's the type of pornography that I was highly addicted to, and if you don't know what it is, keep it that way. That's great. This stuff is highly addictive. It feeds on shame. It feeds on guilt. It grows in the darkness, and it goes away in the light, which is why I'm making this video, shining light on it. And I just posted that clip earlier of that pastor. I just found him last night on YouTube. I really like his vibe. He's got a cool vibe, and so pretty much I want to just continue with what he was talking on right there. Is that essentially, like, when most of us, when we start watching porn, it starts off with vanilla sex. It's just vanilla normal porn.
This line is so stupid. It's so funny how many people this line.
And the way I like to, I guess, metaphor is that something similar is that with alcohol.
Sophia's got gorgeous eyes. Yeah.
When someone drinks alcohol, I mean, they might have 2-3 beers and feel, tipsy, buzz. I mean, some lightweights, they might actually kind of get drunk off that. But once we become a full-blown alcoholic, you can drink 10 beers and like almost look sober, like unfazed kind of by it. And that
I'm confused
you
on the
need more and
analogy.
more. The point I'm making is that you need more and more alcohol to have that similar effect where you're buzzed, tipsy, drunk. So the same thing happens with pornography.
Does
In
it?
the beginning, yeah, you might just need like 2-3 beers, which is, just
I don't think that analogy works. It only works if you view weirder porn as worse. Like if you view it as like, the obvious analogy would be porn consumption time. And in which case, I don't really know if that's true.
vanilla sex, maybe then going to like watching some lesbian porn. But then after a while, it's just,
If you're
you don't
nasty.
get the same like kick, the same buzz. You need more hardcore stuff, which leads into like BDSM, leads into incestual stuff. It leads into gay porn. It leads into transsexual porn. For some people, it gets into the wickedest stuff like rape porn, pedophilia. It gets very dark, very wicked.
The thing about that though is like, is that why people are pedophiles? Like, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that that's
Wicked, y'all, especially the pedophilia. By the grace of God, I was never exposed to that, but there are people addicted to that material.
I'm just not sympathetic to that line. It is a part of why I don't like the sex addiction diagnosis doesn't exist anymore for a reason. You see this with like RFK Jr. because we did an episode on him, and then I did a revisit of it because he's a Kennedy, classically cheats on his wife, and one of his whole things in terms of his like Catholic guilt was like, I just can't help it. I just can't help to cheat all the time. And it's like I don't think that that's it was he's RFK Jr. is like saying that he's gonna sue Olivia Nuzzi, like they had like a digital affair with the reporter, because like she was supposedly like just continually sending him nude photographs, and he just like couldn't help it. He was just like entranced by a siren. And it's like, no, you're 70 years old. You're a grown man. Like there's no
What's messed up with that?
If you're watching like child porn, you have to take responsibility
those
for
are
that.
Real children.
It's not like yeah. I don't think the addiction discourse makes any sense
real
there.
Victims that are most likely kidnapped. And so for someone to get off to that sexually is purely demonic. And you need Jesus Christ. You need Jesus Christ to free you from that, because when you're onto something like that, you're messing with some like high level demon, fallen angel energy there. And with the rape videos, like yeah, they might like be acting, but I would say a fair share of those videos are from human sex trafficking sex slaves.
Oh, is he okay? He said the magic phrase. He's a QAnon guy, right? Like, yeah, I think so. Because the 3 years ago one, it seemed pretty. It's so funny that I just you can't see it. He seemed pretty like lax about
where they are being raped against their will. Like that's not just acting. That's you're witnessing a real rape in real life, a real victim, and people are watching it naively, thinking like, oh, like it's just like.
I mean, I don't doubt, especially in the less moderated, because didn't like Pornhub had like a big crackdown on that, where they tried because they were losing.
And they get onto it, and it's like you've just done something that leaves like a scar.
But no, this is like QAnon stuff at that point.
On your soul, because it says the eyes are a window to the soul, and essentially these phone screens are a black mirror. They're a portal, and there's a thing called scrying, where essentially people would use black mirrors to summon demons, and that's what these phones are. these screens, these TVs, these laptops, these iPads, they use black mirrors. Because when you turn the screen off, you can see your reflection. That's a mirror.
But scrying, okay, that was the thing. That's the Black Mirror he's referencing. Scrying isn't like demonic though. It's just like divination, clairvoyant stuff. Like, does Christianity condemn scrying? I don't think so.
And essentially, it's like, you watch this kind of porn, you are inviting those kind of demonic entities into your soul. You got to be careful, y'all. And the only way I know how to get that stuff out is through the power and grace of Jesus Christ. Why? Because it says in the book of Revelation that Jesus Christ, when he was crucified, he went down into the pits of hell for 3 days, and he obtained the keys of hell and death from Satan.
No, I guess it isn't allowed. I guess scrying, divination isn't allowed, I guess. I don't know.
So Jesus Christ has complete dominion over hell, over Satan, and over all these demonic entities. So if you repent and you turn away from this filth, Jesus Christ has the ability to liberate you, to free you, and break you out of this cycle of addiction. This addiction is really just demonic oppression.
I guess it's magic, right?
Now, specifically I said sissy hypnosis because this is just what was my experience, but I'm touching this other stuff too because it's just as real and the solution is the exact same. And I would say the sissy hypnosis is highly demonic, very demonic. They use these hypnotic brainwashing techniques using...
I mean, this will obviously only get worse because it's harder to repress for longer and longer. It doesn't get easier.
Countdowns, using spiral images, using binaural beats, very degrading. It feeds on shame, it feeds on guilt, it feeds on regret. It's, what is it, like demasculizing or whatever the thing is where it's like, you're not...
I'm in no place to make fun of
in your
him
masculine
for this.
power anymore. It's very beta male. It's very cuckold, being a cuck.
I'm in no position.
I'm
I'm gonna add a Biden moment.
Other men have sex with women. That's what cucks do. That's called cuckold. That's a beta male. That's the Ahab spirit. And the females, demons, the she devils are Lilith, Jezebel. They're succubuses.
That's some of y'all. Lilith.
They're vampiric.
How many Liliths do you think are in this chat?
They feed on our energy, and so that when we're living sexually immoral lifestyles by the chronic masturbation, the pornography addiction, the sexual promiscuity, we are inviting these entities in. And the more we do it, the more of a stronghold they get, and the more difficult they are to get them out. The more prayers we need, the more purification we need, the more repentance we need, the more baptism we need. I do a baptism almost every day, y'all. I mean,
I don't think that's how that works. I don't think you're supposed to do that every day. I think that's kind of a one-time thing. I think that's kind of the point. Yeah.
It's gotten to the point where every time I jump in the shower, I do the sign of the cross, and I ask the Holy Trinity, God, to forgive me of my sins,
That's
to
so
baptize me in this
beast,
water,
yeah.
cleanse me, purify me. I mean, y'all, my day is becoming more and more ritualistic, where I'm like in like a constant state of prayer, where it's just like, how long throughout the day can I keep my mind focused on God? And that's what I meant by ritualistic. It's just like praying, keep my concentration on God. And that's why I love the Jesus prayer. I keep this on my wrist, this prayer rope. There's 100 knots. I do the Jesus prayer, which is, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. So I'll be in the grocery store, and I'll be inhaling Lord Jesus Christ, and exhaling, have mercy on me. So I'm
Just like, I'm in the grocery store, I'm thinking about sissy hypno and taking hormones and getting a boob job.
just saying it to myself when I'm in the grocery store, wherever I go, before I go to bed, when I wake up, as much as possible. Every day? No. Ideally every day, yes. And it's a work in progress. And
This honestly, you know what this is a good example of though? Because they were talking about like, oh, like 3 years ago I was thinking about going on hormones, but like the permanent effect or whatever is why it's important to like reach people like that in that point and be like, you can just try hormones. Like, you can try them. Maybe you try like a lower dose, or you just try them for like a bit and see how you feel. If you like the effects, you want them to keep going. Like, you can go on hormones for a couple of months, then go off them. And like, there's a pretty low odds that there'll be any permanent effect at all. You might have, like, in this case, like some anomastia or whatever, like a bit of, but not necessarily. That's certainly far from like a certain effect. Just be like, it's different. It's not like it is interesting. Hormones and boob job was the thing that they were thinking of, because it's like the boob job is a pretty like committed thing to be able to get done. Also, you can take them out, can't you? I would assume so.
It can work for you because it works for me. Now with this sissy hypnosis stuff, it's just realizing like, hey, you didn't start here in the beginning. Like if your first day you watched porn, you probably would have been turned off and repulsed by these sissy hypnosis videos, but you've built such a tolerance, just like an alcoholic. You need super hardcore, degrading, just
like the discourse around hormones is like the people's general perception of it is unlike what it generally is, which is you have to wait a long time to get like a lot of the effects.
Just like taboo to have that same hit that you had in the early days, that first day you watched porn, because you've essentially become so brainwashed, like myself, from this filth that our mind has been rewired, reprogrammed, and we need.
And then you see the wrong stuff that it's like it's a permanent thing, and then you'll regret it because you were a fetishist. And if you're attracted to this stuff, that means that you're a fetishist, and you're not true trans or whatever. And then look at what happens to you.
Need to get it back to normal. I mean, we don't need to. It depends on how badly.
I mean, it's very sad. I don't know.
You want to be successful, but if you want to break free of this filth, which you probably do if you're still listening to this video, well then we do need to reprogram our mind. We need to really wash it out properly, the real proper brainwashing, because we have very dirty minds, filthy minds, and we need to wash it of that filth and
I mean, it's clearly getting worse.
Program it back to a normal, natural state. And as far as I know, y'all, the only way to do that is through the power of Jesus Christ, through the power of deliverance, where he can cast these demons out of you. If you want, I'll pray for you right now. Just join along with me, and we can just wing it. So just repeat after me. Heavenly Father, the cosmic consciousness. Heavenly Mother, the Holy Spirit, the cosmic vibration, the cosmic energy, the Amen, the Om. I know that's a lot to repeat, but you can also say it in your mind. And King Jesus Christ, the embodiment of Christ, Krishna, crystalline consciousness. Thank you for blessing and guiding this brother here, this sister here, and Jesus Christ. It says you have the keys of hell and death, and I just ask that if it's your will that you bestow the answer for what you are looking for. And so how badly do you want to be successful? You know the answer now. You know the solution now. You know what to do. So I hope you take my advice. I hope you're not too hard on yourself, and you can kind of connect the dots and see how you got to where you are today.
You just combine Christian and Christ. I mean, yeah, that's yeah, there's a lot going on here with that.
And there is hope. Yes, it is very difficult to get back to normal, but it is possible through the power of Jesus Christ.
Grim.
You are suffering from a highly powerful demonic entity, but that's no problem for Jesus Christ because he's a higher power than those things. So I recommend that you submit to King Jesus Christ, you repent of your sins, you seek the forgiveness of King Jesus Christ, and ultimately I hope you develop a relationship with him and realize that the purpose of this life, the purpose of this existence is to be
addiction to pornography, masturbation, and org. What is PMO? What is PMO? An acronym I'm not familiar with. Porn, masturbation, orgasm. Oh, it's just all these. Is that a term? I guess that's like the celibacy. I see, because it's fine if you're like having sex with a woman who you're married to. Oh no. Oh, she's so cooked, dude. Look at this title. Beware of ultra feminine new age spiritual hippie soy boys.
What's up, y'all? Namaste. It's the White Magical Tiger. Today we're going to talk about ultra feminine.
She's cooked. It's Jover.
New age spiritual hippie soy boys. And we're going to talk about the problem and the solution.
I
want to say that my
I assume
understanding
the solution is repressing.
of all this is to come to a balance of the divine masculine and the divine feminine, the divine masculine of Christos and the divine feminine of Sophia, the divine masculine of Krishna and the divine feminine of Radha, the divine masculine of Jesus
Sorry, what is the divine feminine of Sophia a reference to?
Christ, the divine feminine of Mary Magdalene, the divine masculine of Adam, the divine feminine
Is it Gnosticism?
of Eve, the divine masculine of Pingala, the divine feminine of Ida, the divine masculine of Yin, and the divine masculine of Yang. Finding that balance between the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere. The left pillar of the pillar of severity and the right pillar of the pillar of mercy. And then finding that middle path, the straight and narrow path up the pillar of mildness, the 33 vertebrae of Jacob's ladder. Because Jesus Christ says straight and narrow is the way. Very few people find it.
Damn. They are so fucking deep into this. That's crazy.
Are called.
Because I don't think, like, before it was not like that.
A few are
I
chosen.
think it's much worse.
And so I just want to say that it's all about a balance, and that femininity is not a bad thing. It's a beautiful thing. And my understanding of a healthy masculinity is someone that protects and provides. Usually, traditionally, it's a male that protects and provides. And then traditionally, a healthy femininity is one that is in tune with their emotions, and I would say that they're pure. When I see that, I think of masculine is protector, provider, feminine is purity, and the masculine is more of a mental, a rational, logical, and the feminine is more of an emotional, intuitive, and it's finding that balance between the two, and that
The
they're
standard, like very standard Christian misogyny.
complementary, and that
Sophia is a divine female created and encountered by Jesus Christ. Gnostics believe Sophia was the Holy Spirit of the Trinity.
obviously one's not better than the other. Now, one thing that I've noticed within the spiritual community and within society in general is a lot
These
of
damn
men
soy boys.
are too soft, they're too feminine,
Oh, it's so
and it's out of balance. You know, I've spoken to a lot of women, and they notice this as well. They notice that most, especially in the spiritual and New Age community, a lot of these men are acting like boys, and they're way too soft, they're way too feminine, and if it comes down to it, they probably don't know how to protect themselves. They don't know how to protect their wife, their girlfriend, their sweetheart, their children, and essentially, I would say beware of any men that are too feminine, because if it came down to it, they would probably run away and leave you behind. And I've experienced that before, and I've experienced the opposite as well, where men that are in their masculine stand their ground and protect their brothers. And then these men that are too feminine, usually they're in that friend zone with women, and they act like,
Oh, that's grim.
like I'm not interested in anything. And then when you're
That's because you looked at the thing from, like, was it like 3 years ago? And he's like, yeah, I'm finally able to, like, have friendships with women that are, like, healthy, and I don't expect
guards
anything
down,
from
and when
them.
they see the right opportunity, they try to sweep.
There's clearly, like, there's an attempt to, like, but no,
swoop
no,
right
it's
in and try to sleep with you and take
talking about
advantage
the
of
friend
you.
zone.
And so I'm just saying, beware of these men, these men, and they're acting like boys, but they're in men's bodies, and beware of feminine men. And there is an epidemic of a lack of testosterone in our society. There's chemicals, I think it's like astrazine or something like that. There's something in the water that is.
Oh, she's so far gone. It's over. I think it might actually just be over. I think it's over.
Increasing the amount of estrogen and
Yeah, she's cooked.
decreasing the amount of free testosterone in our bodies, particularly the men. Also, our society is pretty soft. It's pretty comfortable. There's not a lot of like physical challenges. It's not like life and death scenario out here. And so, and also, I'm not perfect, y'all. I've been guilty of all this. Everything I'm saying right here.
I
and
know.
it's just something I've noticed. Something
I'm
that God's
aware.
pointed.
I'm aware that it is a projection of your own neuroses,
Out to me.
your own idiosyncrasies.
That it is important to embody the divine feminine of being in tune with my emotions.
is very clear.
And my intuition, and I would say mainly feeling into my heart from a place of compassion.
She's on the Lost Island.
And
Yeah.
of non-violence, and of being able to love myself, love my neighbor as I love myself, and love God with all my heart, mind, soul, and strength. But then also having that balance with the masculinity of being rational and logical and reasonable, using more of the mind, and finding that balance between the mind and the heart, between the left hemisphere, the right hemisphere, the left hemisphere being
What a
traditionally
nonsense.
masculine, the right hemisphere traditionally being feminine. And that's sort of the problem, and just recognizing that. I just notice now, I'm noticing more and more and more that the more grown boys that I see, they have high-pitched voices, they make submissive postures. Like one thing.
What websites are you seeing these men on, by chance?
Is like a limp wrist. I've started to notice that, and I just started to notice that a lot of these grown boys act very feminine. They speak in high-pitched tones, and I want nothing to do with it. And there's this thing saying we are the average of the top 5 people that we hang out with. And if you're hanging out in these spiritual communities, you'll notice that most of these grown boys are very feminine. And if it came down to it, and you needed to...
It is such a shame how on the nose it is about, like, you have a weird idiosyncratic aversion in yourself. You have a feminine urge, clearly, and so the way of attacking that is recognizing it in other people and being like, it's bad over there, and it's not me, it's over there, it's out there. Like, it just
yourself in a moment of self-defense.
It's crazy how on the nose it is. Which is obviously not to say that like every single guy like this is a repressor. They're repressing something. Like most human beings, if you raise them in an environment that isn't insanely restrictive on gender, will do some masculine things and some feminine things, and will enjoy both of those. Like, that's going to happen, right? It's hard for us to think of that practically because of how restrictive gender norms are, and how much people have to like repress whatever is traditionally conceived of as outside of their assigned gender of birth. But in this case, it's pretty clear what they're repressing here. Like, it's pretty clear.
They run away. They probably leave you behind. And so I'm just saying, be wary and surround yourself with real men that are embodying a healthy masculinity. Now, let's talk more about solutions now. One thing I would say is, in light of being the average of the 5 people we hang out with, is avoid these feminine men. Just recognize it and just be like, you know what? I don't want to hang out with you. You don't have to say that to them, but just recognize it and limit your amount of time that you hang out with feminine men, and go find more masculine men. And I think one great way would be sports. If you can play some sort of competitive sport.
It is so interesting though, like that even just perceiving femininity in men like makes him angry, like sets him off because of like the repression or whatever.
Like basketball, or I know a lot of gyms have like basketball.
I mean, people like vlogging, people like talking to the internet.
Courts or something.
I mean, he's getting responses.
Like something that has that competition. Competition is a very masculine thing. If you feel called, I recommend playing rugby. Probably get some health insurance before, because you might get injured. Also,
That's true. It's a
martial arts. There's all sorts of martial arts. There's grappling martial arts like judo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, wrestling.
Feminine men don't play. I remember in high school, I played rugby. I was the little like twink wing. You're at the end of the chain, and your job is to just fucking run. You're like the last person they throw it to.
Then there's striking arts, Muay Thai, kick.
There are definitely some
boxing.
Was I good? I was good at running, but I was not good at getting tackled. These guys who are like just much bigger and weighed much more than me, just like fucking
regular boxing, probably all sorts of stuff, and so just having more of those content.
Rugby does have a twink role, I think
sports,
so.
You're gonna find more men that are more in their masculine when they're doing those sort of contact sports. If they're willing to put their line and play some rugby, or I don't really play that much basketball, but that's just what comes to my mind. And there's some beach volleyball courts over here, and it's like beach volleyball is fun. It's
beach volleyball is a classic feminine,
that competitive spirit. Obviously,
sport.
Having fun, not taking it too seriously. And so that's one aspect. Another thing I would say is just a good work ethic, finding your purpose, finding your vocation.
Like literally, it's like keep your mind off it. Because now what we're talking about now isn't the solution. Like, I mean, he makes it pretty on the nose. The solution isn't about like how to make Western men less feminine. It's like, how do I make it so I don't feel bad when I see men who are expressing femininity more, which reminds me of a part of myself I'm suppressing. He's pretty on the nose. And the second one is keep busy. This is the thing you see through all of these guys, is like, just It's any high functioning neurotic thinks this. It's just like, keep focused on something else so you don't think about it.
Finding a goal in your life. I came across a saying earlier. Some of you went.
Number 3 technique: do not be alone with your thoughts for
might
too
find it kind
long.
of disgusting, but there's some truth in it. And it said goals before holes. I know that's pretty vulgar, but there's some truth in it. Saying like,
Oh, that's grim.
put your goals first, not women, because women.
Oh, that's fucking grim.
Women
man.
are attracted to men that have a purpose, and these women, they don't want to be. They want the man to have something more of a drive that's more important than just.
She's lost. It's over.
Her, and ideally is finding a woman that can help with that. That can help with that.
That is the thing about like when people speak of like men as a social category that treat people worse. It is like it's a social thing. It's about it's one about a power that certain people have over others, and also like an image of themselves they've internalized, of like, you're a guy, that means you have to dominate, and people will look at you weird if you're not. You don't take this attitude. People assume that you do take this attitude, and you'll like.
And so then another.
So obviously you can be a repressor and still be. It's not like you're like, well, your brain is female. So you don't have,
solution as well that's not as popular but is very effective, and not many people are going to talk about it. It's testosterone, and there are natural ways to increase.
Oh, okay. I was like, is he on roids? But I assume he's just doing like the fake super supplements.
Testosterone, and there are certain herbs. I believe ashwagandha.
Yeah, it's all fake. It's all, none of it's like the amount of like when people like when bodybuilders will inject tea. It increases your testosterone by so much. Like the little like stupid like legal supplements, it increases your if they do increase your testosterone, it's by such an insignificant amount.
Ashwagandha is one of them. I've been taking.
It's all just like fake.
That recently.
Ashwagandha shit. Yeah, that's a classic. It's the cishet version of the like, that like old comic that shared about like you should eat like to be more feminine, you should have like phytoestrogens.
I believe that's a way to increase testosterone. There are some other ones. You can just look up herbs that increase testosterone.
And of course the soy boy thing is literal, right? Or it's like I eat high tea stuff, which is a reflection of my.
But one thing.
Yeah, if that worked, transgender women would have done it, and they would be doing it thoroughly. So it's not.
That's really controversial, but I see no problem with it. I'd say as long as you're doing it legally.
Okay.
What's the big deal?
Oh. Because I thought he was gonna say, like, injecting testosterone. But I wonder, as long as you're doing it legally.
And I would say TRT, testosterone replacement therapy.
It is, okay.
And if you're in the.
It is so funny. Like, who is it that did it recently? Who's the guy who owns the MMA league? Dan something. He's like he's an old Trump like friend supporter. Dana White, not Dan. Dana White. That he's like on TRT. And it's like it's funny to be like an anti-trans influencer and then beyond gender affirming care.
United States, and that you're 30 years young or older, you can most likely get prescribed testosterone from your doctor. And
Joe Rogan as well, yeah.
And it's a much less dosage than what bodybuilders take, but
TRT is, I don't know if that. I wonder how easy that actually is.
What they'll do is they'll test your blood, they'll see where your free testosterone's at, and if.
But again, like, yeah, it's not really
If it's below a certain level, they'll give you a prescription for testosterone, and it's completely legal. And I would say take advantage of that. If you're 30 years young, go see a doctor, get your blood tested.
It's easy to
see where your T levels are at, and if it's.
Well, I mean, in America and Canada, I guess it depends on the state. Obviously, I guess there are states where it's very difficult. I assume it's the same informed consent model. A heroic dose of tea.
Low.
Some of bodybuilders, their testosterone levels are insane. It's like you're gonna fucking.
I say
die.
get a prescription. I'm not a doctor. This is not medical advice. People say that disclaimer stuff.
Try to get your insurance to pay for it.
I'm just saying, like, maybe look into it. It could probably.
I have to pay for my estrogen.
and all these things build up on top of it. Just the competitiveness, competitive sports, martial arts, weightlifting, getting in the gym, building up the muscles.
Just getting your mind off it.
Taking certain herbs.
Isn't it so interesting though that this has nothing to do with like
getting rid of parasites. There's a lot of parasites that live inside of people. So doing a parasite cleanse, doing
all like stupid
fasting, juicing, detoxing, getting rid of the mucoid plaque in the colon through enemas and colonics, along with the fasting, living a repentant lifestyle, living a life for God, being of service to God, keeping the 10 Commandments, repenting and humbling ourselves, and seeking a relationship with King Jesus Christ. All these things are great. And essentially, it's almost the path of being a warrior. And I think of Aragorn from Lord of the Rings. And essentially in Lord of the Rings, you have Gandalf, Aragorn, and Frodo. And those are 3 aspects of Jesus Christ. Frodo is the one that has to sacrifice himself.
Explaining Christianity to an American.
Just like Jesus Christ sacrificed himself on the cross. Aragorn is the king, the righteous king that always puts other people's first rather than himself. The humble king, that's Jesus Christ as well. And then Gandalf's the wizard. Jesus Christ is...
And he casts fucking spells and shit. I think that the Bible famously loves is magic.
The miracle maker, miracle worker. And so I'm simply making this video because it's something that's come into my field recently, just recognizing like, hey, it's important to have a high testosterone level and realizing that there is almost a battle. There is a war on masculinity, there's a war on our testosterone levels, and we got to combat it and make certain lifestyle changes. And tying it into those the five people that we hang out with, if you're hanging out with 5 ultra feminine, new age, spiritual hippie soy boys,
as you are,
you're probably going to be like one of them. Or you could join a martial arts gym and you'll find 5 grounded men that are married, have kids, consistently going to, say, jiu-jitsu, and they got a steady job. Maybe they own a
Will you?
business.
Is that the people who go to fucking jiu-jitsu dojos in Hawaii?
A much better crowd to hang out with. They have a wife, they have children, they're consistently doing a martial art, they're working on self-defense, they're working on themselves, and because they need to be able to defend their wife and children if it comes down to it, because otherwise if you can't do that, most wives will leave their husband realizing like, oh, he's not really a real man, like he can't even protect me. And it may not always be perfect, but at least make the effort. We got to be able to make the effort. Most of these ultra feminine, new age, spiritual hippie soy boys are gonna run away, and I've experienced that. I've been to a lot of these new age, spiritual hippie ceremonies and gatherings. These men are so feminine they don't even deserve the word men. A lot of them are boys, and they'll leave you behind. They will run away. The moment, like fight or flight mode, they will flight. And I'm not saying to fight, but I'm just saying like, sometimes you don't always have to immediately flight and be in a place of fear. And it's more about surrounding ourselves with those that are courageous, brave, and fearless. More of the righteous warriors. So, thank you y'all for listening to this. Aloha.
Okay, I've been streaming for a while. I'm gonna call it here. You should subscribe. Please subscribe. Please tip me. If you enjoyed the stream, please give me money. I don't know. I'll go live. Maybe tomorrow? I don't know. Join my Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. You'd like that? I would enjoy that. God damn it. I was supposed to be assertive. This is not working. Give me money. Did that work? Did that strike fear into your veins? That's not an expression, is it?
A brown bear?
Yay. Deluxe Frog, thank you. And Hypervisor, I think. Thank you for the 2-1. Oh god. A goddamn name. Thank you for the 5 goose subs. It worked.
I am gay.
You're right. I need to be assertive with myself. All of you, I assume, deeply related to that other guy.
Oh, it's okay.
That we were
I'm
watching
transgender.
before this one.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Oh, is there a hype train? Okay, we'll do a hype train before I finish it. If you'd like to subscribe, if you enjoyed the stream, I'd like to give me money. We got lots of cool emotes. Give, live, money. That's me. Oh, it's a cool person. Thank you. Converted for your Prime to tier 1. Thank you. Tier 1 Season 3 is especially appreciated because I get the better split if I get enough. What's it called? If I get enough subscribers. Where's the thing that tracks that? I'm trying to find it. Anyways, I'll look for it after. The Kool-Aid Man bust through all. I would be pretty. I'd be
Banger
like,
stream, Miss Agar.
that's crazy. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you. I like how every Agar is pronounced differently in everything. I guess it isn't. How is the jelly pronounced? Is it Agar? It means open. Is that in Indonesian? Spyregal, thank you for the phone. In English. Is that true? It means a long-nosed fish. I know, or is it Agar? I thought that was the other one. Oh, Agar. Yeah, that's... Is that Julian to stream again? I will see. I don't know, you need the vibes to be correct sometimes. Sometimes you gotta take a long hiatus from streaming. I wouldn't know or anything.
Is that a brown bear?
Thank you for the $5, D. Very sleepy. I was trying to find the how many it's like tier 1, 2s, and 3s I need to be able to get the 70/30. I'm stud locked, I'm sorry. Subscriber benefits. Oh, you can do a subscriber only. Okay. These are. I'm just looking at the Twitch thing. There's a bunch of new features since I was streaming. Is it done? Or 50 seconds left. If you like the stream and you'd like to give me some money, you don't have to, obviously. Much appreciated. Or I have to be more assertive. You should give me money because I entertained you and I deserve it. Angry. I need it. No, that's desperate. I don't like that. That's not true. Feel guilty? Well, there you go. Almost there? I don't like that. I don't want to know where you're going. Don't tell me. I assume you're on a trip and you've almost arrived to the location. Okay. That is I'll call it here. Thank you all for tuning in. Who's live that I can raid? Electile dysfunction.
The case is what.
I'll raid them. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. I'll be back soon. And join the Discord. Yeah, thank you.